Hey everybody! Welcome to the Stream-A-Thon. All right, we are good to go. I am going to start streaming the class. Let's do it. Hey,
Hello, 5 beautiful spirits.
thanks for the thumbs up already. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for being here in class today. I am so excited about today's class. You have no idea. Oh my gosh. As I was taking these notes, Kitty Cat was like looking at me like, feeling the balance, feeling the energy, feeling the light, the love. Self-regulation, y'all, that is such an important thing to talk about. And we talked about co-regulation, but we didn't talk about self-regulation. So that's the theme of today's class. And just being here, we are all self-regulating. We are all, the benefits of Qigong are absolutely self-regulating. Hi, Branches. And you know, I'm always trying to motivate you to keep doing Qigong, either joining us here, which is amazing and I'm honored, or just doing it on as your own. And one reason why is because it is a wonderful way to self-regulate. Now, I want to say it's important to say, like I said in my description and my title, that I would love you to be able to see self-regulation as a goal beyond Qigong. And there are certain things Qigong cannot give you that you will need in order to self-regulate. However, this class will help you get to that place because we're discussing it. And Qigong is not only about doing this beautiful practice of self-regulating the homeostasis in your body's energy, the pain relief, all of that stuff, but Gong is about studying something in a lot of different ways, and talking about things is one of the ways that we study it. So just talking about self-regulation is the theme of today's class as well, but talking is not enough. You're going to have to self-regulate and recognize what you are or aren't doing that is helping you self-regulate or causing deregulation. That is besides the qigong. You know, you can't qigong away addictions. I mean, it actually does help with addictions, but if, you know, right after class you go and you binge on a pound cake or, you know, crack cocaine, you know, that's qigong can't fix that. Qigong can't fix deregulation issues by itself. You're going to have to take action beyond this class. This isn't enough for you to self-regulate. However, taking this class will help you recognize, is this action deregulating me or is it self-regulating me? Is being around someone who doesn't co-regulate, you know, deregulating me? Good morning, Jabri. And, you know, it's very complicated. It involves triggers, you know, are you being triggered? But the main question is, are you emotionally healthy in this moment? Do you feel emotionally strong? Do you feel loved? And you know, when I first started to go to yoga, you know, classes, qigong classes like 20 years ago or whatever, I would find myself in my head comparing myself with other students, criticizing myself, feeling like I wasn't good enough. You know, the same thing that happened, you know, in other sports, you know, but maybe even less. See, because like in volleyball, you're moving all the time. You feel that teamwork. You feel the, you know, co-regulating in that sport, right? Thank you for sharing. But when you're doing internal work like yoga and qigong, that's not a team sport, it's very individualized and it's easy to get into that bubble of, am I doing this right? Because you're not getting that pat on the back. You're not getting that, you're not passing the ball to anyone, which we need to do more of in this class. We do passing the energy ball. I just said do. Um, and so I found in that class, I was constantly deregulating. And then I found the meridian exercises and Qigong and Tai Chi. And for some reason, that kind of yoga, the definition of yoga is basically, being in that meditative state and finding exercises to meditate with and connect with your body. So we can call other things yoga. Um, the Tai Chi just helped me get more in that mind state that felt healthier for me. Something about yoga, I don't know if it was the trendiness, you know, feeling pressure to look cute. I don't know. Maybe how the teacher was like, do this and not, oh, the teachers that I had, they weren't aware of my emotional state. Maybe they were a little bit bossy. I don't even know. Some yoga teachers are amazing. I'm not knocking yoga at all. But when I was first starting off finding these, internal arts, I found myself deregulating in yoga emotionally. And when I did the Qigong, it felt more like regulation. However, I was still deregulating and thinking to myself, am I doing this right? Wanting feedback, wanting validation. And that's why the way I teach is to hopefully help you self regulate. And that's why I'm constantly reminding you, I am a guide. You're the teacher. Your inner voice is the teacher. Edit what you need to do. You know, don't don't feel judged if you're not doing the moves that perfectly. If you feel like, am I doing this right? That happens a lot to me in certain kinds of structured classes, like even dance classes, like the turns always confuse me. I mean, literally spinning is deregulation. Like you're knocking your balance off. And that's when I would feel so self-judgmental in dance classes. Like I would feel confident about the other moves, but then the spin would cause me to spin, head spin. And so just being aware of the moments, you know, recognizing that script inside that's saying, I'm not doing this right. And then how it causes maybe a downward spiral of just feeling bad about yourself. In that moment, know that you need to self regulate, know that you need to, maybe do some EFT. Even though I can't spin, I still deeply love and appreciate myself and accept myself, right? So I love that, Branches. So let's think about our intentions. Notice your heartbeat, notice your breath. Just noticing that are incredible tools of self regulation, which is why I start every class with that instead of just jumping in, because I want you to kick off every class self regulating. And that's what's so beautiful about these classes to me. And what I'm so grateful for is that coming in the beginning of class, just putting your hand on your heart, just noticing your heartbeat, just noticing your breath, just noticing that you are a miracle completely regulates you and gets you out of that dimension where you don't feel good enough, where you have a to do list, where you feel pressure and stress that's beyond this bubble here. In this bubble, we're self regulating together this whole hour and a half. And I want you to be able to recreate that for yourself. If you have a hard time doing your practice every day, then you're not taking the time to really be in that bubble of self regulation, at least during your practice. And how do you get there? You can find it, you can find the way. We're going to talk more about it, but first, we're going to come up with some intentions for class today. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeat, notice you're alive. Allow that energy to circulate around you. to talk to you, to knock on your door, to feel recognized, validated. And what do you need today? What is your intention? Now that you're in touch with yourself, maybe a little deeper, maybe a little calmer, what do you want to use this currency for? The current of chi that's running through your veins, lymph, blood. What's your goal today? My name is Aviva, and my intention is to be here for all of you and to boost our self regulation, not only through Qigong, but through everything we do that is not Qigong. Branches. Intent is to be in motion. I love that. I think being in motion is definitely a way to self regulate and to recognize the motion, the emotion that's always going on, whether you're sitting still or not. Shabby Black intention is to be here with you today, and he'd like some attention to his hands and his wrist and feet today. My hands are better than last show I did at Georgia. Well, good. Now, while we're sitting here, notice if you're holding stress in your body. You know, some of us might be squeezing our tailbone, squeezing our ankles, squeezing our wrists. And just be aware. Just be aware if you're doing that and let go. It's all about awareness. We can't let go if we're not aware of what we're holding on to. Amanda's intent is to keep peace till bedtime today. Oh, it's beautiful. Any other intentions? When we don't self-regulate, we're restless, so we need stimulation. Feel free to keep on dropping your intentions in the chat. We're going to go ahead. Oh, Patrick's intention. He says, blessings. My name is Patrick, and my intention is to synchronize with the positive and self-regulating signals I ignore when I'm having a difficult time emotionally and energetically. Yeah, that is exactly what this class is for. It's like when you're having a hard time emotionally and energetically, instead of spiraling down and just accepting that as reality, like, you know, life sucks, like, I feel horrible, you can actually realize that on the other side, the light on the end of the tunnel is there's a regulation that you can get, you know? People think, oh, I'm just doomed. But when you think, oh, wait, I'm just not self regulating. How do I self regulate right now? It's like a bunch of dirty dishes were sitting in the dishwasher. It's like they don't have to stay dirty. You can just turn the dishwasher on. And it's hard to realize that it can be that easy, but it can, especially when you're around the right people and having the right habits and mindsets. So thank you for that. Celebrating signals. I like that word, signals. And then on the other part of that, the other end of that spectrum is the deregulating triggers. The triggers that deregulate us, that cause us to feel not enough, like we're a burden, like we should be ashamed, you know? And it's so easy to blame other people when we get in that space, especially if somehow, you know, we're triggered by them to feel wrong, in some ways. But I have something really exciting to share that I was having so much fun preparing for class about. But before we dip into that detail, let's go ahead and get started with class. Once again, let's breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Notice your body. Notice where you're tense. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. I'm giggling because I am about to drop a link for ways you can donate to class today. And I'm giggling because financial stability is very important when it comes to self-regulation. So I need to be more aware of allowing that flow to come to me. Let's breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. Breathe in your intentions. Release what you don't need. Connect with your energy, the abundance of your chi. I want to recognize that there is a star next to someone like Patrick's name in the chat box. And what that means is that he is a member of our channel here. And so I just wanted to express so much gratitude for that and encourage all of you to do the same if you're capable. It's just $2.99 a month. And it really helps me to self-regulate with financial stability on this channel so that I can keep pushing out this awesome content to all of you. We are going to start with a self-regulating chakra cleanse. It's basically like putting the dishwasher on in every room of your house as if there were dirty dishes stacked up. Because each chakra is like a wheel. It's like a dishwasher. It's like a machine. It's like an engine. And if it's not working, then that whole area, that whole room in your house of your temple can have some issues. It cannot flow. It can just feel stuck. So we're going to start with the grounding mudra. The first chakra, thumb and the pinky and the ring are connected. Okay. And as you hold the chakra, you're welcome to do some chanting. I'm going to keep doing some talking on the topic. So the chant for the first chakra is Lam. Feeling that vibration in your body is part of the cleansing, the regulating that you get. Lam. Thanks for coming back. Nothing to do on this one. I'll talk on the next one. This this is such a beautiful grounding way to energetically align with issues that might be affecting your survival. And removing those issues. Moving on to the next chakra, which is your creative chakra. Your sexual organs, your creative energy. I think this is one of the most deeply suppressed and tainted rooms in our temples. Because creativity, I think, is discouraged. Because discouraging creativity causes deregulation. And deregulation allows you to be controlled. And some systems want you to be controlled because they think the only way this world can work is if you're controlled. So we're going to do the mudra for creativity, which is clasping your fingers together. The left is on top for women, and the right is on top for men. And you can also just do what feels right. You don't have to follow those yin-yang rules because your polarities might be different. Have fun, Jabri. We will see you later. Love you too. Part of self-regulating, I truly believe, is recognizing your gifts, your talents, your positive attributes, and harnessing them. Recognizing your gifts, talents, and positive attributes as an anchor, not as a fleeting motion, but anchoring that awareness into you, I think is one of the most valuable self-regulating tools that you have. Owning them, claiming them, expressing them, being them. And I'm not just talking about the things that make you money. If you have an ability to connect with nature, to connect with animals, to connect with children, to connect with people in a way that's special, that's validating, that's deeply aware, that is a gift that you have that not everyone has. One thing that deregulates us is when we see these very gifts as burdens. As a humiliation, as an obstacle, as something to be criticized for. Because that is the very opposite energy of what self-regulating is, which is holding on strong and recognizing that these gifts are essential, special, appreciated, loved, needed, important. Your purpose. See, when we stray from recognizing our purpose in this world, it's so easy to feel not important. It's so easy to feel worthless. And honestly, this can be triggered by so many different things. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit. And we're going to move on to the next chakra. But one thing that very much triggers it is grief. Next chakra, thumb to index and ring. This is for your tummy, for feeling yummy, for helping with digestion. Digestion, not just physically, but also emotionally, energetically, mentally. Especially if the person that you lost or the plant or your fur buddy, you know, or a job, any kind of severing of a relationship through death can really affect our sense of purpose, especially if that person's life has given you purpose or co-regulated with you to remind you of your purpose. To love another creature. Home. A home has a spirit, the Bodhi. To love is one of the greatest purposes that we all have. And so if that energy dies, part of the grieving process is connecting deeply to your purpose so it doesn't die with that energy. This is the confidence mudra. There are certain things, certain conditions in life that make it so much harder to self regulate, like houselessness. Hey everyone! That's why it's so important to have other ways to self regulate besides having a home, which is amazing to have. And to be so grateful if you have one. To be so grateful for all the things that you have in your life that help you self regulate. I was houseless once. It's so hard to take care of your basic needs, to shower, to go to the bathroom, to go out in public and not be embarrassed by how you smell or how you look or how you feel. And so I think it's important to recognize this other dimension to it, which is self regulation and not self regulating. Because that's beyond just, not getting the food you eat and the health habits that you need. It's emotional. So how do you stand out there in the street or in jail, begging for food or whatever? How do you cope with that emotionally? How do you self regulate emotionally if you're in that situation? I think that's why a lot of addictions happen. I think, sure, addictions can put you out on the street. I'm sure that happens. But it can also help you cope with being on the street because it's such a painful thing. So you have to find other ways to cope if you're broke, if you're houseless, if you don't have access to certain things that help you self regulate. You're going to have to figure out another way to self regulate, and just acknowledging that is helpful. And I believe you can find it because I believe in God. And when we ask for things specifically, I think they really do come to us. We really get answers if we pay attention, if we listen. Feeling that confidence, mudra, connection. The other thing that also causes houselessness and causes deregulation, because if you already without a home, there's probably deregulation going on. You weren't able to regulate. You weren't able to find a stable way to create and hold on to shelter. And this is being in a controlling or abusive relationship. That is one of the biggest reasons why people deregulate. An abuser literally deregulates you. That is their goal. Because if you're deregulated, you are so much easier to control. Let's go to the heart space. Actually, let's stay on the confidence. I'm feeling like we need this one just a little bit longer. So if you're in a controlling relationship, if you're broke, if you're houseless, challenging, challenging to self-regulate. If you don't recognize your gifts, so you can be out there on the street doing your gift. That's what will save you. Recognizing your gifts and your positive attributes. The addictions and the lack of integrity that you might grasp onto to survive is what will keep you there. So if you're allowing yourself to be bullied in any way at all, that can cause deregulation as well and a challenge to self-regulate. Any way at all. It could be the littlest thing. It can be a cashier looking at you the wrong way that causes you to deregulate. It can be a neighbor saying something to you in a judgy way that you don't know how to stand up for yourself for. And it just takes recognizing it and asking yourself, how do I feel okay right now? How do I not let this person bully me? And why am I not standing up for myself? So much to talk about. Okay, let's go to the heart space. And when you could do one mudra with one hand and another with another. So if you want to, do two at the same time, if you're just popping on here. Index finger goes to the bottom of the thumb goes to the middle, and the ring finger, heart energy. Open up that space, regulate that. Here's something interesting that I've learned over the years, because it might seem like I am diving headfirst into my missions, my songs, my talents, all that stuff. But I'm telling you right now, every day is a struggle. I'd probably be a lot further if I won that battle every day. But every day is a new day, and I don't always win that battle of being able to recognize my gifts. I hope it's more than 50%, but I'm not even sure, the whole 50% thing. So this is what happens. You must realize that when you're harnessing your gifts and recognizing your gifts and deeply connecting to them and owning them, that is where you meet the biggest challenges. As you get stronger, bigger obstacles come. As the rush gets, faster and you're flowing with it so fast, then it's like no obstacle can get in your way. And it's almost like the law of nature has it so that since you're going faster, they're going to create a bigger obstacle so that you'll grow more, so that you'll be better. The obstacles, the challenges, the challengers, the fears, the interference, it becomes almost bigger as you become bigger with your awareness. And part of self-regulating, I think, is that it's it's crucial that you have to quiet those voices, those impulses that you might get, those distractions. They become bigger So you have to become more disciplined and more attentive to what your gifts need and do your best to push away the distractions that are going to become in all these different forms. You're going to even maybe feel like you're neglecting a distraction. You might feel guilty. You might feel shame. You're going to have to push through that if you're going to self regulate and hold on to your gifts. Because these obstacles, it's a very fine line with these distractors and recognizing them. You're gonna have to like become a Jedi. Let's go to the throat chakra. Left thumb up. Wrap your right hand around the left thumb. The right thumb connects to the middle finger. This is your voice. Because you might, that feeling might come in of, oh, you should be ashamed of your gifts. You're stupid. That's not a talent. That's a weirdness about you. You're just weird. You're not special. Like all those voices are going to come in. Why? Because they want to stop you. Whatever it is, that energy is pushing against you, challenging you. It's like a wrestling match. And it's hard to realize it's a wrestling match because it's going on in your mind. You just got to push it away by anchoring in and remembering who you are.
Hey, everyone.
Every moment.
Remember who you are.
Who you really are. You're not who other people say you are. You don't even know who you are. We have to embrace the fact that we don't know who we are sometimes. But we're open to being who we are. And sometimes we have to be open to that by not knowing. You don't even know how great you are. You don't even know how awesome you are. That's what I learned when for some reason, when I interacted with my Aunt Clary, that's what came to me. And I told that story in an ASMR video last night, some of it. I didn't know I was the essence that I was in that certain way until my Aunt Clary brought it out in me. And then I remembered who I was. I had this sense of peace. I had this sense of calm that she gave me. There was no interference. I didn't have, my siblings run around the house and us being all crazy all the time. It was just me. And I was able to see me for the first time in a certain way that I never saw me. And that is possible for all of you. We have to recognize we haven't even seen every single side of ourselves because we haven't been quiet enough. We haven't been still enough. We've been trying to please others too much. Going on to the third eye, all the fingertips together. So besides distracting you from the gifts, these obstacles try to literally make you hate your gifts. I'm telling you. Like when I was in college, I was embarrassed by my songwriting. I just got into this like other energy, like no one would ever like my music. Whereas I came from high school where like I had all these friends who listened to my music all the time. I had stopped writing music in college because I felt like a loser. Why? I don't know. I was eating a lot of sugar. I will tell you that. That could have had something to do with it. I was eating way more sugar, not enough radishes. I didn't have my mom's amazing home cooking. I was in colder weather, which probably caused me to not self-regulate as much. And I don't know. I just got away from it. I forgot who I was. I haven't really dissected that to figure out why, but I will say if for some reason you start hating your gifts or you feel like you're a loser for your amazing talent, you need to take a step back and self-regulate because you're not self-regulating. You're deregulating. You've been deregulated. You've spun out. It's almost like you've gone crazy. And it's not your fault. It could be societal pressure. It could be all kinds of things. You're just not self-regulated. You got to realize that instead of just hating yourself and hating your gifts. That doesn't work. That doesn't work for you. It doesn't work for the world. It's giving up, but it's like hidden in this feeling. All right. Silent mudra, Lalana, tongue to the top of your mouth. If you like what I'm saying, please give this video a like. Hmm. Next mudra, thumb to the index finger, connecting with the Sahasrara collective energy, all that is. The very basic mudra that helps you connect with your gifts. So when I was a senior in college, I became vegan and I gave up sugar. And oh my God, no, vegetarian. Suddenly I started remembering my gifts again. Suddenly I started loving my gifts again. Oh my goodness, crazy how that happened. The physical toxins. And I'm not vegetarian anymore, but there was something about being vegetarian that cleansed me, that cleansed, I still don't do industrial meat farming, that energy. I mean, I'm very sensitive to energy. Mhm. You are what you eat. So besides distractors being like literally like the voices that say you suck, you're not good enough, whatever, it can also just be feeling depressed, feeling shocked, feeling anxious, feeling out of control, feeling angry, feeling crazy. Like literally those feelings can come to you to stop you from expressing your gifts sometimes. Sometimes they're valid and sometimes they just come out of nowhere to mess you up. And you've got to self-regulate and recognize, okay, I don't need to feel that right now. That's not really how I feel. And we could just talk about denial and how valuable the matrix therapy I do is because of that. If you do that matrix therapy, I'll go into that a little bit later. I am so aware of this duality that happens in our brains and our emotions, and I think that's why I am so forgiving. I recognize the struggle. I live it every single day, and sometimes I don't win the battle, right? But that's what a lot of my songs are about. I'm constantly transmuting and battling through my music and getting what I need. Battling the insecurity, the sadness, the shame that comes up to stop me from expressing and loving my gifts. So yeah, doing the matrix therapy literally will flip like the the pieces on the Othello board to the other side. So you might feel like your whole world is black, but literally doing matrix therapy for a few hours, and then all of a sudden everything comes light again. Like you completely see everything on the other perspective. It's like you were just looking at your shell, your hairy, smelly shell that was blocking out all of these connections, potential connections. And then matrix therapy, you open up and like there's all the pearls and all the jewels that you were just blind to. And you're obviously able to love yourself more because you see the good side of yourself so much. Take off the sticky layer of neglect, shame, depression, whatever. And it's so deep. It's so deep. So then in actual life, you don't have to fight as many subconscious battles. You don't have to fight the subconscious dialogue that's going on because now it's become conscious. All right, we're going to stand up and start the Wuji Gong. Put your yin hand under your belly button, which is right for women, left for men, and the other on top, feet shoulder width apart, and shake. So now it's become conscious and processed and worked through at the core. And the battle that you lost when you were perhaps a child is reopened now and refought and rewritten so that now you've won. You've won the fight. Then when all those years, that one lost battle made you think you lost the war and you gave up a part of yourself. You forgot who you were, right? That might be why from that point on, you didn't feel good enough in a certain way. Or you stopped recognizing your gifts for some reason. Or you felt that you didn't deserve to share your gifts with the world because of something that might have happened traumatic in your life. All right, open up the bottom hand, face up, and top face down. You might think, nobody likes me. Nobody supports me because of that one battle that you lost, which is a total lie. You have support. You have love. Just can't see it. Because you don't remember who you are. All right, shake it all up. Come to stillness. And we're going to lower the left shoulder and then the right, back and forth. Sometimes we literally make up scenarios so that we feel our feelings. Now we're going to talk about denial and facing that to self-regulate. We may have previously made agreements or scenarios when we weren't allowed to feel our feelings in the original circumstances. And so the feelings that we would organically feel, naturally feel, we bottled them up. And, you know, we could all have stuff from 10 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50, 60, 70 years ago. And what happens when you bottle it up? Well, does it stay bottled up? No. I mean, it can't. It can't stay bottled up. Like it creates pressure inside of you, right? So it needs an outlet. And so we literally create a path for the emotions to exit. We literally carve it out, which means we
I don't give a damn about my reputation.
create different realities that aren't the original reality, that are possibly made up realities, painted realities, painted truths. And these perspectives create those similar hurt feelings that we had from the past that we're bottling so that we can feel them and they can get out of us. Let's rotate that left shoulder back. But then we have denials in the other direction. And we don't connect it to the past and we think it's all about what's happening now. And we project and we blame. Maybe we go crazy. Maybe we become hypocrites because we denied ourselves the freedom to feel those feelings in the first place. And so we develop amnesia sometimes that those things even happened. We displace the memories both at the same time. Sometimes we replace those memories with a fantasy that didn't really exist. A fantasy that nothing was wrong, that was love, whatever the abuse was. And that's the essence of denial. And I'm not saying that your choice to bottle things up wasn't done for your survival needs. Because it could have been really bad in that situation for you to feel your feelings. You might have suffered humiliation or even death. Who knows? That could, you just could have like gotten rewarded a lot for having that denial, for bottling up your feelings. Right up and down. My favorite one is floating the arms up and letting them float down. I am well aware of the annihilation of feelings in society, i.e., the frog is telling us we better feel our else. And I'm so glad that that song is taking off right now. We need that. It's so basic, but it's such a human need. And I think the comfort zone in our society has truly been to not feel our feelings. And I am excited that that's changing. I think that's changing. Don't you think that's changing? I remember being horrified when there was a child screaming and in class and he was like crying. I was like in third grade, maybe even second. And the teacher was just yelling and he was going crazy and squirming around. Reminds me when my kitty cat meows that she wants to go out. And I didn't know why his feelings weren't recognized at all. Like he was just yelled at, yelled. And it really hurt my fucking heart. My heart was like, what? And I knew something was wrong and I didn't feel ashamed of it. You know, there was a lot of shaming of our feelings, right? Let's come up halfway. I think I won that battle because I feel like I held emotional space for him in that moment. Like I remember saying, like in my mind, I love you, it'll be okay. So when someone has hiccups and outbursts and even temper tantrums, like that's really just a sign that they're not self-regulating. And you don't have to yell at that kid. You can help him self-regulate his emotions. doing our inner child work, like matrix therapy or whatever you choose, it really does help you reduce the issues, the deregulating issues in the present because you're attacking those denials. And so I think the more denials you have, the harder it is to really self-regulate. Mm. And it's such a burden. It's like, sure, you can keep creating all these different realities for your emotions to leak out of, but it's a lot of work. You could be creating real realities of amazing abundance with the real connection, to the real emotions. It's like tapping the water when people build some cities. Like, oh man, you're gonna stop the water from flowing so you can build a street? What? Where's the water gonna go? Such a travesty, like Ponce de Leon. Finally, they opened up some of the water flow by the Masquerade, but there used to be a water fountain in the Sears building, which is now some crazy marketplace. Tap the water. Interesting concept, right? Loving water, nurturing pool, flowing energy, healing bath. How can I release all that I've been stuck in? All that I have been stuck in, how can I release? How do we allow others to deregulate us? All right, yin hand first and then yang, finger spread. We got to take accountability. We got to be more responsible and recognize it. And it's so easy to get trapped in the box and feel like we can't get out. But we can. I'm telling you, it's just a mind set, a mind flip perspective, freedom that you don't realize you have. Don't have to take on other people's energies, opinions, ideas. Just got to keep connecting with your heart. Your heart knows the truth. And come down. Going to start the next part of the form, connecting to the earth. Get into that ready position, relax under the arms. There's such a focus on the physical outside look in our society that we forget to really focus on what's inside our heart. Lift the left heel up, bending both knees, rotate that left knee to the right. So I'm wondering how we've been doing a live reading of the love language book. And I'm wondering how that ties into self-regulation. I'm thinking that connecting with the love language that you might need, whether it's the touch or the gifts or the quality time, I am thinking that the reason why those are your love languages is because that's what helps you self-regulate when you get those needs met specifically. I would think all of them help with that, but there's probably a certain one, let's go the other direction, that we all self-regulate just, from our past. Like that's what we used to self-regulate the most. That might be what we got the most, or um, and that just helped us feel emotionally stable and feeling loved and fed, like with the EFT. I am loved and appreciated and accepted, even though I might not be able to pay all my bills this month. Hmm. So yeah, think about, okay, other foot, rotate the knee to the left. Think about again how when I was talking about like not liking your own gifts and that causing deregulation and all that stuff, how there are other forces that really want to do that to you. You know, people call it good and evil or whatnot. But I would just say, you know, the bullying forces, whoever wants to control you, wants to deregulate you like that. So there's a reason why you feel that way. There are certain stimulations, certain triggers embedded in controlling institutions that get you to feel that way, that get you to deregulate however they can, right? I mean, why doesn't a cat just get a mouth and eat it? Why does it have to play with it and torture it and bite it and then let it go and then get it again? It's confusing the shit out of that mouse. And that's what's happens to you. Someone's confusing the out of you. And that causes deregulation. In the other direction. You gotta anchor and not be confused and just not have to know everything. All right. Feet together, knees together, thighs together, bend. And the amazing thing about Qigong, let's circle to the left, is that if you let go and don't try to know everything, like even like now, like, okay, what is this doing to my body? I don't know. Let me just relax everything and let it, you know, do its thing. You will literally, things will just come to you. Ideas will just come to you. Answers will just come to you without pushing it, without forcing it. And you'll feel that flow in the other direction. Any questions so far? Anything you want to share? It's a lot. I recommend revisiting this information, not trying to take it all in one class. And gently go forward. Feet are shoulder width apart like a tree in the wind. You keep both feet on the ground and just sway back and forth. So yeah, stress can definitely absolutely cause that deregulation too, which is why qigong, stress relief, any stress relief is so amazing for self-regulating. Does this make sense to y'all? Do you feel your gifts? Your magic? Thank you. I'm proud of y'all. Come to stillness, connect with the earth. I think it's fun. I guess I like making things fun. I think it's fun to look at the issues in your body, the pain in your shoulder, the mole on your belly, skin tag, I mean. Um, and see it as, oh, is this an area in my body where I'm not self-regulating? Is this where the deregulation happened? Because your immune system is supposed to kill, right? Like the cells, the mutant cells. But when we hold on to them, it's like a part of us deregulates because we're not holding on to our ability to kill the stuff that's not working and regulate and be a badass. Because we might not want to step.
Hey, this is Brian, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is the joy that it brings to me and everybody around me during the holidays. They're warm, juicy, and delicious. When you walk in the room, everybody just starts smiling.
Step on someone's shine. That might be in our mind. Like, oh, if I shine, then I'll leave someone behind. So let me deregulate a little bit so I'm not such a superhero. So people aren't jealous. There are so many reasons to fear success, right? But that's not going to help you self regulate. And hopefully, we can laugh at ourselves. The jealousy issues, the paranoias, the suspicions, all possibly created to just actually hold ourselves back instead of support ourselves. All right, hands up. Next part of the form, alchemizing humanity. Hands in front of the belly button. We're going to circle around and follow with the hips. Please give this video a like if you like it so I can self-regulate more with my channel and have it be a great success. It helps more than you know. And if you hated this video, give it a thumbs down. Is it even possible to do that? Are there thumbs downs anymore? Did they get rid of that? And the other direction. If you'd like to do a consultation with me, let me know. I am doing a 20% discount until January 15th for 5 sessions a week. If I have more than 5 a week, then I have to charge regular price for the next one. All right, we're going to open up the legs, bend over, bring the left arm up to the ear, just let it float down, and we're going to go back and forth like that. And then across the body, back and forth. Even though someone might criticize me, I still love and accept myself, right? Get it, get it. All right, open those legs. And we're doing 18 and then 18. I'm right here. How y'all doing? All right. We're going to do 5 minutes of the Wuji now, just letting the energy move you. Get it, get it. Hi, Amanda. I'll be close. Get your Wuji on. Feel the energy moving through you. Think of the good things. Think of the times you really connected with the love that you are. Amanda. Oh, we didn't do our organizing yesterday. Maybe I'll do it one day this week. I had a gig yesterday. I think I'm gonna have a gig every Sunday now in Madison, Georgia, performing at a steakhouse. Oh my gosh. So much fun. Maybe we'll do Tuesdays. Organizational Tuesdays. Oh. Yay, gigs is right. All about financial stability and getting donations to, the more gigs I have, the more possible it is for me to gain interest in my projects and getting donations for like the animation video and stuff. I'm gonna drop that link because you never know if someone wants to. Y'all, they are being so patient with me. They were like, "Can we finish this?" And I'm like, "I don't have the money yet. Sorry." So I need $2,000 more to get this video done. Anyone wants to help? Every $1 helps. But focus on your Wuji. Why am I talking about this? Oh, because I'm self-regulating. I just want to close this discussion by saying you have the power. Someone might have taken your power away in certain ways years ago, but you have the power to take it back and get on track with inner child work. You don't have to do it alone. I am here for you. That's right. One more minute, Wuji. Sorry to scream it. I also want to add how important sleep is for self-regulation. And I've been wanting to do my video on ways to sleep better. Haven't gotten around to it yet. But there are some things you can do to really enhance your ability to sleep. Like not doing other things in your sleep space, not working in your sleep space. Maybe not even having cell phones in your sleep space. washing your sheets once a week, or at least every 2 weeks, washing away that energy. Eating apples. Those are my 3 tips. If we don't have sleep, it is so much harder to self-regulate, and it's so much easier to just deregulate. Being aware of the food allergies, staying away from the food allergies, staying away from that sugar. Sugar causes insomnia for sure, and alcohol. But the self-regulation. Ooh, thank you for the thumbs up. You can also just have like a goal to just not do anything like 2 hours before bedtime in your sleeping space, and set it to be a sleeping environment instead of a working environment. All right, one more minute. Wooji. I think it's funny that we use the word "are you regular" when it comes to pooping and menstruating. And I think that's a sign that those 2 processes are very self-regulating when they are functioning harmoniously. And when we're not ashamed of those processes and we embrace them as our superpowers. And on that note, we will just continue the Wuji until the end of class, 1 o'clock, because it feels so good, right? You got the power. Oh, oh, oh. Boundaries are good, y'all. Creating boundaries is part of creating self-regulation. Okay. And now it's 1 o'clock. Any more comments? Feedback? Why am I talking so loud? Because I have so much energy from the chi. If you want me to talk quiet, then go to my ASMR videos. Otherwise, I can't help it. I'm spunky. All right. I just want to add that when you're deregulated, for example, like I was talking about the house symptoms issue, you just really lack motivation to do anything, even showering, even like you might not even want to do things that are good for you. because you're deregulated. So it's gonna take effort to regulate. And once you do, you'll find that you will start getting that motivation back, that you will start feeling that sparkle back. Don't give up the faith, y'all. I am sending you so much love. Thanking all the lineage holders, Sheshe Zhongshe. Thanking all the teachers, Sheshe Laozhe. Filling our hearts with gratitude and compassion and spreading this out to the whole world with so much regulation. But not bad regulations. Stacy, I didn't know you were here. Oh, I would love to. Oh, that sounds so much fun. Maybe we can do a retreat. Oh, thanks for being here. Well, I'll be back again on Wednesday at 1:30. And yeah, I want you to stay connected with me. Comment below and let me know how the self-regulation is going the rest of the day and tomorrow and Wednesday. What challenges came up? Let's help each other. Let's co-regulate. Now that we've talked about self-regulating, let's keep this topic open because I think since this world has been so annihilating and since so many of us have chosen to not feel our feelings because that's what feels safer in some situations, I think it's going to take some massaging, coaxing to get those feelings out again in the present without the reaction time, but just in the moment and even understanding what we're feeling and recognizing that we don't know who we are unless we're really feeling our feelings, right? Or feeling that love and just being patient with each other and just learning how to co-regulate through that self-regulation and not taking things personally when something someone's doing is to self-regulate and helping each other. Well, I don't know if you saw the whole class, Stacy, but we really got into it for a whole hour and 23 minutes and 23 seconds right now. So please do watch this again. You can listen to it even without doing the moves while you're doing dishes or driving. And just see if you get anything out of it. Let's keep the conversation going because I feel like conversations are like chewing food. I think chewing on it, and that's an expression people use, takes time and going back and forth, and the saliva mixes in and help the enzymes help break things down. So it's not just me saying it once. It's like, let's listen again. Let's have the conversation about it. Let's chew on it. Let's really break this down. Let's get this in us so that we're all self-regulating and co-regulating in this magical world. I love life. I love life as you love life. I honor your deepest creation in this life. And I encourage you to love yourself and be yourself for the highest good. And I might pop on here tomorrow to help us self-regulate just for half an hour with a little organization power half hour, where we just put music on and we're both organizing at the same time. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, feel our hearts. Sometimes those hearts harden because that's what feels safer. And that's okay. Wednesday, 1:30 here. And if I come tomorrow for the organization half hour, it'll probably be around 11:30-ish, I'm thinking. All right, please stay connected. Let me hear what's going on with y'all. And see you tomorrow probably. And if not, I will see you Wednesday.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Hey y'all. All right, let's do the next video now, which is I was just doing some, let's see, hold on one second. Let's see, present. Thank y'all for hanging out. All right. Part 2. That's what we want. Here we go. Hey y'all. Hey Amanda. Sorry I'm late. I guess I have another class out of it because I've taken like 13 pages of notes for this class. Welcome if this is your first time. My name is Aviva Aleph Fife. I love life as you love life. I honor your deepest creation in this life. And I encourage you to love yourself and be yourself for the highest good. Notice your breath. Notice your heartbeats. Notice how you feel right now. Kitty is attending class from a distance. She is in the sunshine. She looks exactly like that meditating kitty video that I posted a few months ago of her just sitting right there meditating with us. So cute. Amazing. I don't understand how this creature is even a cat. All right. Notice that breath. Notice the heartbeat. Are you grounded right now? How are your EMFs doing? Just connect with yourself. How are you all? How do you feel? How's that love vibration treating you? Is it circulating within, around you? Helps to keep the channel moving and growing and better. something, but you know, I tried every la, 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 facelift today because that helps us enunciate. And that goes along with the theme of the children's song I just released, which is about enunciating the L. La, 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 la. Hi, Javi. Good afternoon to you. So my name is Aviva, and my intention is to be here with all of you today and to continue our conversation about self-regulation and how Qigong is a huge, huge assistance to that process, especially a daily discipline. What are your intentions? I'm going to slip away and get myself a drink while you all think about your intentions and share them in the chat box. And if you missed our first class on Monday, I definitely recommend checking it out after this one. Or if you're here, you know, after both of them, then do that one first and then come here. Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat. A little patient. Yum, 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 yum. Meow Meow's so hungry. Like, her appetite has been crazy the past couple of days. I've been feeding her so much and she's been licking her plate clean. I'm like, are you pregnant, girl? Do they just get hungry in the winter? So today we are going to be focusing on staying on task, what that means. That's one of the self-regulating abilities. And then also things we do that are impulsive coping mechanisms, but are possibly deregulating us. And then I think, you know, I think I'm going to do another class on how deregulating triggers can be handled through Qigong. And I think I also might want to do another class on specifically artists having a hard time self-regulating and why. Because I don't think we'll get to all that today. But let's see. We've got some intentions in the chat box. The in-chat-tions. Jabri Black's intention is to be here with you today. And it's a special day to be outside. Is it? Why is that? And he'd like some attention to his arms and feet today. I'm wondering what the temperature is. I'm going to look that up while the other intentions come in. Okay. It's 50 degrees outside right now in Georgia. And okay, it's going to freeze again tomorrow. But then it's going to come back up. Sunday, it's going to be 70 degrees, which is good because I have a gig outside. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. So when's it going to freeze today? Well, we are going to be at our high at 4 o'clock, supposedly. And by 9 o'clock, it's going to be 42. And by 6 a.m., it's going to be freezing again for a couple hours. And then it's actually not going to freeze on Thursday night again, supposedly. Just down to 33. So put your plants back out. Y'all been taking your plants inside? Yeah, it is a gorgeous, sunshiny day.
John Park for mayor? That means higher taxes and more debt. The wrong priorities. Brookhaven needs Lauren Kiefer, an experienced attorney, business, and community leader. Vote Lauren Kiefer for mayor. She'll get Brookhaven back on track.
Where is everyone? In the last class, we talked about how being able to recognize our gifts really helps us self-regulate. And I did an extracted video because that's how important I think that is. So before we start talking today, we're going to just do some normal Qigong stuff. A couple of mudras. We're going to breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in our intentions. Release resistance. Breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in our intentions. Release resistance. If I had to choose an organ that was affected by deregulation the most, I would say it's the heart and then the liver. So we're going to do the heart and liver mudras before we stand and do some motions today. We're going to do the heart chakra mudra, bringing the index finger down and connecting the thumb to the middle and the ring. And I also want to say that the book Mudras by Gertrude Hershey, I have linked in every single one of my descriptions, and that's the one that I use most of all. So you can go ahead and check that out if you're interested. I have people asking me about that all the time. This is our heart chakra mudra. Notice your breath. And I want you to notice that not only is the heart chakra about our heart health and the circulation of blood and feeling loved and feeling capable of loving and feeling strong enough to love and feeling courageous enough to receive love. It's also about creating rhythm. This is your dance chakra, one of them. It's also about having a rhythm in your life, a rhythm with your discipline, a rhythm with your organization. It's also about feeling the rhythm, the vibration of your energy, the movement. We say movement a lot. We don't say rhythm enough. We move through our emotions. There's also a rhythm to it. It's like peristalsis in the intestines. There's a similar rhythm in our hearts. And that's why it's more explains why the heart is paired with the small intestine. The very odd couple. Everything else is more obvious. The bladders with the kidneys, the liver with the gallbladder. The heart and the small intestine, which one doesn't belong? It should just be the heart and the pericardium. But the pericardium is with the triple heater. Isn't that interesting? It's very interesting because the heart and the small intestine, the yin and yang, and the pericardium and the triple yang. The pericardium is still yin. Isn't that interesting? But every part of the heart is so introverted, is so directed into us. It's one of the only things that giving and receiving are both so tender. The output and the input are both so tender, as opposed to like the bladder and the kidneys, right? The kidneys, the filtering, it's so yin. But the bladder is just like it's just flowing through it, so open. You can't just flow through the heart. You can't. You know, like you can't just, like grief. It doesn't just flow through you. It's intricately processed inside and chewed on for a while. As much as the small intestine intricately processes every single food you eat, unlike the colon, just pretty much poops it out. But the small intestine, all the different villi, it's so intricate. There's a different section in the small intestine for each mineral that you absorb. It's like the heart. There's different areas in the heart for each emotion to process it. Feel that? You feel that, Mudra? It's almost like the heart. It's almost like the antenna of the heart trying to reach out and understand. You know, it's like you're reaching out for support. It's not so easy to just process the emotions. It's like we process it with our ancestors. We process it with our community in healthy ways, hopefully. It's that interconnection that we all feel, the relationship. There's just as much relationship in your heart with everyone you come encounter to as there is with your small intestine, with everything you eat. You're literally eating the vibrations from your heart, from everyone that you interact with. You gotta be careful with who you surround yourself with. Just like you gotta be careful with what you eat. You know, sometimes I'll avoid, like if I can't self-checkout, I have issues. I'm OCD about self-checkout. Like I think I talked about this before. I don't want people touching my groceries all the time. I have to really vet them out in my mind. Like, okay. I mostly go to girls because guys tend to scratch their crotch or whatever. But like if I see a cashier like touching their face a lot or rubbing their nose, I'm like, I just don't want them to touch my groceries, right? But when Mercury has been in retrograde this week, it's like I didn't have a choice. It's like I had to go to these people that I didn't want to. Interesting lessons there. Your heart. What is your heart feeling? What is your heart experiencing? What is your heart digesting? Because all of that has to do with self-regulation as well, the rhythm. So many things are centered around our heartbeat, right? The blood pressure, the low, the high blood pressure. What creates the rhythm in your heart? The resting level. If your heart's beating too fast, what's happening? The cortisol. If you're super stressed out, what's your heart doing? All right, let's move to the liver mudra. The middle fingers are touching the thumb. The liver. That is like the regulator of the body. If you have deregulation issues, there are probably liver issues. Your liver works so hard to give you balance. The heart and the liver are both such organs of balance homeostasis. We are doing the liver mudra. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's go ahead and stand up. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. All right, we'll start with a little muscle tendon change, and then we're going to do some blooms and some chi walking. I'm going to save the talking for now. Let's just focus on the body, the breathing. Hands to your heart and circle down. And we're going to bring the hands up so the fingers are up. Relax the wrist. Relax the shoulders. We're going to relax that. We're going to go into it again. It's such an important one for our wrists. We're going to Relax the wrists up and down, all around.
The 2023 Kia Sorento. It's the perfect blend of style, comfort, and adventure. You'll be well equipped for any outing with Sorrento's flexible seating and storage options. Grab a fantastic offer and start your family's next adventure in a new Kia.
Hands to your heart and circle down. And hands up, fingers pointing out. Oh, I need to stretch. I'm working hard, y'all, on the cartoon lyric video for the song we just released about the llama. All right, wrists up, and down, all around. And circle your hands down, me and inside the young, and we're gonna hold an imaginary ball and bring it up an imaginary tube. And then push it higher, 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 higher. It's almost cold enough to do our snow bunny form. We should do that soon. Let's do it again. Okay. Wrist up, down. One more time. And push higher and higher. One of the ways Qigong helps you stay on task, even after Qigong, is because doing Qigong is staying on task. And so just doing the act of Qigong is so helpful to train yourself to stay on task. We're going to go right into the blooms. We're going to end this muscle tendon change form, just doing those two moves. We're going to go into the blooms. I'm going to do 100 of these. We're going to bring our hands towards our thighs and then open up like a flower right at the waist, or heart level, or above your head. Whatever feels best. I think I'm going to step away from the screen and do this outside because that'll feel so good. So we're doing 100. I will be back after 100. It takes about at least 5 minutes, maybe longer. Let's see. I'll do 25 with you and then I'll step away. All right, that's 25. So I'm going to step away and I guess I'll be back in around 7-ish, 8 minutes, maybe 9. Keep on going. We're going to do 100. Great job, everyone. Love 100 complete. The next thing we're actually going to do before we do chi walking is the facelift. All right. So we're just going to start by chewing. You're getting the juices flowing, which also helps to remineralize your teeth. All right, now you're going to bring your tongue around your teeth. Yeah, we'll do eye movement too. Hello, board. Both directions. Now we're going to stick the tongue out and in. No. No sugar cane. I love sugar cane. All right, now we're going to just massage like between the two upper and lower jaw. You can just like hold the pressure point and like move your mouth around. And open the face wide and close. Now we're going to tap under the eyes. Oh. If any triggers come up, feel free to like feel it, you know? Oh. I'm hiding moving. And then above the eyes, the eyebrows. Looks like I'm wearing rouge now, but I'm not. I'm not wearing rouge. It's just fingerprints of my acupressure. The frog is telling us we better feel rich. Oh yeah, right there, right there, right there. Oh. All right, next to the nostrils, gently press, let the fingers sink in. Hello, kitty cat. She's being all creepy. You being Halloween creepy, girl. She was like this. Looking for those lizards. All right, chin time. Chin, chinny, chin, chin, chin. Oh, yeah. Let it slowly just stretch out. Oh, that feels so good. Now tap the chin all around. But if you find a spot, hang out there. This is my spot, y'all. Oh, yeah. Dang. What is that? Look how red it's getting. I have so much stuff stored there. All right. Eyes up and down. Right and left. And squeeze and blank. All right, let's clear the lymph in our neck, and then we're going to stand and do some chi walking for 10 minutes, and then we'll do our little talk about self-regulation while we massage our feet. Open up the right hand in a V, bring it down, swallow, and then massage. Well, there goes all my highlighter, huh? Oh. Did I do 3 already? Let's do another one. Man, I could do 20 more. My shoulders need it. Other side. There's an opera singer in my shoulder. I think I got her out. All right, let's do some chi walking. Basically, the arms are just lifting up like zombies and down. And then you're going to add a little step. Just gently go in one direction and then the other direction. Okay. Let's just do this for 5 minutes. I'm actually going to go outside in the beautiful sunshine and do it. You all know what to do. I'll be back in 5. Get it.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams out of market.
All right, everyone. Good job. We have done the chi walking, and now we've got about 13 more minutes of class, and I'm going to take out my 13 pages of notes. Basically to inspire you, because self-regulation is not easy, especially when you're an artist. But what is self-regulation? All right, so we're going to rotate each toe in each direction and then pull the toe away from the foot. If you didn't come to my last class and you don't know what self-regulation is, it's basically being able to feel balanced in life by being regular, by being able to process your emotions in a healthy way, calm down after you get excited, rotate the whole ankle a few times in each direction, and staying on task. Pull the toes back and rub the bottom of the feet. It's the ability to understand and manage your behavior and your reactions to feelings and things happening around you. So it's affected not only by neurological issues, but also what you eat, what you're in denial of, if you're in an abusive environment. And things can just cause you to have shorts, short circuit. You might have emotional dysregulation if you're not self-regulating, and executive dysfunctions, not being able to carry out tasks. Rub between your toes. So when you are self-regulating, then you're able to react to your strong emotions in healthy ways, process them, get the support you need, cave up or hug someone. You might not know how to deal with your frustration, your excitement, your anger, your embarrassment. And you might not be flexible. You might not be spontaneous ever. And you might really lack patience. Those are some signs. It also might be really hard for you to respond to demands in life. Find a point on your foot, an acupressure point, and hold that for 20 seconds. You might not have emotional reactions that are socially tolerable or sufficiently flexible, like I said. And you might not be able to delay your spontaneous reactions as needed. Like when your sister makes you laugh at the Passover Seder and you can't control your laughter while everyone's talking some serious stuff. It's interesting. I do notice when people can't be spontaneous around me. That always is a little bit of a red flag because I like joking around and making people laugh. And if people don't get that signal, and they don't think it's funny and they just or they even get offended, and I don't do sarcastic humor. If they can't read that, then that might be okay, this person might not be self-regulating because they're stuck in something else. So they don't get the signals of a joke. All right. Rub around the ankles. That could also be some people I've hung out with that have been serious, drug addicts, like cokeheads or meth heads. They often don't laugh at my jokes either. Do you guys notice that? Because their serotonin receptors are burnt out. All right. So under the knee, a couple of fingers below, you're going to find a pressure point on the inside of your leg. People with the narcissistic behaviors, they might have a hard time being spontaneous too. And then post-traumatic stress issues can cause it as well. Perhaps forms of autism. And it could also be someone who just needs to control, they need to control themselves. So laughing at a joke is a spontaneous behavior. It's not planned. When someone jokes at you in the middle of nowhere, it's wait, I didn't expect that to be part of the conversation. I had this controlled plan of what was going to happen. If someone's experiencing a lot of shock or, again, grief, if you're in grief, let's go above the knee on the outside of the leg and hold a point there, 3 to 5 fingers above the knee on the outside of the leg. Oh, that's the point. Breathe into that. So yeah, if someone's in grief or shock, it's hard for them to hear spontaneity as well because they're in this cloud of gloom, or if they're very depressed. For example, a lot of the clients that I work with when I do personal organizing, it's grief related. And it's like so much harder for them to organize their stuff because a loved one just passed away and they don't, like, it's just, they're frozen. It's like a lot harder to be spontaneous with stuff because all those feelings are mixed into it. And I noticed spontaneity is, okay, first of all, just tangible self-regulations make it hard to be spontaneous. Like for me, I'm having some financial issues right now. So it's harder for me to be like, okay, yeah, let me spontaneously go out to dinner. No, I can't afford that right now, like stuff like that. But emotionally, when I'm able to be spontaneous around people, I see that as a huge green flag. Like, oh, I could totally get along with this person because I could just be me. I could just be spontaneously weird. And I notice that it's usually around someone that I feel very accepted around and not judged. And that's a really good thing to notice. Maybe I should dedicate. I think I might have a Qigong class called Spontaneous Qigong. All right, let's brush down. Some people have written about self-regulation. Some psychologists say that there's 4 types of self-regulation. The first is self-monitoring, like being able to assess yourself, kind of record yourself, notice what you're doing in your life. Perhaps that goes along with being able to accept criticism, huh? Let's go to the other leg. Hit the bottom of that foot. Self-instruction is another category, which is like self-talk. Rotate each toe a few times in each direction. If you're talking to yourself, you're doing a good job of self-regulating. And pull the tug away from your foot. Pull the toe away from your foot. The third one is goal setting, like being able to set goals. My goals tend to be unrealistic AF, so maybe I have issues in that category. But like I was saying last time, that to-do list, that goal list, being able to set goals at all, though, is a good sign. Like when you don't have any goals at all and you just don't even have that fishing rod or any fish in mind at all, that could be a sign that you're not self-regulating, like you're just not dealing with life. And then the fourth one is self-reinforcement. So being able to encourage yourself, cheer yourself on. It's really nice to have other people cheer you on too. But that's pretty much what the first class was about. Monday's class was very much about knowing your gifts and reinforcing them and anchoring to them. Great, Jeffrey. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rotate your whole ankle a few times in each direction. I would say self-reinforcement is also maybe about being able to attend to your needs. Bring the toes back and rub the bottom of the feet. Being able to relax, being able to eat. Okay, so this is cool. This next article talked about self-regulating strategies, methods for managing the self. And there's 8 things. And I would say that 7 out of the 8 are all covered in Qigong. So basically doing Qigong is completely strategies to self-regulate. And I'm going to prove it to you because I'm going to read them off. Rub between the toes. Number 1, consciously attending to your breathing and relaxing. That's what we do in Qigong.
YouTube Music is a music app made by YouTube, and it's your key to over 80 million official songs.
Find a point on your foot, an acupressure point, and hold that for 20 seconds. Exercise is number 2. That's what we do in Qigong. We're exercising. Number 3, movement. That's what we do in Qigong. We're moving. Number 4, awareness of your body sensations. That's what we do in Qigong. We become aware of our sensations. Number 5, attending to care for your body and nutrition. We talk about nutrition, but we are actively caring about our body in this class. So that 5 ways to regulate already on the list. Number 6, meditation and prayer are ways to self-regulate. We're absolutely meditating in this class. Number 7, we might kind of do, but it's a category of itself. It's self-expression. I'm expressing myself by teaching. But it's like art stuff, music stuff, dance stuff, writing. We sometimes dance. But that's probably not exactly covered by just doing Qigong. And then the 8th is just caring and nurturing self-talk. And I do encourage you to do that, to think positively about yourself while you take this class. And if you don't, that's definitely something to work on. And then you're doing 7 out of 8 self-regulatory techniques. Tap, 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 tap. So being deregulated, I thought of some fun analogies. Like, what is it like? If you cook something on the stove, find a point under the knee on the inside of the leg, like 2 or 3 fingers below the knee, and then hold that for 20 seconds. And then once it's done, you take it off. When you take the pan off the stove, you stick it in the sink, but then you leave the stove on. That is like deregulating. You know how, like, do you ever talk to someone and something's still bothering you from years ago? And they're like, let it go. That still bothers you. Like, you're still annoyed by that person. That could be like you kept the stove on. It's like, why can't you turn it off? Why are you torturing yourself, right? Because what would happen if you actually left the stove on? First of all, you'd run out of gas. It would be a very expensive gas bill if it's a gas stove. Second of all, you might burn the house down, right? So comparatively, if you leave these emotions on after they've already processed and they've already cooked, okay, then it bleeds into the moment and it can burn the house down in all your relationships, which is very costly also, right? So it's a similar thing. Here's another analogy. All right, let's tap that out. I love and approve of myself, even though I might be emotionally dysregulated, I still love and accept myself deeply. Oh yeah. Brush. And now we're gonna do on the outside of the leg above the knee. We're gonna find a point like 1 to 5 fingers above, more like 2 to 5 fingers above on the outside, and then hold that for 20 seconds. Another analogy is like making a baby. Takes like 9, some say 10 months, you know, depending on the moon cycle or whatever. Well, what if you make the baby and then you never birth it out? And then it's just stuck in you and never comes out. That's similar to being emotionally dysregulated, because like we create things in our lives, like emotional realities. And what if they're held in after they're formed? Then they're stuck in there. We never get the joy of experiencing the other side. We stay totally yin, no yang, right? It could be about, you know, the ideas that we've formed but never expressed them. Creative projects that never got delivered. Hello, key of you. I'm very dysregulated with that project. Finishing songs but never sharing them. Right? All right, Jeffrey, see you later. There's a mechanism in you when you're not self-regulating that basically learned so deeply to hold things in, like that's your safe space. Letting them out isn't safe, right? So it feels like a threat to even turn off the stove. Even though it's obviously threatening to keep it on, it also feels like a threat for some reason to turn it off. And it also feels like a threat to birth something out. So that's a hard thing to get over. So tap down, up and down. Maybe even following through with a task doesn't feel safe. But obviously, obviously, if you don't birth the baby, if you don't turn off the stove, if you don't follow up with you don't follow through with the task, and you don't have anyone else in your life that can, then it ends up hurting you. You know, I know a lot of couples co-regulate because they can't self-regulate in certain ways, so the other person co-regulates for them. It's a little bit different than codependency. Codependency is something else. It's people pleasing, even though I think a lot of people say codependency when they mean co-regulation. Tap, 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 tap the bottom of your foot. So when you don't have someone to like, I think that's like marriage, like someone might not be able to take care of themselves and feed themselves and do the dishes. So that's someone's role. And then the other person can't take care of themselves by paying the bills. And so that's the other person's role. And they have these self-regulating categories that they do for each other. But if you have to do everything for yourself, you eventually learn that doing the self-regulatory things like birthing the projects, expressing the emotions, following through the tasks, eventually you learn that doing them, the rewards and the benefits and the successes and the feeling healthy completely outweigh those fears. They completely outweigh those risks that you felt taking them, the riskiness that it felt. But it's uncomfortable and it's foreign to do it if you don't do it. But you just have to be patient with yourself and realize that practice makes perfect. The more you practice doing the follow through, the birthing, the releasing, putting it out there in the world. It's scary. I just released a song yesterday. It's like, I got it out there. And the more we do that, the more we evolve into being more regulatory. And it does feel like you're jumping in the water, like the frog song analogy again. You got to feel your feelings, but yeah, it feels like you're jumping into water and you're not going to want to do it until you're in. And then you're like, oh, this feels kind of good, actually. Now I don't want to get out, right? But it's evolution, it's education, it's choices, it's, feeling those rewards. And I'm going to go into this in a class about how to get through the triggers that cause you to deregulate. But literally, if you've been rewarded through deregulation, like if someone rewards you with giving you candy when you do something that actually was bad for you, that's like a double whammy deregulation that's hard to unwind and untangle and reboot yourself and reprogram yourself to see, okay, wait, those are like, let me do like the reverse and regulate and reward myself for regulating. Anyway, like let's just simplify with other ways we evolved, like choosing to eat with a fork instead of your hands. Like over time you realize, okay, that might be better for me. The rewards of having clean hands and health, might outweigh the risks of using this new utensil and feeling weird about it. Choosing to sit down to eat, choosing to only hold your plate instead of like holding other things while you're eating. I don't know. Not browsing your cell phone while you're trying to go to sleep. Eating dessert before dinner might not help you digest your food. Sauerkraut before dinner might be better. So over time, your body adapts and evolves and you feel the benefits of doing these things. Learning how to stop working when your body starts hurting. Got to work on that. My hands suffer repetitive stress. Anyway, I'm only 6 pages into my notes, so we're going to do another self-regulating class on Monday because I do need to get going. But thank you so much for joining me today. And I do hope to see you on Monday. We're going to go ahead and end class and spread out the love. And yeah, if you want to know more about what's going on with the cannabis legalization and medical stuff in Georgia, then I'm probably going to live stream 4. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you're watching this. Welcome. Welcome to part 3 of this Qigong class. Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm getting deep with this. I'm getting really, really deep with this. Oh, kitty cat's munching on her food over there. Her second breakfast, little hobbit girl. Thanks for being here, Amanda. I love that bumping elbow emoji. That's so cute. I've never seen it before. So, wow. I feel like this has become a very popular topic because self-regulating has been such a deprivation in our culture. I think that a lot of us have been and still are.
I love trying to find my contact lenses without my contact lenses.
With 20% off.
Being regulated by this artificial reality, and it's it's ironic because right now I'm actually working on a video for the artificial intelligence regulation that's going on in the bills, and literally there's an artificial intelligence regulation going on with our emotions, and it has been for I think since I was born, as I'm reviewing the material and figuring out all these ways people are emotionally regulating or not. And I think what happens when we grow up in a society that's materialistic and artificial, we actually regulate in artificial ways as well to get our needs met. And the only way to actually truly self-regulate is to recognize how we're doing that and stop doing that, because that's causing deregulation. Anyway, another way you can describe it is to say there's indirect regulation going on, which means that you're trying to regulate by addressing a surface issue, and you're regulating things on the surface indirectly, and it's not totally getting to the deeper regulatory need. Anyway, let's get started. I don't want to just throw all this information in your brain. I want you to really be here with your whole body as well, physically, emotionally, spiritually. So let's check in, let's tap in. Oh my gosh, even the expression tap in, that's what they're using with EFT. They're tapping in the belief that you are so worthy of love. You are deeply accepted and appreciated. And if you're not feeling deeply and accepted and appreciated, I think you might be artificially regulating, right? It all comes together. This masterpiece of a life, I tell you. Whew. Direct self-regulation, that's what we're talking about, instead of artificial and indirect regulation. And that's why I needed a part 3 and maybe even a part 4, because we talked about self-regulating, but we did not talk about the artificial regulation. And I felt like that needed a whole other class. It's what happens when you're triggered. When we're triggered, we start regulating in artificial ways. And there are ways that you can actually regulate in direct, full of integrity ways when you're triggered. And it does not include oversharing. And it does not include doing drugs or doing something to change your emotions, whether it's legal drugs or not legal drugs. And I think a lot of there are people who are on psychiatric drugs that are regulating, and then there are some that are deregulating from them, and it just all It's all a balance, right? It's all a complicated balance, and the thing that we want to do is talk about it and figure it out because we're all in this together, right? So we're going to notice our breath. We are going to notice our heartbeats. And we're going to break this down. This is going to be a fun class, but it's going to be a little bit gooey. Because we're going to have to face some things that we might have never faced if we're truly listening and hearing these words. Good morning, Jeffrey. Amanda. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. I am feeling slightly chilly, so I'm going to go get a sweater and I'll be right back. I want you all to think about what your intentions are for class today. I look so much more official in this. I should put this on the thumbnail. All right, beautiful people. Notice your breath. Notice your heartbeats.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes and cheeks and
Connect with what it is you might be struggling with today and what you need from class, from producing your connection to your chi and for harvesting more of your chi. What do you need? And I'm just going to add here, if you are stuck in this loop of harvesting your chi for someone else and not having it directly loop into yourself, then you're probably artificially regulating, indirectly regulating through that other force that you are giving your energy to, that you are expecting to help you in some way, help you regulate. And so that's why I'm calling this class, being free and interdependent instead of codependent. So if you have codependent tendencies, which means you are pleasing other people to get your needs met, because you're hoping that all the energy that you're harvesting and giving them will somehow come back to you in chi ball or whatnot, then it might help for you to realize that we are all interdependent. Meaning, what's the point of living life all by ourselves? It's all about connecting with each other. And so if you are a people pleaser, what you're doing is two things against interdependency. You are, one, not recognizing the gifts that other people have to give because you're just pushing your energy on them instead of really embracing what their energy is without you. And two, you are ignoring your own energy and gifts because you're throwing them away by giving your energy to someone else. If you don't hold on to your energy, you don't have fuel for your gas burner. It's like it's like if you have a stove with 4 gas burners and you're flooding the gas in one burner, so it's like turning on too much, and then the other burner doesn't work at all. Let's say there's 2 burners actually, because it has no gas. So it's a lose-lose situation instead of a win-win. All right, so let's go with the intentions. If you realize you're interdependent, then you're not giving the other person more energy, and you're just both your burners work. They don't have to connect with each other. I mean, the gas all comes from the same source, but it's evenly distributed in the burners. I like that analogy. It's amazing what class brings out. in our brains. My name is Aviva, and my intention is to be here for all of you today and to embrace direct self-regulation and release the artificial regulation, the illusion. Can we do it? Will this be an epic class? At the end of this class, is the whole world going to be heaven on earth? I don't know. Anything is possible. Jabri's intention is to be here with you today, and he would like some attention to his hands and feet today. He hurt his hand a little from drumming yesterday. The word yes is in yesterday. Yes? Okay, Amanda. Her intention is to keep chugging along. Chugga, chugga, choo, choo. I got a song for you. This little wreck of bush, she'll still get some. She isn't off her rail. She's still on the trail. She's following the crumbs. And I'm happy for you. It seems like you knew just what to do. You aren't dumb. You'll still get some. Oh my gosh. I just lost a viewer from singing that song. My views just went down from 2 to 1, even though YouTube is lying to me. I know there's more people watching. YouTube, stop artificially regulating me, okay? So annoying. All right, y'all. So let's see what happens if I change the thumbnail. Maybe we'll get more people here. Hmm? Hmm? How about this? Oh, I can't do it. And let's see what happens. I did get your intention. You didn't hear me? Did you go away for a minute? Did you leave me? Let's see. Do 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 do. And I'm happy for you. It seems like you know. I don't know if I could change the thumbnail during the stream. I've never done that before. You aren't dumb. You'll still get some. It's just not right. But you're cold as ice. Your character leaves me thinking twice. That song is on Spotify. It's called Little Red Caboose by Viva and the Flying Penguins. All right, it's not letting me change the thumbnail. Let me try one more thing. Because we want people to come here and co-regulate with us in this very important class. Yes, yes, yes. Invite your friend. Ooh, we did it. We changed the thumbnail. I think this will bring more people. I look more official in this. You've got to focus on class when you come to class, Jabri. All right. Any other intentions?
John Park for mayor? That means higher taxes and more debt. The wrong priorities.
All right, let's get started. Let's breathe in our intentions. We're already so late because of me. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. Breathe in your intentions. The more you can focus on class, the more you'll get out of it. So you don't have to apologize to me. It's your own power that you're building. Breathe in and release. It's truly dangerous when we're stuck in an artificial regulation mode. It causes us to be numb to reality, to allow wars to happen, genocides to happen. We get so confused because we're having this emotional delay of a reaction. We can't handle things right away. We don't know how to handle them. So we numb out. And it's complicated. So hopefully we'll just start to fix that together, slowly and surely, so that there's no option but peace on earth. The only reason why, war is accepted is because we're not fully feeling what's going on. And we're replacing the artificial regulatory survival needs with our emotional spirit needs. And then we lose the connection to our spirit. Miracles are not as disconnected as people think. They're not as random as people think. Miracles are simply connecting again with spirit and not being attached to the illusion of this reality. Because in other realities, what you think simply becomes the reality so much quicker. So be careful what you're thinking. So see if you can just connect with your energy, your chi, as you're sitting or standing, and just allow that energy, that gas burner, to be on in you, giving you energy. And when you do that, you are filled with compassion, you are filled with just strength, courage. You're filled with self-acceptance, appreciation, and love, and accepting others and loving others so deeply as you feel that energy in you. It's when you don't feel the energy in you that you're artificially regulating. You're guessing. You're throwing a dart. You don't even know what the target is. Okay. I hope that I can be a co-regulator. I think there are not a lot of mainstream co-regulators out there. And I think there are people that help to co-regulate, but they're not pure co-regulators. They have their own agendas. The only one I can really think of is Mr. Rogers. I think he has been an incredible mainstream co-regulator, which is not as mainstream as it used to be. I think we have people in our own lives that aren't famous that help to co-regulate us truly and deeply and with integrity, like my Aunt Clary. And we all hopefully have at least one. But, you know, so many people are struggling. We can't blame them for not being co-regulators. We just hope that we can become that for the other person by getting rid of our codependencies and our artificial regulators so we can be deeply and presently regulating. So I guess the theme of this class, besides that, is how to regulate when we're triggered. Because when we're triggered, we have a short. We have a short in our system. And that short leads us to feel judged, unloved, and drained. Which is not regulated. So how do we deal with that?
Optimism is a funny thing. It's not what you call an easy path. Life is too full of setbacks and chaos to feel optimistic. Yet if you do decide to take yourself to the very edge of what's possible, and dive in, smile first. Well, that's when the good stuff starts. Optimism is a hard thing to choose. But once you do, you'll see why life's good.
Biore blemish patches. Absorb pus and oil for visible results.
Besides doing Qigong. Let's get into the heart chakra mudra as we talk about this. Thumb to the middle and the ring, and the index finger comes down to the bottom of the thumb. Okay, here are some great tools that I got on an article online that really sums it up well. I think I added my own to it too, but number one, create space. Create space. Emotions are happening so fast. So how do you create space? You know, just say time out. We will resume this maybe in an hour, but give me some time to regulate my emotions. Like, literally, you can use that language. Hey, I need a timeout. I'm triggered. I need to go regulate my emotions, and I'll come back and talk to you. What does acting out on the triggers do? It doesn't create space. You might immediately start texting someone over and over again, or calling them over and over again, or rushing to social media and oversharing instead of taking your time to regulate what's going on, because you have the power. Number two, after you've created space, name what you feel. Be aware. If you feel angry, that's okay. See, when we're triggered, we automatically judge that anger because we think to ourselves, I'm being mean. I'm directing these darts at a person with my own anger. But if you take the space, you will probably come to the conclusion that you have a right to feel angry because you feel violated, but you're not going to take it out on anyone else. You're going to own that anger and process it and scream in a pillow and not direct it towards anyone because that doesn't help, especially if they're just the trigger and not the actual issue. So once you start feeling your anger, you might recognize, okay, this is coming from something else. I don't feel good enough. I'm poor. I'm hungry. I'm mad at myself for making this mistake from 5 years ago that I never felt about. You know, once you start feeling whatever you're feeling, then you can name it and you can accept it and love it and respect it and thank it and honor it and praise it even. And after you've thanked yourself for the emotions that you're having, because emotions are regulators, and perhaps you find the deeper reason for it, and if not, that's okay too. You don't have to connect the emotion to anything if you're just honoring it and letting it go through. It's like when you take a crap. Are you analyzing it and being like, oh, that came from the chicken I ate? No, you just let it go. Same with emotions. You don't have to be like, oh, that came from my third grade teacher. I mean, you can if you want. Recognize it, why not? But you can also just let it go. And when we're triggered and we're oversharing and we're taking it out on other people and we're taking it out on ourselves, we're actually not letting it go. We're deregulating and we're pushing it in deeper. We're like, I don't want that chicken to come out of me. And then after you recognize your emotions, you practice mindfulness. But it's really hard to practice mindfulness if you've got these emotions swirling around like a tornado, like an earthquake. So what does practicing mindfulness look like? Take 20 minutes of a qigong bath, take an actual bath. Be aware of your feelings, and then you're so much healthier and able to share possibly something on social media, but you don't feel like the urge, like, oh, that's something I need, because you're taking care of your needs and you feel mindful. And if you're being mindful, you might realize that mindfully it's impossible to share your own experiences because you don't want to be vulnerable. Like it creates a vulnerability that you don't deserve. You don't deserve to put it out there and be vulnerable like that. You're opening yourself up to possible more triggers and wounding and being seen in a way that you're not really being seen as a victim instead of a strong, powerful column of light that you are. And you run that risk. When you're being mindful, then you're aware that you're creating energy with every thought, every written word, every spoken word. And it just feels so good to be in that mindfulness instead of deregulating with some kind of prose that doesn't serve your highest good. Right? Whew. All right, let's do the liver mudra and then we'll jump into our Wuji Gong. Middle and ring to thumb. That's our liver mudra. Liver health is so important, connected to our big toes, connected to our hormonal regulation, connected to our sleep cycle, connected to our processing of fats and digestion, get that liver some energy with this muja. Feel it opening up. Feel it being nurtured and nourished and hugged and embraced and loved and smiled upon, and see your liver smiling back at you. So, what are some forms of artificial regulation? This is where it gets complicated, and we might need a part 4. I think we're going to need a part 4 because you're probably tired of hearing me talk, and we want to jump into our Qigong regulating exercises. So, I'm going to give you all a break from my voice, but maybe by the time we get to the absorbing the energy from the earth part of the Wujigong, I might start to talk about some of the artificial regulators that we cling to. And you probably have examples in your own life that I haven't even written down. So please feel free to share in the chat and the comments below what you think you've been using to artificially regulate your life. And don't be ashamed, we all are doing it. Because if we were all self-regulating, I'm telling you, this would be heaven on earth. So let's break it down and figure it out and help each other. So we start to co-regulate in beautiful ways, or continue in some cases. So let's get to our feet. Grab a bathroom break if you want. Grab a hydration break. We're going to get started with the Wujigong, which I learned from Grandmaster Fu when he was visiting here from China teaching. And speaking of teachers, if you all would like to help regulate this channel, I'm going to drop a donation link in the chat. And my Cash App is not working right now. So if you have another way, do that. But I'm hoping the Cash App will be fixed by later today. So if that's the only way, go for it. I also have a Venmo. And even if you can just shoot me $1, that would be amazing. If you can't, that's okay too. I'm looking to get 9 more members of this channel, which is just $2.99 a month. That would help me so much to regulate in my reality. So that would be an amazing way to co-regulate with me and this knowledge. So whatever you can do, and you being here helps me as well. So don't feel like you have to do anything, but know that it helps so much. All right, get your space ready, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Are you self-employed or run a small business? Do you want an easy way to create professional invoices?
You know, one way is that people artificially deregulate, it's not even a term, is like, let's say you're talking about someone else and you're like, oh, John is such a player. And then the person that's triggered is like, are you calling me a player? And you're like, wait, I never even said it was you. But then they like totally deregulate, they derail, they block you because they thought you were talking about them. That's just like a very black and white example of what a lot of things that happen is people take things the wrong way, and then they just completely spiral down. All right, so, and we do that to our own selves too. We're just like, we blame ourselves for so much. Block out the light, the deregulating stage light here. Okay, we're going to put our yin hand, which is right for women and left for men, under the belly button, and then the other on top. Feet are shoulder width apart. You're pressing in and you're gently coming up and down. Examples of artificial deregulation. Artificial regulation, which is deregulation. I know I said I would stop talking, but literally just wanting things for attention, money, power, fame, plastic surgery are artificial ways to regulate. And I'm not saying they can't help you manage your reality in some ways and maybe help your confidence and whatnot. But are they regulating your emotional reality? I'm not sure. I don't think so. You're going to have to deal with that beyond that. And if you get all those things and you feel good about them, you might not have as much motivation to regulate your emotions, your heart space. Bottom hand out, facing up, top facing down, and shake, 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 shake. And then shake, shake, shake. Shake it all out. Then come to stillness. Then bring the left shoulder down. You can barely see it. You're just feeling it. And then the right shoulder down and release, going back and forth. And roll the left shoulder back 3 times. And the right. The left. And the right. And the left. And the right. And the left. And the right. And both at the same time. And then float the arms down like feathers. Good job. Allow the face to relax, lips to part, little smile. Oh my gosh. That is so crazy how congested I get just from all the editing that I'm doing. I gotta figure out how to work so I'm not completely crunching up my body around and around. Keep going. Button it up. Good job. I'm going to come up halfway and reverse. How are y'all doing with your daily practices? You're getting your chi on, even when you're even not on Mondays and Wednesdays? Are you tapping in that chi?
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams out of market.
Bring your hands over your head. Fingers are spread. Absorb that chi, that light that's yours. And see if you can get it all the way into your lower dantian so that it can't be pushed onto anyone else's energy that would flood their ability to light their own flame. Get it into you. Come down. Relax the shoulders. Rock back and forth, absorbing the energy from the earth. Relax your toes, relax your whole foot. Feeling that liver energy run down the insides of your legs. Down to your big toe, wrapping around that big toe. Feeling the insides of your legs open up. That's why we do the straddle exercise with our legs out. That's for the liver. All right, we're going to lift that left heel up. Again, feeling that inside of the leg, feeling nice and strong with that earth energy. And we're going to rotate that left knee to the right, relaxing both shoulders. And let's talk about addiction. Addiction is something that we do in hopes of getting regulation, but it ends up deregulating us. If you use it beyond a simple need of regulation, and instead to emotionally escape and to have an artificial regulation. For example, I don't think it's totally deregulating that I bribe myself sometimes. I motivate myself to finish videos and whatnot with little snacks. If I have a really hard time focusing, I have choices. Maybe spraying myself with my Bach flower blend, maybe doing some matrix therapy will help me focus on my mission. But sometimes I'm like, hey, girl, I've got this bag of pretzels. Let's just munch and work on the video. And I'm like, okay. All right, other direction. And that's what helps me to stay on task. Staying on task is very hard when we're emotionally deregulated. But if I end up just eating the pretzels and not doing my task, then that didn't work. And now I'm more emotionally deregulated because I've suppressed an emotion through my oral fixation or whatnot, and I didn't get any work done. So I don't feel like I achieved something which might emotionally regulate me, right? Drop that left heel down, lift the other heel up, and rotate that knee to the left. I gotta sneeze.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play, so you can watch videos while breathing.
But it gets even deeper. Kind of like the short that I did on YouTube that I released last week, that I extracted, I think, from Wednesday's video, where I talk about our gifts being so important to express, and how when we don't express them, we're like double whammy deregulated, because the gifts help us regulate. Thank you for the blessing. Which is being deregulated on YouTube, because like originally it had like 20 views and now it's down to 14. So for some reason they're suppressing that video, which we should pay attention to. They're not co-regulating. So that's like a double whammy deregulation, just like addictions are. Check this out. Let's rotate the other direction. Sugar, so pretty, so cute, so sweet, so comforting, so causing of a natural high. Well, it's not a natural high, causing of a sugar high, exciting. And so that might help us like focus for a moment and get something done and feel good for a moment if we're depressed. But here's the double whammy. Back in the original scenario, when we might have been abused, when we might have experienced a trauma, there might have been sugar in that event that helped you to cope back then. All right, now bringing the legs together, knees together, bend, and rotate to the left with both feet, with both legs. So if it could also be from an abuser. Like the dentist has lollipop for you. Like the doctor has sugar for you to make it seem less traumatic, like getting examined. Like the bank has sugar for you because it's like traumatic having all this money being controlled in weird ways. You might have experienced an abuse, trigger warning, and then after the abuser abused you, they gave you sugar. So you feel almost like this weird false sense that you deserve something, that someone owes you something after you feel abused by them. And not only that, you might be able to excuse the abuse because you've gotten something out of it, a reward out of it, like Pavlov's dog. It's this really crazy thing that goes on with your brain. And it's not fun and it's not healthy. And let's go the other direction. So that adds to the deregulation that you experience when you eat that possible sugar, when you eat that possible thing that gives you a rush.
YouTube Music Premium is like a force field letting you play your songs ad-free. So you'll never hear about Shrimp Scampi specials while getting your haze on. Get YouTube Music Premium.
It's complicated. So when you remove that sugar, when you remove the addiction, when you remove having that as a crutch, what you're also removing is the delusion that the reward makes up for the abuse. There, I said it. Bring your feet shoulder width apart and gently rock back and forth. The delusion that that comfort food makes up for whatever abuse you experience and makes it okay. Nope, nothing makes abuse okay. So when you have that in your mind, that if I eat this, it makes the abuse okay, you are turning that knife inside your stomach that is already there. You are hurting yourself with the addiction. Get it? You're allowing yourself to hurt yourself because it's a double whammy. You think that that makes the abuse okay. You think that that fills your deficit. But what you're doing is you're not only hurting yourself with that poison, you're also hurting yourself with the belief that anything would make that abuse okay. Nothing makes it okay. No matter how much you get, you know, it could be money. Someone might give you thousands of dollars so that they can physically abuse you. They might. And if you believe that that makes the abuse okay in your mind, because you need that money to survive or whatnot, you're not emotionally regulating. You're deregulating yourself. Nothing makes the abuse okay. And when you believe that, you have more integrity. And when you have more integrity, you have more of the ability to create that money for yourself, to create the life for yourself that you want. Here's what happens. If you excuse an abuse with the reward that you're getting, whether it's sugar or fame, right? If you excuse that abuse, then you're never facing it. Thanks for the thumbs up. We're rocking back and forth. We're keeping our feet planted in the ground. I know this is deep. This is hard to hear. But if you're excusing that abuse, you're still creating a belief that on some level, it's okay to be abused in that way. Because you're getting a reward from it. And that's what can create multiple personalities, people. That's what can create disassociation from reality, because you're literally not grounded. If you were really grounded in reality, you'd be able to say, that person abused me. That was wrong. That needs to be handled. I'm angry. I have a right to be angry. That person violated me. That company violated me. The music industry violated me. I have a right to be angry by the frequency that was pushed on me. Right? Oh, but no, you're crazy. You're crazy to say that, because the whole society is artificially regulating, and you need to accept the abuse because we're giving you rewards in this reality. You could be on American Idol. That's why it annoys me so much when people say that to me. Oh, you should be on American Idol. Okay, so you want me to deregulate in order to get this award of fame by sacrificing my own intuitive powers with my music so that I can be idolized? It's not about being idolized. It's about me expressing my heart. It's not about me getting fame. It's like this whole FU being a musician, being a real artist, because there's this awards show. I'm being induced in the Hall of Fame with some academia award thing in May, and they're like sending me tickets to go to LA. It's like, it's all BS. And I know it, like I don't need an award for my music. Are there plumbing awards? It's just a way to say, like, this is how musicians are in this society. They're being paraded around. And it's complicated. And so that could be happening with you and your own emotions, like just with really microscopic ways, you know? Like you might be accepting the rewards of, oh, I'm employee of the month, but I'm still not making a livable wage. But woohoo, there's all these ways that companies try to kind of boost up and reward you and award you for being essentially a slave. And I'm not saying it's not what we have to do right now to survive. It might be, but how is it affecting your emotional regulation? Hey, Patrick.
John Park for mayor? That means higher taxes and more debt. The wrong priorities. Brookhaven needs Lauren Kiefer, an experienced attorney, business, and community leader. Vote Lauren Kiefer for mayor. She'll get Brookhaven back on track.
I can't read the whole thing, so I'm gonna have to there we go. Love the jacket. Thank you. So it's hard to ground and be like, that's sweet of you to give me this gift of fame or this gift of employee of the month to have this attention on me. But that's like eating sugar. It's not like a grounded, nurturing thing for you. It's like this is a little high that, gets me a little recognition and attention, but it's not really like giving me energy to be my best self. Maybe I'm wrong. But essentially, when you are doing the drug, which is potentially an award that you're giving yourself for ignoring the deeper feelings that you've gotten from abuse and just being able to sweep them under the rug and pacify yourself, then what you're doing is you're deregulating even more by choosing that reward, that drug, over your deep feelings, your deep integrity, being able to be fully present with the love that you have for yourself and others. All right, we're going to just stand in our power, stand in that earth energy. And essentially, you will lack integrity. And it's not intentional. I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm not saying you're a thief. I'm not saying you're a horrible person. But I'm saying that you do lack a deep integrity by being in denial of the abuse because you're excusing it with the reward on a deeply subconscious, unconscious level. But people like me can feel it when you get around me. Anyone who's done the work will smell it on you, and they'll be like, ugh, this is yucky to be around. I just don't want to be around you, because every time you express, it just feels fake emotionally to be around people like that. And sometimes deeply offensive, because their lie could be harming you on a deep, unconscious, subconscious level, because you're seeing the truth. And they so deeply don't want to see the truth and to want to deny the truth and embrace the sugar as a way to feel love. So they might throw little subconscious darts at you so that they don't have to feel it. Oh, it's complicated. Whew. But essentially, what not facing it does, and not facing your denials does, which is really hard to do, which is why I'm here for you with matrix therapy, and other people are here for you. It's not easy to do on your own. But when you're not facing those scenarios full on and honoring your feelings, what you're also doing is you are accepting a certain state of being out of control. And look, I'm dealing with this right now. It's like we all feel out of control in certain ways in our life. But the only way to get in control is to stop accepting the control from others by accepting because you're accepting their abuse. So how do you break free? How do you break the chains? How do you say you no longer control me? I am free, is by feeling those feelings. Feeling those feelings and not shaming yourself for it. And you can't feel those feelings if you keep on accepting the reward for it. If you keep on doing your addiction, you can't feel those feelings. I know it seems hard, but it's easier than you think. And I know it's painful, but it's so elating when you feel through the pain and you don't have to feel that pain anymore. It's like literally taking a thorn out of you that's been in you forever, and it's so freeing. You cling so hard to that sugar. Even sugar. Sugar is such an intense drug. We don't realize it because it rewards us. We cling so hard to our little junk foods. Or heroin. Maybe you're doing a heavier drug. I don't know. But that dependency is just as real to feel any sense of joy. You can't feel the joy without that sugar because you haven't gotten that thorn of abuse out of you. You haven't faced it. And you're just so much in torture because of that, even subconsciously, that you cling so hard, extra hard to that sugary joy. Because that extra bit of enthusiasm, let's move on to alchemizing humanity. Hands in front of your belly button, about 2 fists away, and we're going to circle to the left. That extra bit of enthusiasm, check this out. Metaphysically, physically, it takes up more space.
Shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes and cheeks and mouth and
skilled professional.
It takes up space. So it makes it easier to be here, to pretend, to believe the lie, because it's taking up the space where the memory of the abuse would live. It's like kicking out the abuse like it was a roommate in your house and replacing it with this like seemingly like enthusiastic, awesome roommate who's like, here's some sugar, here's some meth, here's some heroin, here's some weed, you know. Anything can be a drug. Like, I still don't think it should be illegal, just like I don't think sugar should be illegal. It's an option that you have as a roommate to be like, hee, I'm so happy. Hee. And so you don't even face that toxic roommate that you think you've kicked out, but it's still sitting in the corner, actually festering. And the sugar's just louder and prettier. So that's what you look at and you notice, but you know that Grinch is still there in the corner, causing you misery and torture. It just seems to be taking up less space. It's in the corner. Let's go the other way. So you're just believing the lie that the sugar is happiness and pure happiness, but you're not going to have pure happiness unless both of those roommates are gone and then replaced with your calm spirit in there, your spiritual calm, your peace of mind, because you have dealt with the issue. You no longer believe the lie that the sugary drug is happiness, because that was just a way that you coped with the misery that you had no idea how to regulate. And since you can't regulate it, you numbed it instead, and sometimes with another feeling that you conjure up. Often with substance, but even without. You don't have to be doing sugar. You don't have to be doing a drug to conjure up this fake roommate. It could be a manic episode. You could be manic because you don't want to feel the misery. So you conjure up, you know, sometimes even another personality, right? And you might conjure up the feeling like, oh, you're special. Oh, you're the chosen one. But that does not deal with the abuse. That's just trying to cover it up. There's nothing special. There's nothing worth. You can feel special whether or not you fight the abuse or not, whether or not you hide the abuse or not. I tell you, let's just stand for a moment. I'm going to have to go late in class. But I think, how do I say this? I think we can get a high from attention when we fight the dragon. And in a sense, we think that that dragon is okay because of the rush from defeating it. But there's a fine line between accepting your slavery because you feel special as a dragon fighter and literally fighting the dragon and getting rid of it, which is hard. And you don't think about being in the limelight. You just do it to get rid of it. And you don't have to feel special. That doesn't matter. You just feel so good getting rid of it. Why do you have to feel the fake sense of being the chosen one? It shouldn't have been there in the first place. So does that make sense? It's really hard to explain, but I want you to accept your freedom and embrace your freedom. So we're going to go on, and I just want you to know that when someone's like, you're the chosen one, you know, it's how I feel sometimes with the cannabis fight. It's like, I don't want to feel like the chosen one. It's like this fake sense of glory or something. It's like, yeah, I shouldn't have to be talking about this. No one should have to be talking about freeing a plant. It's so stupid. So I'm not special for it. We're all special. And if you're trying to make me feel a false sense of special, then you're keeping me enslaved to that whole idea that it's okay for us to be suppressed in the first place. Does that make sense? Okay, anyway. All right, open up your feet wide, bend your knees, and bring your arm all the way to the ear, and then just let it drop like a feather, back and forth. So that's part of the deregulation I was feeling last week when I didn't go testify. I was like, oh man, I'm the one that was supposed to do it. It's like, why? Everyone's responsible. You're not, you know, in charge.
I don't want to be around those people. I don't want to accept that abuse. Like there's something wrong with them. And I don't know what it is. And it scares me. And it's just, they're just artificially regulating something. And it's just not my world, you know? And I'm trying to jump in it, but it feels so icky to me. Yeah, it might make me special to be able to go down there, but it might give me like 2 days to recover with my emotional regulation or 2 weeks. It's like, why should I have to deal with that? Mm. Okay, it's hard to do this here, so I'm going to step aside. Do 9 more and then 18 going back and forth like this.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app and $9.99 a month for a music app and $12.99 for a fitness app and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $13.99? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you, if wallets could talk. YouTube Premium. Try 1 month free.
How's it going, everyone? I got my oat eggnog here. And then across the body. But yeah, it's dangerous. That's what the woman said who did go down and testify. We're dangerously behind. And it's dangerous to even go there. We have to recognize the danger. It is dangerous. If I get in fight and flight mode every time I go down there, it's not my imagination. I can artificially regulate and say, oh, that's just my anxiety. No, it's dangerous to be around lies. It literally is dangerous to our emotions. And it's dangerous to lack integrity because then you'll keep your hand on the fire when it's burning because you don't have the integrity to realize that you're being smoked, that you're being burned, that you're melting, and it's dangerous to everyone. Because we need to co-regulate and we're interdependent. So your inability to self-regulate affects everyone. I mean, to go down there to legislators and just be like, you're a danger to society. I mean, that feels more like the truth than trying to suck up to them and be like, let's change the law. It's like, y'all are dangerous. You're taking bribes. You're lying. I don't want to be around you. I don't know what you'll do to me if you lack integrity, right? Oh, yeah. Y'all feel the chi? Are you feeling the Thanksgiving chi? Can you hear me? How y'all feeling? To feel safe. And you are special, and you deserve to feel special for your gifts. You're special!
surviving. You deserve to thrive. That makes sense? And that's a belief that can help you self-regulate and get off your addictions. I love you. All right, we're up to the Wuji. It's already 1:05. We're just gonna do a few minutes of the Wuji, and then we'll bow it out, where you just feel the energy and just move with it like a freestyle dance, and just melt into the chi that you are. And this whole class is just to say, literally, you will feel your chi more and more densely if you have these core beliefs that are more in integrity with who you are. So the Qigong practice is very much a mental practice along with the physical. All right, I'm gonna step away from the screen for 2 minutes. Keep doing the Wuji. I'll be back.
Are you self-employed or run a small business? Do you want an easy way to create professional invoices?
Feel the chi, everyone. Thanks for being on this live restream. Thank you for liking it. It helps more than you know. I appreciate you. If you know in your heart that something's the right thing to do, then you just do it. It's not about getting credit for it. It just, you get rewarded by your own heart being warmed and feeling the love vibrations all around you. And believe me, that's a good reward. It's such a wonderful feeling to feel the love and the joy pulsing through your veins. You don't need to be famous to feel that. You don't need to be rich to feel that. It's a true gift of life that we all can connect to. One more minute, and then we will say sayonara. Is that goodbye in a language? I don't know. I just felt like saying that. Why are there leaf blowers suddenly? They're supposed to be coming tomorrow. Are they just challenging my ability to self-regulate right now because I'm so annoyed by the noise? Those don't sound like cows. They sound like helicopters. Is it Petunia with her helicopter out there? If I imagine it to be something it's not, am I artificially regulating? I don't
You tell me. Have a gorgeous day, everyone. I will see you Wednesday at 1:30. I'm not sure what the theme will be. We might be doing some more self-regulation, or we. All right, you guys. Can you hear me? We're gonna take a 10-minute organization break. Let's organize some of our crap, okay? Now's the time. Let's do this. So, cleaning, organizing time for the next 10 or 20 minutes. Let's choose some music. You know what I might do is while we're organizing, I'm going to play a commercial for you up here of a product that I use and I recommend so much. It's incredible. You probably know what it is. We've been calling it Magic Gel. And this is a link to the products right here in the description. So this is it. This water, if you feel a tickle in your throat, I mean, this is the best supplement I've taken probably to balance my blood sugar, to just do all kinds of millions of things to balance my amazing temple, right? So I'm just going to run this commercial while we're organizing over here, if I can find it. I know I pulled it up. Maybe it's all the way over here. Where are you? Are you over here? Oh, here it is. Awesome. Okay, so let me share this. And here I go.
Hello, my name is Alan Noble and welcome to the Redox Breakthrough.
Oh.
In this short video, I will introduce you to a breakthrough technology called ASEA Redox, a cutting-edge technology that represents a new category in health and wellness, a technology that is 10 to 15 years ahead of its time and that at one time science had declared was impossible. And yet today, many experts are recognizing ASEA Redox as the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. A great place to start is what ASEA Redox is not. It is not a vitamin or mineral supplement, an antioxidant formula, exotic juice, essential oil, or CBD oil. ASEA Redox goes beyond nutrition, beyond ingredients, and yet can impact your health at a depth that no other supplement has ever come close to achieving. For many, ASEA Redox represents the missing link to better health. So what is ASEA Redox? Well, in short, it is the world's first and only redox signaling supplement containing perfectly balanced and stabilized redox signaling molecules. And this represents one of the fastest growing areas of science, with over 1,200 books, 18,000 studies in peer-reviewed journals, international conferences bringing together some of the world's best scientists, as well as universities being awarded multi-million-dollar grants to study this area of science. The Society for Free Radical Biology and Medicine, established in 1987, has changed their name to the Society for Redox Biology and Medicine. And all of this because redox signaling has been proven to be foundational to cellular health, rejuvenation, and renewal, impacting every major body system and function. Did you know that every second of every day, your cells are communicating tremendous amounts of information throughout your body, making it one of the most complex communication networks on Earth? Any breakdown in this vital communication, and you cannot achieve your full health potential. In fact, if your cells can't signal, then little else matters. A simple example, your home's on fire. You call the fire department. Now, they have the big red truck, the firefighters, the fire hose, everything they need to put out the fire. However, if you have a weak cell signal, pun intended, they don't get the message and your home goes up in flames. ASEA Redox is the only supplement in the world to be able to provide the body with more of these redox signaling molecules that are critical for this signaling process. Now, it's often said that we live and die at the cellular level. If you want a healthy heart, have healthy heart cells, healthy lungs, healthy lung cells, and so on. In fact, you are the sum total of your 75 trillion cells. And as science looks deeper inside the cell, it has discovered a very special set of molecules called redox signaling molecules. Now, once thought to be nothing more than the byproduct of energy production in the cell, scientists now understand that redox signaling molecules are key to cellular rejuvenation and renewal, and foundational to healthy cell signaling throughout the body. Now, these molecules go beyond all natural and are in fact native to the body. For example, a blueberry is all natural, but your body doesn't grow blueberries. Your body does, however, make these powerful molecules. So if your body is already making these molecules, then why do we need to talk about them? Well, there's a challenge. With age alone, we lose about 10% production of these molecules with every decade that passes. Add to that diet, stress, environmental toxins, and you begin to experience even more deficiencies and imbalances. As a result, your cells don't signal and communicate like they used to. The whole cellular healing process becomes slow and sluggish, and you begin to see and feel the effects of aging. So to be able to supplement and replenish your cells with more of these powerful redox signaling molecules would be groundbreaking, to say the least. However, there was a huge challenge. Due to the highly reactive and fleeting nature of these molecules, science had declared it was impossible to stabilize the molecules outside of the body. Well, after almost 2 decades, millions of dollars of research, and multiple patents, a group of scientists led by an atomic medical physicist achieved the impossible. For the first time ever, they created and stabilized redox signaling molecules outside of the body in perfect balance as they're found in healthy cells. And ASEA Redox was born, the world's first and only redox signaling supplement. Starting with nothing more than salt and water, same as what's found inside your cells, and passing it through a complex, heavily patented 3-day process, the salt water is broken down and then restructured into trillions of these signaling molecules, the stabilization of which launched our exclusive redox signaling technology. So make no mistake about it, ASEA is not a bottle of salt water. It is a bottle of trillions and trillions of these vital redox signaling molecules that we have made from salt and water. And then after 5 years of additional research and development, we were able to launch Renew 28, a redox signaling gel for topical use. So 1 technology and 2 delivery systems, ASEA Redox Cellular Health from the inside out, and Renew 28 Cellular Health from the outside in. Thanks to multiple patents, ASEA is the only company in the world where you can get this redox technology. BioAgilytix, one of the top independent testing labs in the country, has verified and certified that our products do indeed contain these powerful redox signaling molecules. And millions of dollars of studies have demonstrated that our technology is 100% safe with 0 levels of toxicity. In a recent double-blind placebo-controlled study with Torre Labs, a leading genetic research laboratory, ASEA Redox was shown not only to signal at the cellular level, but even at the profound depths of the genetic level, activating 5 important gene signaling pathways by up to 31% in only 8 weeks, which in turn positively impacted 5 major areas of health: improve immune system health, help maintain.
You guys, this stuff is incredible. This, the gel, I've used it for bee stings, poison ivy, a lot of pain, a dog bite. It's just literally miraculous. And most recently, what did I use it for? I think a burn. It is probably the most amazing thing you could have in your medicine cabinet, the gel. So let me just pop the link where you can order it. And if enough of you order it, I get a commission, but only if it's like $100 worth. But it's absolutely incredible for pain, for everything. All right, we're going to jump back into this commercial.
Maintain a healthy inflammatory response, help maintain cardiovascular health, and support arterial elasticity,
I'm gonna back it up.
which in turn positively impacted 5 major areas of health: improve immune system health, help maintain a healthy inflammatory response, help maintain cardiovascular health, and support arterial elasticity, improve digestive health, and modulate hormone balance. And this is only scratching the surface. For example, just one of the gene signaling pathways that we tested can influence another 15 pathways, including those involved in insulin signaling, thyroid hormones, as well as ovarian fertility. However, let's discuss antioxidant health. Medical experts worldwide agree that oxidative stress is the #1 health risk factor, and the NRF2 signaling pathway is critical for the production and activation of your body's master antioxidants, such as glutathione, which is many times more powerful than the antioxidants found in fruits and berries. In earlier studies, it was shown that ASEA redox could increase glutathione efficacy by up to 800%, as well as lowering oxidized LDL and oxidized DNA. So although there are no antioxidants in a bottle of ASEA redox, its impact on antioxidant health is nothing short of astonishing. So at this point, let's take a couple of minutes and listen to what medical professionals are saying about ASEA's redox signaling technology.
Inside every cell in your body, you're constantly producing negative and positive molecules called oxidants and reductants. And the contraction of that name is redox.
So with these molecules, we're amping up that communication. We're helping that cell signal.
Without these cell signaling molecules, we simply wouldn't do the gene replication that we need, the DNA sequencing that we need. These redox signaling molecules interact throughout the body with every cell that we know.
Every cell in our body needs these molecules for communication purposes. The more balanced they are, the more abundant they are, the healthier we are.
ASEA actually has the combination of the oxidants and the reductants that the body makes. So all we're doing with ASEA is enhancing what the body is already doing.
Having a product, a technology that's native to the body doesn't have to worry about detoxifying it because it knows exactly what to do with redox molecules. It's one of, if not the safest recommendation I ever make to a patient.
They found a way to stabilize them outside the body. You can actually put them back into bodies that are deficient in those molecules. That's a game changer.
To have something that at its molecular level is native to the body is nothing short of a breakthrough.
This is something that's foundational for health, for every cell. It affects every cell in our body. And not just the cells, but the very DNA within those cells. You know, we talk about the discovery of DNA as being a huge breakthrough, the discovery of penicillin. Yes, these were absolutely huge discoveries. But now we have something that actually goes even deeper.
Redox signaling molecules are like the DNA whisperer. They signal cells to be healthy. And because of age, because of medications, because of toxicity in the environment, you lose your ability to make the redox signaling molecules. So having them with ASEA simply replenishes what your body is doing natively when you were young. You know, I've been in the business for 40 years, and this is the first time that I've ever heard about the redox signaling molecules, which to me is a breakthrough of the 21st century, akin to the electric light bulb in the 20th century and maybe even the discovery of penicillin. Because your body is a redox signaling program, and to be able to replenish it on a day-to-day basis, internally and externally, is not just a breakthrough, it's a game changer.
So as you can hear, ASEA redox may just be the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. But it's not just health. Athletes drinking ASEA have noticed they can go further, faster, longer, harder, seeing improvements in their endurance, strength, and recovery. In a recent university study, it was clearly demonstrated that mice drinking ASEA Redox for only 7 days increased their endurance by 29%. And I'm sure you would agree that mice don't run 29% further for nothing. Further investigation showed that there were significant metabolic shifts in the mice as they spared muscle sugars and instead burnt more fat as fuel. Now, world-class athletes all around the world are enjoying the ASEA athletic advantage, achieving personal bests and breaking world records. From Olympic swimmers, triathletes, and Ironmen, there's not a serious athlete in any sport that could not benefit from supplementing with ASEA Redox. I'm sure you've heard it said that seeing is believing. So at this time, let's turn our attention to Renew 28 Revitalizing Gel, cellular health from the outside in. Now, did you know that in your prime, healthy skin cells renew themselves every 28 days? However, as we've discussed, with aging, redox signaling declines and youthful renewal can slow to a crawl. In fact, by age 50, this renewal process can have slowed to as much as 90 days, and you begin to see the visible effects of aging. The redox signaling molecules in Renew 28 can provide daily renewal and revitalization for healthier, younger looking skin. And you don't have to take our word for it. Renew 28 was subject to several independent clinical studies with Stevens & Associates in North America and Dermatest in Europe, and the results were astonishing, showing a 16% improvement in this vital skin cell renewal rate. And when your skin cells start to renew like they did when you were younger, you begin to look like you did when you were younger. A 20% or more improvement in the appearance of wrinkles, smoothness, and elasticity. We also see tremendous results with skin challenges such as age spots and redness and irritation. Renew 28 is also a wonderfully soothing gel for cuts and scrapes, bites, bumps, and bruises. And Renew 28 can also have a significant impact on joint and muscle discomfort by simply applying the gel 3 times in 5 minutes. Even general health, where folks will often notice improvements in less than 28 days. And of course, you can combine ASEA Redox and Renew 28 for even better results. Refueling your cells with these powerful redox signaling molecules, both from the inside out and the outside in. The purpose of this video was to introduce you to the redox breakthrough. However, I do want you to know that ASEA also offers a complete skincare system called Renew Advanced, as well as a range of cutting-edge nutritional supplements called ASEA Via. So in closing, we live and die at the cellular level. And the fact is, our bodies are in a constant state of breakdown and repair. If you think of the nutrients found in ASEA Via as representing quality building materials for the body to utilize, you could view ASEA Redox, our cell signaling supplement, as providing the labor and communication needed to get the work done. ASEA is the only company in the world to offer this 1-2 punch of materials and labor, making ASEA the global leader in complete cellular health. For more information on ASEA Redox, Renew Advanced Skincare, or the ASEA Via Nutritionals, please get back to the person who shared this video with you. This is Alan Noble thanking you for your time today, and bye for now. This presentation is brought to you by an independent ASEA associate and not ASEA the company. The ASEA technology is not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease or medical condition.
That is just, it's just amazing. I've been using it for like, I don't, maybe 3 years now, and I've seen incredible results. It's like helped with my adrenal fatigue, which I didn't even know I had until all of a sudden I had all this energy. Yeah, good stuff. So contact me if you're interested in that. And also just want to say all of my services are 20% off until January 15th. So you can book that today if you would like. And we're going to jump back into a short video about the gifts, you know, a little summary video as we organize for the next 5 minutes. Ready? Go. You're having a hard time emotionally and energetically. Instead of spiraling down and just accepting that as reality, like, life sucks, I feel horrible, you can actually realize that on the other side, the light on the end of the tunnel is there's a regulation that you can get. People think, oh, I'm just doomed. But when you think, oh, wait, I'm just not self regulating, how do I self regulate right now? It's like a bunch of dirty dishes were sitting in the dishwasher. They don't have to stay dirty. You can just turn the dishwasher on. And it's hard to realize that it can be that easy, but it can, especially when you're around the right people and having the right habits and mindsets. The other end of that spectrum is the deregulating triggers. The triggers that deregulate us, that cause us to feel not enough, like we're a burden, like we should be ashamed, And it's so easy to blame other people when we get in that space, especially if somehow we're triggered by them. Because discouraging creativity causes deregulation, and deregulation allows you to be controlled. And some systems want you to be controlled because they think the only way this world can work is if you're controlled. So we're going to do the mudra for creativity, which is clasping your fingers together. The left is on top for women, and the right is on top for men. Part of self-regulating, I truly believe, is recognizing your gifts, your talents, your positive attributes, and harnessing them. Recognizing your gifts, talents, and positive attributes as an anchor, not as a fleeting motion, but anchoring that awareness into you, I think is one of the most valuable self-regulating tools that you have. Owning them, claiming them, expressing them, being them. And I'm not just talking about the things that make you money. If you have an ability to connect with nature, to connect with animals, to connect with children, to connect with people in a way that's special, that's validating, that's deeply aware, that is a gift that you have that not everyone has. One thing that deregulates us is when we see these very gifts as burdens, as a humiliation, as an obstacle, as something to be criticized for. Because that is the very opposite energy of what self-regulating is, which is holding on strong and recognizing that these gifts are essential, special, appreciated, loved, needed, important. Your purpose. See, when we stray from recognizing our purpose in this world, it's so easy to feel not important. It's so easy to feel worthless. But one thing that very much triggers it is grief, especially if the person that you lost or the plant or your fur buddy or job, any kind of severing of a relationship through death can really affect our sense of purpose, especially if that person's life has given you purpose or co-regulated with you to remind you of your purpose, to love another creature. A home has a spirit, the Bodhi. To love is one of the greatest purposes that we all have. And so if that energy dies, part of the grieving process is connecting deeply to your purpose so it doesn't die with that energy. There are certain things, certain conditions in life that make it so much harder to self-regulate, like houselessness. That's why it's so important to have other ways to self-regulate besides having a home. To be so grateful if you have one. To be so grateful for all the things that you have in your life that help you self-regulate. I was houseless once. It's so hard to take care of your basic needs, to shower, to go to the bathroom, to go out in public and not be embarrassed by how you smell or how you look or how you feel. And so I think it's important to recognize this other dimension to it, which is self-regulation and not self-regulating, because that's beyond just, not getting the food you eat and the health habits that you need. It's emotional. So how do you stand out there in the street or in jail, begging for food or whatever? How do you cope with that emotionally? How do you self-regulate emotionally if you're in that situation? I think that's why a lot of addictions happen. Sure, addictions can put you out on the street. I'm sure that happens. But it can also help you cope with being on the street because it's such a painful thing. So you have to find other ways to cope if you're broke, if you're houseless, if you don't have access to certain things that help you self-regulate. You're going to have to figure out another way to self-regulate, and just acknowledging that is helpful. And I believe you can find it because I believe in God. And when we ask for things specifically, I think they really do come to us. We really get answers if we pay attention, if we listen. There are a few different ways that self-regulation helps you love yourself. First of all, you just feel better. You feel healthier. Self-regulation helps you realize you're good, helps you realize that you're a good person. And you're obviously able to love yourself more because you see the good side of yourself so much. You take off the sticky layer of neglect, shame, depression, whatever. And it's so deep. Hey, y'all. Thanks for watching that clip. You can watch my whole class on self-regulating benefits of Qigong. Go right here. And I'll also see you Wednesday at 1:30 for part 2. All right. Y'all, we're ready to do our next class stream. Are you ready? Here we go. Hello. How are my people doing? Welcome to Wednesday Qigong. Keeping it real with some self-regulation themes. How are you? So good to see you here. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats, notice what you need today. Just melt into your essence. Melt into your essence. Your every single element. Melt into your water, melt into your metal, melt into your fire, melt into your air, melt into your earth. You are all of the elements meeting in this cosmic goo of a soup of you. So melt, 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 melt. Where is everyone hiding? Don't let me catch you eating that candy cane. It's okay, people will pop on. I want this class to just kind of be a recap of, in our conversation meditation part of the self-regulation theme. Just to kind of give me feedback on what you might have learned from the past couple weeks in exploring what self-regulation means to you. Have you become more self-regulated the past couple of weeks, not only by the classes, but by doing the homework? What do you notice in your life besides Qigong helps you regulate? What have you been doing more? What causes you to deregulate? Those are the questions I want answered in the comments below, because I think it's a great conversation for the community to have. And just to kind of keep it real with each other, you know? So that's basically it. Those are the 3 questions. What have you gotten out of class? And like, what does being regulated feel like? What do you notice about self-regulation? What's easier for you to do in your life? What's harder when you're not regulated? What has become more relaxing and less stressful in your life since you've explored more self-regulation? And then two, well, I guess it's a two-part question, that first one, like what have you learned from class? Like what are some things that you've applied in your life that you didn't know before? And then three, what are ways you self-regulate besides qigong? And four, what have you noticed really deregulates you? So those are the questions. The four questions. I'll go over it one more time. One, what does self-regulation bring to your life? How does it help you in your life? How do you notice you feel differently? What feels better in your life when you're self-regulated? Number two, what did you learn out of class the past couple of weeks that you didn't know? And about applying the techniques. What did you get out of it? And then three, what are ways that you've realized that you self-regulate besides qigong? And have you been doing more of that? And are you able to do more of that and be disciplined to do more of that? And then four, what have you noticed deregulates you? And are you doing less of that? Those are my questions. And I want the community to have a conversation about it. And I want to keep talking about it. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. I mean, there are some basic things that keep us regulated, like sleep, eating. Yeah, those two things are pretty important. Exercising. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. We're going to get started here as we recap in the comments below or in the chat. We can absolutely have this conversation today. I'd love to talk about what self-regulation has brought you in your life, how it feels, has it changed your emotional reality, your mental reality, your physical reality. You know, sometimes when we're not self-regulated, we don't even realize the capabilities and potentials that we have to create a better lives for ourselves. And when we're self-regulated, we're just doing it like a dehumidifier. When we're self-regulated, we might not even see the dust in the corner. We might not even know we need to clean it up when we're not self-regulated. But when we're self-regulated, it's just like, oh, let me just clean that dust, no problem. When we're not self-regulated, little things seem harder. They're just harder. Everything is harder. When we're self-regulated, everything just comes naturally. A lot of things, that's what I've noticed in my life. And I hope I can bring that to you in this class or private consultations, whatever you need. So notice your breath, my friends. Notice your heartbeats. Connect with the cosmic goo of you. Every single cell of your body is vibrating at a certain frequency. Can you tune them up together? As you notice your breath, your heartbeat. What do you need today? Notice what you want. Notice what you need. And whenever you're ready, share your intentions in the chat so we can direct class just for you. And take your time. Breathe a few more times. Whenever you're ready, share your name, please, and your intention. My name is Aveva. My intention is to be here with all of you today and to recap on the last few classes where we had the conversation about self-regulation, to answer any questions, feedback that you might have, and all that jazz, and to continue to explore self-regulation today, not only just by doing Qigong, but by recognizing what needs to be regulated in our bodies. What are your intentions out there? Not a lot of people here today, right now. I know y'all come later when the live is over. What I might do is walk away for a moment. I don't know. I just kind of want a couple of intentions before we get started. If you're here, let me know you're here. I want to know who's here. I want to know how you're feeling. Hey, Lucy. So happy you could join us. What do you need today? We'll jump right in if I know people are here. Into the self-regulating pool of cosmic gooey love. I'm grateful for you. Make sure your environment is set. I'm going to make sure that I've got my alarms off. All right. And let's go ahead and get started. Oh, I like that. My name is Aviva, and my intention is to be here with all of you today. And like I said, focus on the theme of self-regulation. And I think that you've definitely hit on something that is a part of self-regulating. Lucy's intention is to be okay with letting things sit sometimes and not always needing an immediate resolution. That is absolutely a self-regulating benefit. When you're self-regulated emotionally and mentally and physically, you don't feel as much of that urgency. Things just happen a little more naturally and relaxed. That sense of urgency is often the fight or flight mode that we get into when we feel attacked or threatened, or constipated emotionally, mentally, and just not regulated. So everything feels like an emergency to get that regulation that we need. At least that's my take on it. I could be wrong. And some of, like, unless we even know what self-regulation is, some of us, like, we don't even realize that that's an actual thing that we can be experiencing every day, every moment, because we're just so used to not being regulated. And it's similar to if there was a wheel and we lived on a wheel. If we lived on the outside of the wheel, we would be like constantly going around in a circle. But if we lived in the center of the wheel, we wouldn't be moving around in the circle even though everything else is. And so when you're self-regulated, everything is so much easier because you're in the middle of the circle and everything's spinning around you. You're not spinning with it. When you're not regulated, you're not grounded, you're not centered, and you're spinning with the spin. And it's very exhausting, very dizzying, very not fun. Unless you enjoy it like for a little bit, like a roller coaster ride, but it just throws you out of whack, throws your back out of whack, your shoulder out of whack, emotions out of whack. So, hello, Jabri. Your intention is to be here with you today on this beautiful sunshine day, and he'd like some attention to his whole body down to the feet. Let's go ahead and breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Life is a process. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything in the way. Let things marinate. Tastes better that way. Slow cook. Breathe in. Release. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. Let this moment be forever. We're going to start with the confidence centering mudra. And please just release anything that might be in the way of you being here in the moment. Maybe turn the lights down, turn the phones off. We're going to bring the index and the ring to the thumb. Breathe with this mudra of centering, of confidence, of digestion. And I'd like to talk a little more about what Lucy said. Did I say Lucy? I'm like reading and talking at the same time. About not always needing an immediate resolution. I think when we feel stuck in other aspects of our lives, when we're not regulated in other aspects of our lives, we need something to be resolved right away because resolution brings movement. And if we don't have movement in other things, then it's like, okay, well, can we at least get this moving? Because I know this is stuck. And I think part of being stuck is not knowing what you're stuck in. So when you know there's something you're stuck in that needs resolution, you really crave for that to be resolved right away because that's something you can recognize as being stuck or think that you have, power and control over, when it might be what you have least control over. It's like you can't force poo-poo to come out. I mean, you can take a laxative, whatever, but you can regulate yourself. You can do Qigong every single day. You can do that discipline. You have that power. You can do your dishes every day. You can dust. And those things don't have to be stuck. And I do want to review the list of what self-regulation is. So that all these things you can do to self-regulate every single day. Absolutely. Repeating is really healthy. Um, when we have an emotional stuckness, which is kind of fight or flight, and we want something to be resolved right away, we definitely feel that more when we're not self-regulated in other ways, because we think that we have control over that, at least because we can identify it as something that's not moving. But if we're having movement in every aspect of our lives, i.e., regulation, like things are constantly being processed, like recognizing our own feelings about things and knowing how to dive into that and release it, physical things, getting enough sleep. If we feel regulated, then we have this like healthy motion, healthy wave, healthy rhythm within us, and things are just being worked through emotionally. And when we don't have that, then we might be stuck in all these ways that we don't even recognize. And so when we recognize one way we're stuck, it represents every way that we're stuck. And we want it to be resolved right away, because that has become the spoke in the wheel, the stick in the wheel that you think is stopping everything else from moving. But it's actually just like, if you're in the center of the wheel and things are moving anyway because you're self-regulating, then it's not a stick in the wheel. It's just a bump in the road, if that makes sense. I mean, if there's this like mental thing that happens to us when we're like, okay, if I just get this one thing, then everything in my life will flow more. And we get like obsessive about like getting that one thing. If I just get $1 million, if I just meet the love of my life, if I just, I don't know, eat this one food. Like, we can fixate on all kinds of things. And that just means that we're not moving through things on a regular basis. So we like want this one magical thing to melt away. But the actual magical thing that'll help everything move is to come back to the center and not be at the outside of the wheel, but in the center of the wheel. And then doing that discipline of the meditation. And I know it's more complicated than what I'm speaking of, but there is some truth to that self-regulating. For example, here's a good analogy. At the end of the day, sometimes I get in the zone, but a lot of times I can't see straight, and I keep trying to work and push it and work and push it, and then I fall asleep on myself. And then I wake up the next day and suddenly everything is so much easier. I do things faster. I do things with more awareness, with more intelligence. I see things clearer because I'm more awake, because I regulated, because I went to sleep. And so you can recognize these ways that you're physically and emotionally and mentally not all there. And that means you need to like pause and regulate. It's like the same exact thing in wanting a resolution right away emotionally is like me wanting to finish editing a movie like right now. But it's going to be a couple of weeks until I get it done, because first of all, I need more raw footage. Second of all, I need editing time. Third of all, I need sleep during that editing time. Like, I can't just go for 72 hours straight. I need to eat. I need to sleep. And so we have to allow us to have our human needs met during all the processes of life. And it might mean making certain sacrifices, like doing the discipline of meditation or exercise, or taking a break from communicating with certain people, having to disappoint people sometimes. But if you recognize how important that is for you to self-regulate, you can't worry about what other people think, because you know that you need a reboot. You can't just keep giving. My computer can't keep giving to me, even though it's an inanimate object. If it's filled with data and information, it's not going to keep processing files for me. It's going to tell me to delete files. So if someone in your life is expecting so much from you, it's like the same thing. It's like, give me a second. I need to delete this information. I need to categorize this information. Like, it's too much. We're going to move to our heart mudra, and then we'll stand and do some moving motions. This is the heart. This is another amazing regulating mudra. Index to the bottom of the thumb, thumb to the middle and the ring. And like I talked about in the other class, you are not anyone else's lifeline. Everyone has their own lifeline, their own connection to the divine. And if they're sucking off your energy, if this is the analogy that we used, is a gas burning stove. Just enough gas comes to the burner and then it flicks on. If your gas is going to another burner, then that burner the flame's going to be too big and it's going to flood it and it won't even function right. And then there's not enough gas coming to your burner. And
Hi, JR.
So
It's a
gotta be
sleepy
even.
day.
We all have our own burners. And there's infinite amounts of gas. Chi. Let's do one more deep breath. This is really good for heart space marination. Another stuck thing is when we feel certain things are futile because we have to repeat them. But repetition doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Like procrastination, like waiting to do laundry until you have a lot of stuff. You don't have to. You can just throw a small load in. You can just keep things moving with the little things, like waiting to sweep off the porch until the day the leaf blowers come and put leaves on your porch. So no, you can just do it again. It's okay. Repetition is life. Repetition is healthy. Repetition is creating patterns and movement. And we think about that with certain things in our life when we procrastinate, but we don't think about that when it comes to eating. We eat every day. So, yeah. Hey! Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Binaural Dean Dean. Peace to Florida. Thank you. Hey, JR. How do I get back down? There we go. Repetition is okay. You can just do a little bit at a time. Nom, 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 nom. All right, we're going to stand. Find our ready position. We're just going to start with ready position. There
real easy little. I'm gonna wipe off my mat real quick. But yeah, sometimes we want resolution right away because that resolution is going to meet a need of ours, and we have an unmet need that needs that. So then it's just important to recognize what is that unmet need, and is there another way that you can meet it? All right, ready position is finding a position when you're standing where your feet are shoulder width apart and there's space under your arms and your knees are slightly bent. And you kind of wiggle around until, like when you're plugging something in, sometimes it doesn't go in right away. You have to wiggle it depending on the outlet and the plug. You're the plug and the outlet is the position that you get into. And you wiggle around until you really feel that you've inserted into that chi outlet. You really feel plugged in, and you start to feel a vibration throughout your whole body when you're really plugged in. And it's like you're accessing that chi, and the chi is starting to fill you up with energy. Breathing becomes easier. Everything becomes easier in your life when you have energy. Easier. Relaxing the shoulders. Absolutely. Yeah, just wiggle around until your pelvis is like centered down, and try to get to the edge of a chair so that your pelvis can do that. That's where a lot of the stuff gets locked in our pelvis when it comes to plugging in. And it's almost like your waist has feet. So imagine that feet are coming out of your waist, and when you're sitting, imagine that your waist is standing in a position and rock until that position feels plugged in. And so it helps to kind of like come to the edge of the chair and let the feet kind of be on the ground. But if one leg needs to be raised, you just explore it in your body. Like opening the shoulders helps to feel access to the chi. And you just kind of find where you might be constricted as you're sitting or lying down. And that constriction is the answer to opening it up and then feeling the chi. Kind of like if a vacuum hose is, or a straw is kinked somewhere, you find that kink and you get air through it wherever it is. So it's often easier to find the energy flow when you're standing because you're not bent, but you absolutely can find it while you're sitting or lying down. It just might take a little longer. And just wiggle until you can feel the chi. Oh, I forgot to put the link if anyone is interested in donating to class. I do have a general donation link that you can check out. On that link, there's Venmo, Cash App, and I got my Cash App fixed, by the way, as far as I know. I mean, it's like a risky thing. I guess it could freeze on me at any moment. Here's my link. But yeah, if you just want to lean on the ankle that's not hurting and stand, you could do that too. And but it's fine to sit.
Okay, so we found our ready position, and so now we've activated the chi. So whatever we do, we're kind of doing stuff. So we're going to do the muscle tendon change form today. You can definitely do it sitting at the edge of the chair. So it's like when you're sitting at the edge of the chair, you're just like literally at the edge, kind of hanging over. And we're going to start by lifting the arms up. The wrists are connected to imaginary strings, and then they gently float down like feathers. And then you go all the way around and you bring your hands to your heart. And then you circle the hands down. So the right hand is in the left. And then we're just going to lift our arms up, pointing the fingers to the ceiling, bending the knees, and relaxing those toes. Your arms are slightly forward, not totally out to the side. And you're breathing into those wrists, relaxing that neck, relaxing the lower back. You're going to release that down. Wrist up and down, all around. Hands together and down. And you're going to grab an invisible ball between your hands and you're going to wiggle it up an imaginary tube. And then you're going to push it higher and higher. Good. Relax down. You're going to do that again. And relax your face. Allow the lips to part. Allow there to be a little smile. Because that's a relaxed face. Opening up the neck. And down. One last time. Sending love to all of you. You're deeply loved and appreciated and accepted. Down. Wrist up. And all around. Good job. Now we're going to turn 45 degrees to the right. We're going to circle the ball in front of us, and then it goes a little further each time. The other direction, please. Keep noticing your breath. Back to the center, wrists up. Rolling down. All around. Hands to your heart. Circle down. Come to the sides. Rotate that right shoulder back. Nice slow circles. Bring the right hand up to the heart level as if you're holding a small tennis ball. You're going to bring it across the body a little further each time, keeping this underarm open, not tight. Keeping the hips open, thighs open. It's constant body check, body awareness to see what are you squeezing that doesn't need to be squeezed shut. And how do you open it? Including your face might be like, reaching. Direction. Opening that underarm on the opposite side. Try not to judge yourself. If you're doing anything, that's amazing. Try not to think, am I doing this right? Am I doing it good enough? If you feel something, you're doing it good enough. Just doing something is better than nothing, trust me. Just do it. Or you'll judge yourself for not doing anything. You know how we get. That was not the real movement. I just felt like doing that. And I forgot that these arms were so big. I love playing with them. Down and under. Okay, good job. We're going to open the legs wide. You can do this sitting too. You can open sitting. And we are going to clasp the hands together. We're going to push them down as we squat down a little bit. And then bring the hands up, around and around. Always think about what can I do instead of what can't I do. There's always something you can do because there's a lot of boring, mundane things we can always do, like taking 10 deep breaths, like getting rid of 5 things. Like doing laundry. Whoa! It just feels good to do things. That was like a side jump. That's crazy. Even writing a to-do list is doing things, organizing the brain. Bring the right hand to the upper back and the left on top of that. You can just stay here. If you have no blood pressure issues, go ahead and bend over if that's comfortable for you, or even if you don't. If you prefer to just stand upright and breathe, that's fine too. If you want to bend over, that's fine too. Breathe a few times. Come up. Now you're going to have the other hand closest and then the other hand on top of it. You're going to do 3 more deep breaths. Good. What's up? Down. All around. Hands to your heart. Hands. I need to take a sip of water. Okay, the next move, we're just going to drop the chest down to one knee. We're going to bend the knees and come up. We're going to go back and forth. And then up and down.
Good. Let's bring the feet together. Just that. All around. Take your time. I rushed it a little bit. Good job. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Alrighty, dighties. We're gonna do some more shoulder stuff and upper back stuff and liver stuff. Because liver stuff is connected to our shoulder stuff, by the way. I forget what ankle stuff is. I think it's bladder stuff, bladders and kidneys, but I could be wrong. All right, so we're gonna start with, oh, this is one of my favorite ones. We're just going to bring our backs back, forward, and then bend over. Okay, good job. Feet are just shoulder width apart. Reach up and back. Okay, now I'm getting it. I'm remembering it now. And then just like this, not crossing. I think I want to try breathing the other way. You can breathe anyway. What have I breathed out? I usually breathe in. Now I'm going to breathe in going down. I'll just naturally breathe in going down. Actually, you can breathe in and then out every time you come to center. I didn't lean back that time. That's fine. Whatever you feel like editing it so it feels good to you. Just a few more. Oh my gosh. Okay, shake it out. Let's take a break. Let me tell you, I got very hot doing that. So let's take my little jacket off. So this next one is a twist. Pretty much all twists are good for the liver. This one is specifically good for the liver because we're stretching our inner leg and our legs in general. That liver channel comes on the inside of our leg here. So what we're going to do is we're going to cross the wrists and then we're going to twist to the right, lifting the left arm up and bringing out the right arm straight like this. And we're going to bend forward, bending both knees, and twist. And use your creativity if you're sitting. Just do whatever you can. You can always improv the chi. Back and forth. We're going to do about 10 altogether on each direction. Feel like it's a dance. Feel like you're floating if you can. Last one on each side. Good job. All right, let's shake it out. Are there any specific moves that people find the most regulating of all the Qigong moves? We're going to do a foot massage today, so we've got about just like 15 more minutes of standing exercises, and then we're going to do the self-massage of our legs. So let's see, what do I want to do? I want to talk for a minute because, yeah, remember how I said everything is easier when you're self-regulated? Because staying with a task longer is easier. Like focusing becomes easier. So let's see, I had the list here. Oh, I just found notes that I didn't talk about. I'm going to have to do another class on self-regulating. Okay, so it must be on the first 6 pages because it looks like I didn't get to some. Here it is. Self-regulating strategies. Okay, take a picture of that. And all the stars are Qigong. And that is my argument for saying Qigong every day is one of the best self-regulating tools out there. But I want to go over the list because I want to find out what else you can do besides Qigong to self-regulate. So let's think of a move we can do while I talk. What haven't we done in a while? I guess we could do the crane. The crane is really good for balance. I just did a lot of arms. I don't want your arms to get really tired, but hey, it's good to do arm workouts. And if your arms are tired, you can just do the legs. And the cool thing about Qigong is you can always just imagine yourself doing it. And the reason why that works is the same reason why these self-regulating strategies work, because when you imagine yourself doing a move, you're still doing some of these self-regulating strategies. Check it out. So I'm going to do the crane and I'm going to tell you what they are.
So the crane is opening up the arms, bringing one knee up. You can't see it, but I'm bringing a knee up. And then you bring it down and you cross your wrists. And you can be walking around as you do this, and you just go back and forth. Now, what you can also do is just lift a heel. You don't have to lift the whole foot, depending on your comfort level. Okay, so here's the things that are self-regulating. One, consciously attending to breathing and relaxing, which you can do by just imagining doing this. So literally just playing this class in the background while you do other things is a way to self-regulate. Use me as your self-regulating tool, as your self-regulating video. Number two, exercise. Okay, so just imagining yourself exercising is not really exercising, so I guess you're going to have to get up for that one. Movement, I guess you're going to have to get up for that one. That's number 3. 4, awareness of body sensation. See, that you can do by just imagining doing the Qigong. So you can do those 2 self-regulating things, which are just attending to your breathing and your relaxation, and being aware of your body sensations. Are you hot? Are you cold? Are you shaking? Are you still? Are you tingling? So the next one is just attending to care for your body. So just by imagining doing these exercises, you are attending to your body. But that also counts as eating and sleeping. The next one is meditation and prayer. See, these are all different. You can be meditating as you're imagining yourself doing it. So that's 3 ways you can self-regulate just by imagining doing these movements and not even doing them. The next one is self-expression, art, music, dance, and writing. And the next one is caring, nurturing, self-talk. So if you are imagining yourself doing this, you could be saying, I love myself. And then you're doing yet another thing to self-regulate just by imagining doing it. Now, if you're actually doing it, then 7 out of 8 of these self-regulating strategies for managing yourself and having an easier life are checked off the list. The only one that's not is self-expression. But if you're cracking a joke while you're doing Qigong or doing a little dance move, guess what? All 8 self-regulating tools are covered in one of my classes or any Qigong class. And I want to know what else you do besides Qigong. To strategize with your self-regulating. Once again, 1, what are you doing to consciously attend to your breathing and relaxing? If you're not doing anything, then you need to be doing Qigong or something else. Number 2, how are you exercising? Is it really enough? Number 3, how are you moving? Number 4, how are you awareness of your body sensations? How are you aware of your body sensation? Number 5, how are you attending to care for your body and to give yourself good nutrition? Number 6, how are you meditating and praying? Number 7, how are you self-expressing? Number 8, how are you caring and nurturing for yourself with your talk? That's a huge one. That is a huge one that a lot of us deregulated. When we're deregulated, we are not being kind to ourselves. We are saying to ourselves, you stupid idiot. We're going to switch now. We're going to cross as we raise the knee and then come down. We're saying, you are such an idiot. Everyone hates you. You are so hateable. Nobody likes you. You are just smelly and fat and whatever else you're telling yourself. You are bad. You're a bad girl. You're a bad boy. You are not feeding yourself well. You had too many cookies, too many biscuits. You did not resist the biscuit. And it's not like you have to like actively try to self-talk. You just have to be aware, like, what are you saying? Is it mean? Because if it's mean, just stop saying that. And basically it's really, really simple. Self-talk is either you saying good job or bad job. And having good friends like Lucy who give you positive talk and say good job to you makes it more likely for you to say to yourself, good job. Because it's easier to feel like someone's saying bad job if you've heard that from certain people in your life, your whole life. And so literally it can just be good job or bad job that you say to yourself all day long. Like, I moved a pencil into a pencil holder. Good job. Instead of, ugh, I have 20 more pencils to move. I'm so bad. Does that make sense? Or like, I just washed my sheets. Good job. Instead of, I should have done this a week ago. I'm bad. Even though you just did something good. So that's all it is. That's all self-talk is. Good job or bad job. Pretty much. And then it can get intricate. But yeah, accents do help with everything. Because they're fun. They're self-expressive. I'm adding a finger movement because it feels good. All right, just one more on each side, and then we'll have time to do a couple more moves before we do the foot massage. So I like to protect people's anonymity in this class, Jabri, so I don't necessarily want to give away who they are. Yes, I will repeat the 8 as we do a move. What move should we do? Let's do... It's okay, Jabri. We're gonna bring that foot up and then bring it behind us, back and forth. It's almost like ballet, but it's actually stretching the liver meridian. A lot of ballet stuff is liver stuff. Okay, the 8 self-regulating strategies. Number 1, consciously paying attention to your breath and your relaxation level. Number 2, exercising. Number 3, movement. Number 4, being having awareness of your body sensations. Number 5, attending to self-care and like nutrition. So like that could be giving yourself a pedicure also. Just anything that's like nurturing your body, like putting cucumbers over your eyes, like that's a self-regulating fun technique. Like just honoring your temple. Number 6, meditating and prayer. Number 7, self-expression, art, etc. And number 8, can't read it backwards, caring and nurturing self-talk, saying good job, you rock, girl. All right, other side. So you're just basically kicking that leg behind you, out to the side and behind. That's just waking up that liver meridian. Liver stuff is basically so regulating. It's actually one of the most self-regulating meridians because the liver is responsible for the hormones, and the hormones regulate us. The hormones are basically messengers that say, you rock, good job. Encouraging yourself instead of discouraging yourself. That's what happens when we're triggered. We're like, oh, I'm such a bad person. I'm doing something wrong. I'm a good person. It's like that video, that viral video of that girl. That's some good self-talk.
I love my life. I have the best life ever. I have a beautiful house. I have beautiful hair. I have amazing friends in my life. All right, now we're going to cross in front of the body with that leg and out to the side. So these 8 things are things you could do. Let's switch the legs when you're triggered too. I mean, when you're triggered, you want to create a lot of space for you to feel your feelings and name your feelings and whatnot. But if you're deregulated, do any of these things to help you regulate. Get aware of your body sensations, exercise, move, put on some dance music. Kitty cat's looking at me. I think she wants to say hi to everyone. All right, one more liver move we're going to do, and that is connecting the fist to the inside of the hand. And you're going to do this on both sides, back and forth. And then you're going to add a rock. So you're going to rock, not an actual rock, you're going to rock back and forth, back and forth. I think she does too. So when you go back on the heels, you're going to bring the hands together, and then you're going to bring the hands behind you and switch hands and come the other one. Does that make sense? I love this one. It's working up a sweat. I am sticking my butt out and I'm on my heels when my hands are forward, and then when my hands are behind me, I'm on my tippy toes. Okay, now the next one is we're going to just do that with the hands, and that also activates the liver. Good. You can add a rock to that too if you want. Advanced. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Bring the left arm to the back of the right shoulder. Bring the right hand to the kidneys and look to the right. Breathe 2 times. Other side. Oh, Kitty's gone. I think she's hunting lizards. Sorry. Okay, and then we're going to swing back and forth and just activate the kidney channel here, tapping on the kidneys. All right, good job. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. All right, let's see if Kitty wants to join us. You want to say hi to everyone, baby? Hi, everybody. My name is Tiger Lily. I love you. I love me. I want some food. That's really why I came in. Sorry to parade you. Okay, so before we go into the foot massage, just a quick commercial from our sponsor, which is me. Please support my music. If you'd like to listen to me on Spotify, that is a great way to support me. Also, I've got a fundraiser for my next cartoon video from Scribble Soup, and you get to get a signed CD if you donate $50 or more from several of the people involved in this project. And also commercial for this incredible magic gel called ASEA, which is linked below as well. I don't necessarily make money unless you get like $100 or more of these products, which I recommend, because having that water and this is one of the best anti-inflammatory things that I think you can put on you. If I ever have like anything come up physically, I just use this like 5 times a day and it's gone like in a day. Ooh, my foot just started hurting. Let's see. Ooh, look, I've got ASEA gel. It's gonna feel better instantly. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, y'all. Let's get to the foot massage now. Rotate each toe a few times in each direction. And then pull the toe away from the foot. Kitty cat. Who do you call it? I'm streaming live. I was showing you. Oh, how much is it? It depends on shipping. It's like $40 or $50, but it lasts a long time. It's amazing. It's all natural. And the water is just such a good thing to have in the medicine cabinet. Especially during this time of year, y'all. Mark my word. Go and get you some water. I'm serious. It's good for emergencies. Rotate the whole ankle a few times in each direction. Bring the toes back. And rub the bottom of the feet. And what I could try to do is order some so I have extras on hand so you don't have to like get it from online. You can maybe get it for me. But I'll need to know if you definitely want it. Yeah, you guys can come to the market tomorrow from 4 to 7 in Virginia Highlands. I'll be playing some kids' music. Now rub between your toes. Cutie pie. I thought you wanted to come in to join us for class. Find an acupressure point on your foot that feels good and hold that for 20 seconds. You're welcome, Jabri. Jabri and I both performed at this event on 2 Wednesdays ago. Yeah, big party for Delta Airlines. Let's find another point. Why not? I'm also going to live stream at 4 o'clock today if you want to pop on and hear some of the news related to hemp, as well as streaming the live meeting. All right, tap that foot. Now we're going to find a point under the knee on the inside of the leg. And you're going to hold that for 20 seconds. It's wherever it feels the most triggering. Baby. What are you saying? Do you wish you were a little taller so you could open it? She almost reached it. She stretched her whole body. And now on the outside of the knee, above the leg, find another point, like 1 to 5 fingers above. Find that trigger point. Hold that for 20 seconds. Hi, honey. Oh, really? Are you sure about that? Oh, really? And then tap up and down.
and then brush. Oh, the ears are really good acupressure stuff too. Let's pull them down and go around. All right, and let's rotate the toes in the other foot, rotating each toe a few times in each direction. Speaking of toes, that ASEA gel is also really good for athlete's foot. She's being a little tricky. I know what you're doing. I know what you're up to. Love her so much. Rotate the whole ankle a few times in each direction. Bring the toes back, rub the bottom of the feet. Rub between your toes. Doing a foot massage is very regulating, isn't it? And find a point on your foot and hold that for 20 seconds. I don't think I'm performing at Golden Drops this Saturday. They were having a veteran rally, so I will most likely be there for it, but I might have another thing I need to do. I'm not sure. All right, let's find another point on the foot. Can you wait till I'm done with class? I'm doing a class right now. You're right. I did open the, in the middle of class, but right now I'm in the middle of an exercise. So if you could wait till I'm done, that'd be awesome. All right, tap the butt foot again. Now we're gonna find a point under the knee on the inside of the leg. And 20 seconds. She's moving. She's meowing. I don't know if she's deregulating or regulating right now. But she's being cute no matter what. You're hearing her range of meows that she doesn't usually express. She's saying, I really want to go outside and play with the lizards. Right, baby? I'm talking about you, sorry. And the outside of the leg. Can you just wait till I'm done with class? And then we could do whatever you want. On the top, above the knee, on the outside of the leg. Gonna find a point there. No, remember I said in 5 minutes? Oh, there's no such thing as time where you're from? Oh, well, 5 minutes is 300 seconds, 300 meows, but without you meowing. In 300 meows without you meowing, I will be able to get up. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. I think it made sense to her. All right, tap up and down. And brush. No, you don't have to do the 300 meows. You just imagine doing that. She's done. All right, we finished that. Y'all, good job today. Please continue to comment about your regulation. So I'm going to do at least one more class on self-regulation, and the next class is specifically going to be catered towards the artistic mind and why it's challenging to regulate with the artistic mind. You are so welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. For those of you who are interested, I am going to just shoot in the comments real quickly the fundraiser. Let's see where we're at with that. We're trying to raise $3,333, and we are up to $315. So we need about $3,000 more dollars to make this video happen. So if you or anyone you know can help. Oh, that link is too long. Let's see, that's the long link. She's really getting annoyed with me. All right, 3 more minutes, baby. We're gonna go ahead and bow it out, and then if you have any questions, let me know. You get to be lifted up for all your meowing. You get to be lifted up for all your meowing. Are we gonna have a meow bow? Ready? Thanking all the ancestors. Thanking all the teachers. And then we're gonna spread our compassion and gratitude to the whole entire world, including to our kitty cats. Thank you, baby, for being in my life. Saying, don't show my face. All right, y'all. Love you so much. And I will see you Monday, 11:30 for our next live Qigong class. See you at 4 if you want the hemp news of the month today. And maybe I'll pop on for a live reading. Who knows? If I get to 2,500 subscribers by Sunday, I am going to do a little concert for you. So that would be awesome. Y'all stay lifted or stay self-regulated. That's the expression. We need to come up with an expression like stay self-regulated, but something that's a little shorter and make that normalized or regular. You know, because like stay cool. I don't know. I might want to be a geek. Stay free. I don't know. That might seem too hippie. Even though I don't like the word hippie. Stay, I don't know. Let's think of something cool. I love life. I love life as you live life. I honor your deepest creation in this life. And I encourage you to love yourself and be yourself for the highest good. Yeah, stay tuned. But that's already been used to say like stay tuned, like tune in. Maybe they hijacked that expression. Maybe it needed to be the way we're talking about it. Stay harmonized. We'll think of something. All right, y'all. Peace and love and self-regulation. You're right. They're staying tuned to 440. We want to tune to 432. All right, y'all. We're going to figure this out. Till next time. Stay regular. Hey, you guys! Sorry, I thought I would be here in time. I'm not sure how much, how long that's been going, but I just got back from getting cat food, and we're gonna start another stream here. Hey, Lucy, what's up? We're gonna do the one for artists. Here we go. Let me find it. Here we go. There it is. Do 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 do. How you all feeling today? How you feeling? How you feeling? Do 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 do. Gotta get this kitty fed, and I'll be back in a minute. Good morning. Thanks for the thumbs up already. How do artists self-regulate? Oh my goodness, that is a whole other topic. We've been doing self-regulation for, this is the 3rd week now, because it's such an important way to describe. It's just such an important thing in this world that I think the lack of it is causing so much conflict and sadness and disconnection and just what's the word for not understanding each other? Prejudices, all kinds of things. So here we are back again, self-regulating with Qigong. Qigong. Well, first of all, before I keep talking, let's go ahead and notice our breath. Notice our heartbeats. Notice how you're feeling. And tune in to you. Where'd you go? There was a couple of people here and you disappeared. I'm gonna go find you. Where are you? Where are you, everyone?
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and ad-free videos on the YouTube Kids.
Whew. How is everyone doing? All right, we got someone back in the house. So yeah, notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna get more techniques for artists to self-regulate out there because there's unique challenges that artists have when it comes to self-regulation. And I'm gonna break it down to the best of my ability. And there's so much I still don't know. All right. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. Too much glare. So once again, the two basic things that Qigong does for us to help us self-regulate is one, it helps us focus on tasks because you're practicing that focus by focusing on class right here. Thanks, board 24/7. So the more you can commit to class and focus on the routines as we do them, then you're developing your ability to focus. And then the second thing it does to help you self-regulate is basically 7 out of 8 of the self-regulation techniques. If I face this way, then the glare isn't glaring. So basically just helping you breathe, helping you meditate, helping you nourish your body. That is all happening with Qigong. And there's the glare, see? There's the glare. There's the no glare. When we're not regulated, or when we are regulated, we just have so much more energy to do so many things. And when we're not regulated, we sometimes don't realize it. We might say, oh, we just don't have energy, or we just aren't motivated, or we just feel icky. And we don't realize it's because we're not self-regulated. So if we literally just take 5 minutes and do Qigong, you might be like, oh my God, I feel so much more regulated now. This is another self-regulation tool, the Bach flower essences. I give consultations. Holy cow, this saved me. I started doing these and it was like, I don't know, everything made more sense. It was like this 3D reality became so much more multidimensional. Well, it's more than 3D, we know that. So as we're waiting for everyone to get here, let's get in touch with our intention for the day. If you have a specific intention on what you need in your body, mind, spirit, emotions, please write that in the chat. My name is Aviva, and my intention is, again, self-regulation, specifically catered towards artists in this class today. And so please share your name, your real name, and your intention for class today. Halloween was like a month ago. I don't even remember. Thank you for that thumbs up. Thank you for subscribing. And if you can donate, that would be amazing too. Let me grab that link for you. Let's see. Is this it? That's it. Oh, whoops. All right, this is the link for our cartoon fundraiser, which we still need to raise $3,000 for. I'm meeting with the cartoonists later today to discuss my progress. Maybe by the end of class we'll have something. I don't know. But here's the general donation page where you'll find my Cash App, my Venmo, all that good stuff. All right, I'll give you all a second to think about your intentions.
When life gets hectic, discipline brings me back to structure. A lot of the times I find myself fighting structure and knowing it's the only thing that can bring me back full circle.
I still don't see any intentions, but we'll get started in just a moment. I'll give y'all a moment. First raise 4 times a day. Even just once is great. We talked about the analogy of turning off the oven in one of the classes, right? I need to listen back on the classes. There's Lucy. Lucy's intention is to be free from shame and from second guessing what she needs to take care of her. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I think I went over all this stuff. Okay. I want to also review, waiting for Godot. You are an old man in a wheelchair and new here. Welcome. All are welcome. We do a lot of sitting stuff and we do a lot of mental stress relief. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And I do love that play, and it introduced me to eating raw turnips.
Um, I want to go over what self-regulation is. And as we're doing that, I'd like us to first breathe in our intentions, release anything in the way. Breathe in our intentions, release resistance. Again, I'm so grateful for you. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything you don't need. And again, breathe in your intentions and release anything that's stopping you from getting your intentions. Release it. Let it go. Let it go. We're going to start with our creativity mudra as I begin talking a little bit more about what self-regulation is. Left thumb is on top for women. And then it's like thumb, thumb, index, index, every other finger like that. And then this is what a man's is, right on top and then left. Now this, I think, is the mudra that helps us to tackle anytime we're feeling guilt or shame from that has nothing to do with us. Like we have no reason to feel guilty. We did nothing wrong. But we sometimes feel like, oh, am I being selfish for taking care of my needs? This is what I think the best mudra is for that, because what this does is it spins your creative wheels. And when you're creating and in that creating dimension, then you realize that you creating the reality that is loving towards you is the absolute priority. So let's hold this mudra as I talk a little bit more, and then we'll switch mudras in a few minutes. I'm going to keep my eye on the clock. So let's talk about those two main goals with self-regulation, which is staying on a task, completing the task, and not getting anxious about it, but just seeing it through and not letting the vocal gremlins try to get you to do other things. And then the other thing is to recognize if we're doing an impulsive coping mechanism, but it's causing deregulation. And so the two things that really help us with these two things, staying on task and not being impulsively deregulating, is patience and flexibility. So one thing that makes it really hard for us to be flexible is resentment. And this mudra helps with resentment as well as any liver mudra. And I think when we're deregulating, we feel resentment sometimes towards ourselves because we're punishing ourselves. Like that guilt feeling is sometimes connected to resentment. And the shame is sometimes connected to a resentment that's hidden that we haven't addressed. Yeah. And so just to go over what can help us self-regulate besides Qigong, and like I said earlier, Qigong helps us stay on task. It helps us to not be impulsive with deregulation because we can choose to instead be impulsive by doing a Qigong exercise or spraying ourselves with a Bach flower essence blend or something else that vibrationally aligns us energetically, like Qigong does. Because what we want to be doing is having a healthy self-assessment and self-monitoring instead of like a very critical, shameful one. Like just being like, hey, you're doing the best you can. Don't worry about it. The second one is the self-talk, which can actually be also defined as self-instruction. So we were talking about positive self-talk, which is like, good job. Like, just say good job. And sometimes it's really hard to say good job when there's outside elements that are stopping you from completing a task. And so you might interpret that as you're doing a bad job, but you're not. You're doing the best you can. And so then you can just change the instruction and be flexible. So instead of being like, okay, the instruction is you have to upload this video. Okay, your internet's not working. Okay, your new instruction is to fix your internet. Okay, it's taking too long and you have to teach a class. Okay, it's okay if I don't finish that right now. I guess I'm going to finish it later. And so you're constantly giving yourself instruction and you're being a nice teacher. You know, you're a nice boss to yourself. You're not like, how could you not have finished that? You know, it's like, no, we're just going to keep on changing the instruction because we are flexible. And we're going to give you a solid instruction. We're not going to abandon you. We're not going to neglect you. We're going to find out what the new instruction is. And that's the other thing that happens when we're not self-regulated is we sometimes do nothing and we feel stuck because we don't know what the next instruction is because we're not self-regulating. So then there's the goal setting. Like, okay, that's a good self-regulation tool. Like, okay, what's my goal for today? What's my to-do list? What am I going to get done? And is it unrealistic? That's something to pay attention to. And then my first class, I think I focused on this the most, is the self-reinforcement. So like, in addition to good job, like you're really looking at your good, your gifts, and all the accomplishments that you've had in this world, which is challenging to do on a daily basis. Oh, it's been more than 3 minutes. We're going to switch to the confidence mudra. Thumb to index and ring and middle and pinky. So when I think about this goal, middle and pinky's out, which is the self-reinforcement, it makes me think of a couple of movies where I think there was a Drew Barrymore movie, 30 Days, not 30, something where she woke up and she forgot who she was every day. So they gave her a video and they're like, this is who you are. This is what you've done, blah, 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 blah. And this guy is the love of your life, you know? So I think that that is actually a parallel universe to what happens to us when we wake up. We forget everything that we've accomplished. We forget how far we've come when we're not self-regulated. And we automatically go into, oh my God, how do I catch up? How do I be worth something today? Because you don't feel your worthiness to begin with. Or how do I, you know, accomplish this thing that I've never accomplished before? How do I get acceptance in this world, you know? So instead of jumping into those deregulating thoughts, self-reinforcement, you can put on that first class, I'll link it below, or just that short video about like, what are your gifts? Wake up and think about your talents. First thing, think, okay, when I first wake up, okay, I'm grateful to be alive. Yes. But also take a moment and marinate on your gifts and why so many people in their lives are grateful for you, what you've brought to so many people. Think about, you know, the clients you've had who's, you know, said, oh, you've changed my life. Focus on that good. You deserve it. Think about the good choices that you've made. Oh, I could have, you know, lied and cheated and stole something, but no, I chose to have integrity. Think about that. Think about how you've helped people. And let that purify your heart as you start every day. And I think you'll feel that you have more energy to do things. You'll have more energy to attend to your needs without guilt, to allow yourself to relax, to allow yourself to eat a good meal and not feel rushed. You know, I really did get messed up by, you know, one of my first corporate jobs, like having to rush through a 20-minute lunch. Yeah, not fun. 50 first dates. We're going to move to our heart chakra mudra. We are going to stand in about 5 minutes and do our Wujigong form. Index to the bottom of the thumb, thumb to the middle, and the ring. But anyone who needs to remain seated, you can just edit the movements to include sitting down, and that's totally fine. You know, any challenge makes it harder to self-regulate in this world, but sometimes it makes it easier in some ways because you have to be more disciplined in some ways and more focused for your survival. Focus is very helpful. Okay. You know, my focus today is how artists have a very complicated self-regulating spectrum. And thank you, binaural Dean. I'm going to start off by saying, depending on what your art is, it almost feels like you have to be filled with energy to perform. You know, a lot of us can get away with doing human tasks like washing the dishes, cleaning houses, you know, whatever it is we're doing. Even the CEO of some corporations can sometimes get away with running meetings and all that stuff without being completely full of energy because you have specific, you know, tasks that you're doing. But I think artists need to be almost overflowing with energy.
It's a quest.
Because they're creating things that might be taking more energy. It's hard to explain. And your channel has to be clearer because in order to put out the expression that you're choosing to express, it's almost like you have to be in an altered state of mind in a way. But what I think that means is just clear, like just completely purified of all the distractions, completely. And you need to be so much more clear to produce that art, which is seemingly impossible to other people in some ways because it's like coming out of nothing. And because of that, check this out, artists might be more prone to just block out this reality. Not only because you need more energy and need to stay clear and focused, but also because if you're creating a new reality, you don't want to be in this reality at the same time. And so you might need a lot more time alone and a lot more time not connecting to this world's energy to be inspired to create your energy. I mean, you could sit there and watch the news and you could sit there, you know, and do all that stuff, but it might give you a creative block because you really need to unplug from this world to create something new and to not have that critic in your voice or the expectations. It's like you have to just stay clear and spontaneous to create. You're welcome. So the challenging thing, the negative side to blocking things out, the positive side is you're able to focus on your art and produce and edit a movie all night, you know? But obviously the negative side is that you can't process what other people are connecting with because first of all, you're not even connecting with it because you're blocking it out. And second of all, you're not co-regulating with the people that aren't blocking it out. Does that make sense? So on top of that, another thing artists suffer from is oftentimes excessive critical self-talk. And we do that for a lot of reasons that actually seem to benefit us. For example, we are perfectionists when it comes to our art. So we have this like button. It's like I almost see it like artists. I'm not trying to say artists are better than anyone. It's like we're all different. It's like we're all different creatures. Like, you know, if we were computers, I just think artists might have a lot more buttons that need to be tuned. I don't know how to describe that. And because we have these extra buttons, they can cause deregulation. If, like, for example, we might have the ability to be extra critical because we have to when we produce our art because we want it to be the best it can be. But then that gets turned on ourselves and we become extra critical of ourselves because we have that ability. And so we need to realize that we need to use that ability to benefit us, not to hurt us, because that's a deregulation. So when we focus on other people's opinions on our output, that's when it can become deregulating. Like really try to focus on your own opinion of your creativity, but see, you put yourself out there in the world and all these opinions come your way and it's hard to not pay attention to them and then change or just criticize yourself because of the opinion that's coming your way, which is completely subjective. So that's what artists deal with. It's like, it's not like, oh, the plumber fixed the pipe, so it's not leaking anymore. Good job, plumber. Oh, the artist sang a song and it moved me and I liked it. Good job, artist. But then there's Joe sitting over there saying, I didn't like that song. So it might have fixed one person's pipe, but not the other, right? So it's more subjective. And then we might build up really unrealistic expectations of ourselves, like for everyone to like us. Never, ever has there ever been an artist that everyone likes. There's always going to be people that like them and don't like them. And then you might like someone today and not like someone tomorrow. So it's unrealistic to have these expectations, and to have unrealistic expectations causes deregulation. So we have to just realize that our need for validation needs to come from other things, not our art, because we're not going to be validated for our art by everyone. We have to focus on our own validation of that. And I think the best thing to focus on, and why I think so many really, really great artists that I've met have this quality, I think what is most validating, was great to focus on as far as feeling validated, besides the output of your work, is first of all, how disciplined you are and being proud of yourself for having a discipline and even spending a couple of hours a day on your art, but also just being kind, like just noticing how you treat others, your patience, your kindness, you know, being a joy to people, like lifting people up if you can, you know, encouraging other people to express. I think that's a way you can validate yourself and receive validation, just by being kind to others. And the other thing is if we can't validate ourselves, we have to find a safe space to be able to regulate and perform while a crowd is around us. If you're a performing artist, for example, that is so challenging. And how do you create that safe space for yourself? That's when it's tricky and magical and almost requires being in an altered state of mind. I was saying, it's like I will say I am so much better at not only performing, but feeling good about my performance when I've eaten so well that day or haven't eaten a lot that day. Like just had fresh vegetables and fruits because like the energy is so vital in me that I just feel like I can get to that higher energy level um, of performance when I've, done my qigong, done all my stretching and all that stuff. We're going to sit for like 1 or 2 more minutes and do the third eye mudra. Um, you know, at my performance Thursday was a crazy day. I got to tell you about that. Um, there was this girl who probably like maybe 8, maybe younger, and she was playing the tambourine with me, and she said, "Well, can you, instruct me, point to me so I know when to play?" And I said, "Well, I'll just stomp my feet." And she was so good at following along. But when her parents started filming her, she had an emotional breakdown. So, I mean, it could have been a lot of different things going on. But what I'm thinking is she got up. I don't even know. I can't really guess what happened, but I feel like it has to do with a deregulation that happened because she was trying to stay focused on the task and she felt like she couldn't focus on the beat because everyone was distracting her all of a sudden. Um, and so then I think her self-critic came into her head like, you can't do your job. You can't do a good job. I don't know. That's just my guess. Um, so the negative self-talk stops your emotional regulation in 2 ways when you're having too high expectations of yourself and you feel like you can't complete your job. And it's hard to explain. Like, I remember being a kid artist and just taking things so seriously and just being so upset when I couldn't get people to co-regulate with my seriousness of how serious we had to be in order to get the job done. And I don't feel wrong for that. Like, I absolutely feel like in order to create that like magical space of performance for other people, we all had to be in it together. And I couldn't find people who were so willing to commit like that with me until I got to high school. Like, I remember they were just so casual about it and just wanting to have fun. And I was like so serious. I'm like, no, you guys have to know your lines. You have to memorize them. We have to know the choreography right on the beat. Come on, this is so serious, And I think I still get like that sometimes when I'm like so serious, like I have to finish a song from start to finish. I can't stop in the middle. And, I've completely changed that. Like when I'm singing out in public, like people start talking to me in the middle of a song. And a part of me is like, you're ruining the song. Like, this is like where the emotions happen. Like, how could you like interrupt me singing? But it's become this other thing where I just have to kind of let it go and be like, oh, they just came to socialize. Like, they're not taking the art as seriously as me. And that's okay too. And that's part of it. And part of, my mission to just kind of uplift the space without necessarily having to do like this Taylor Swift show where the choreography is right on the beat and whatnot. And you jump in the stage like right when you get that. I love that stuff. I live for that stuff, but I have to realize, it's not what I'm doing right now in these restaurant gigs and whatnot. And so I can get all this negative self-talk like, oh, I'm just not good enough to be there and people don't respect me enough. Or I can just be like, this is what it is. And I'm flexible and I'm happy and I'm grateful for even doing this, right? So the one thing that you want to not do is have that negative self-talk when those things happen. So if you are that serious, like I am with the art and the high expectations, then it prevents this positive self-talk. And so you deregulate in those moments and have an emotional breakdown like that girl had, or like I sometimes had. Like I've literally cried inside sometimes when people have interrupted me because I'm so serious about the art that I do. And so number 2, it makes it hard for you to be present with other people
if you have these really high expectations, it's like trying to move around the room with a knife in your belly and you have so much pain. And what ends up happening is you indirectly try to get the knife out of yourself through seeking validation in another way. Let's just do one more mudra. Let's do the grounding mudra, and then we'll stand and do our Wujigong form. So pinky to thumb and ring. So, okay, this is kind of something else. Yeah, this is an interesting phenomenon that happens.
Hey everyone, thanks
with
for watching these
artists.
restreams. Thanks for being here.
So first of all, let's take that scenario where you're in a public performance, whether you're in an art exhibit and you're the artist showing your art, or you're the singer, or you're the dancer, or the actor, actress, and you know you're fulfilling this role of your art, and yet you're feeling like you're not doing a good enough job, and so that makes it not only hard for you to be there doing your art, but it also makes it hard for you to mingle with people because you've got this pain going on in your head, like, I'm not good enough. I'm not delivering what I need to deliver. I'm not executing this. And it's weird. It's just a weird thing. And so just doing the qigong exercises and being aware of your flexibility and your patience and your positive self-talk, and in being able to instruct yourself and say, okay, switch characters now. You don't have to be this unrealistic artist. You can just be loving yourself as someone who is expressing something fun for people. And just try to change the talk instead of being like, am I good enough? Will these people like me? Try to change it to, how am I bringing joy and love to these people? Why do they like me? Instead of, do they like me? Say, why do they like me? Well, they like that I can do this for them, and oh, I'm going to be annoying them with the music. It's like, no, you're going to be adding life energy to their life. You have to own it, right? So then the other thing that happens is what I was talking about with you, like, not even being, let's stand up and start the Wujigong form, not even being completely conscious of not feeling like you're enough. And so what happens is when you have conversations with people, you have this indirect pain that you're not even wanting to be consciously aware of. And so you might have like diarrhea of the mouth, or let's bring our yin hand under the belly button, right for women, left for men, and then the yang on top, feet shoulder width apart, and bounce. Or you just start just kind of like dumping on someone or venting, or what's it called? Trauma dumping. You know, and you might do this with certain people in your life who you don't feel approved of, or who you feel like you like more than them. You might suddenly just get all short-circuited because you're trying to get validation from them because you don't feel validated yourself for some reason. And so it's really important to be aware of that, because that is more deregulating for you. So if there are certain people that you suddenly like are like, oh, I need to prove myself to this person. This person does not approve of me. You know, so when I talk to them, I'm just gonna, you know, just talk until they give me some kind of validation that will ground me. It's like, no, you can't. You got to be real clear with why you're even talking to someone, because when you're an artist, it's almost better to just not talk to people if you're in that state. Like, just be by yourself and find your art and express it
or, do that inner child work, or do the meditation and take that time for you. Because the thing about artists, and I think I expressed that in another class, is like you literally have to do your self-expression and your art and your creativity. You're wired to have that gift because it self-regulates you. So if you're feeling not good enough to even do your own gifts, then it's like a double whammy deregulation. Not only are you not getting the regulation for the gifts, but you're not getting the validation from the gifts. You don't have to grab your foot like that. You don't have to have your unrealistic expectation of yourself, easy. We're going to bring the bottom hand out face up and top face down and keep shaking. Okay, so it's actually, I think, really common. Okay, wait, did I finish saying all that? Okay, so you're indirectly trying to get that knife out of yourself through the conversation by seeking validation or oversharing or just running your mouth, like because it's too painful to sit still. So when it's too painful for you to sit still, that is a really good time to do your art. That is a really good time to do inner child work, to spray yourself with Bach flowers, to do some primal screaming, some Qigong. And sometimes we just want to call people. We just want to talk to people. We just want to feel someone else's energy because it is a good feeling to co-regulate with people and to feel connected with others. I mean, we're social beings. You might be scared in that moment. You might be triggered with some fear trauma. You might be scared you're going to die and you just want to like reach to someone and, maybe you have an on-call therapist and that's different and that would be good. But anyway, shake it out. Come to stillness after you shake it out. Relax your shoulders. You're just going to go back and forth, shrinking that shoulder down and then releasing it back and forth. So it could be like other people who experience this, but I think it's really common for artists because there is almost this function. Like if we were computers and we weren't outputting the art that we were meant to be outputting in this world, it's almost like having leftovers in the fridge that starts to go bad. It's like you almost feel like, okay, this is ripe right now. I need to bite this peach. It is so juicy and yummy. And tomorrow, it's not going to be yummy anymore. And so I think we almost feel this sense of urgency. And that's why I'm saying, don't give in to that pain of the urgency and call someone or get drunk or do something that kills the pain, because the reason why the pain was there was because it's trying to say, eat this peach now. All right, I just wanted to give a toast to everyone who's here with some straight ginger squeezed. Grab whatever you want to toast with. Just a toast to you and your energy. May all your dreams come true. Thank you for being here. I am grateful for you. Oh, whew. Okay. And now back to this. Write a song, paint, like do this now because it's ready for you. It's ready for your expression. And then our own self-esteem might be, you know what? I'm not good enough to express, or I just don't feel like it. I don't feel like it, mommy. I don't want to eat this broccoli, even though I know it's good for me. And we have these little temper tantrums, and I'm telling you, yes, the matrix therapy is amazing for that. If you're blocked, absolutely. I'm so grateful for that. The Bach flower essence, I'm so grateful for that. Also, just diving in and playing piano, diving in and picking up that paintbrush. So much more powerful than you realize in that moment. I know, but on some level, those are excuses, EC, because I've been there too. When I first moved to Atlanta, I had nothing. But I got back on my knees and I prayed. I was driving around. I was driving home from work. Or sometimes I just do this. You just drive around in rich neighborhoods and you look at the trash pile. Guess what I found? I found a keyboard. I found a keyboard, I think in Decatur. It was just thrown out. There was nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. I got home, plugged it in. See, the thing is this is a magical world, and you've been given gifts to express. And if you don't have the instruments, they're going to find a way to you if you just really say and claim it and say, this is what I'm here to do. Thank you. Can I please have a guitar? And you will be surprised how quickly that appears in your life. You will be surprised. Rotate that left shoulder back a few times. Okay, so this is what happens when you don't express your art and instead you like fart on people, right? You just like start complaining to people. Oh, I don't have this. I don't have that. Woe is me, right? You will start to deregulate and literally start to feel like the whole world hates you. You will. I think artists more than others. I mean, I think a lot of people can feel this way, obviously, but I think artists uniquely have this dilemma more than others where something switches in their brain and they think everyone hates them. And they think, and I don't know, okay. It's basically like because your positive self-talk gets cut off, suddenly your negative self-talk is projected on everyone. So suddenly you think all these people think I suck because you think you suck in that moment. Hi, Haley. Yeah, you can ask whatever you want. I don't know. Not sure why it froze. Why'd you freeze, video? Are we talking too much? I can answer it. There we go. Yes. Yeah. Coping mechanisms can be deregulating mechanisms. So it can literally be like flipping the Othello board. Like when you suddenly stop that negative self-talk and you suddenly switch it to the positive self-talk, you'll suddenly realize, you'll suddenly think everyone loves you. Like you'll go from feeling like everyone hates you to everyone loves you. Okay, we're slowly bringing the arms up and just letting them. Or just being practical and being like, okay, a lot of people love me and some people hate me, and that's okay too, right? But just realizing that oftentimes the reason why you think you get in those moments where you think everyone hates you, no one supports you, no one loves you, is literally because you are thinking that about yourself. And it's hard to hear that sometimes because you think, well, no, I love myself. But it's like, but do you? Like, are you taking care of yourself? Are you cleaning your house? Are you doing your laundry? Are you doing your dishes? Like, are you loving yourself? Are you complimenting yourself? Are you goal setting? Are you encouraging yourself? Are you reinforcing yourself and your gifts? Or are you dependent on others for that and you think others need to be doing that for you? Because you can't depend on others for that. You got to trust that you've been given your gifts because you deserve them and you're special. And you can express them just as you. And nobody understands you like you understand you. And you don't even understand you all the time. And nobody can give you the tools that you need, like, unless you know what you need. And then once you realize that and you start getting your needs met, you're like, oh my God,
all the support was around me. I did not even realize it. If you can't answer this, that's okay. You're pregnant and feel tight. I think this movement is the movement for you, I would guess, Irish Life. So now I'm going the other way. Like, I feel like I've never been pregnant, but I have suffered with benign tumors, actually, fibroids, which expand my uterus. And this is one of the movements that helped me the most. And so if you've never done Tai Chi or Qigong, you know, you might think, oh, this is just physically moving my arms up and down. But when you start to feel, yes, absolutely. Haley, thank you for reminding me of your name. Haley, when you bring your arms around, you want to really try to feel the energy. Because even if you don't have space from your skin, you know, for all this is beautiful baby to expand itself, and it's scary because you're like, oh my gosh, like this is pushing against my organs, this is pushing against all this stuff. Like literally when you get into that qigong energy, you can almost feel like a molecular stretching, like a micro opening, which makes all the difference. It's like all the cells of your body have a little bit more breath, and that's what we're creating here. So I'm not a yoga teacher as far as like, you know, I know there's certain things you shouldn't be doing. I think you're not supposed to be doing downward dog, but you know, check with your doctor about that. But all of this slow moving qigong is so good for creating space in your whole being. And for just kind of getting all the puzzle pieces to fit together. And I think talking to your baby really helps too, Haley. Like, hey, like, can you just like move a little bit this way? Is that okay for you? Like that'll feel more comfortable for me. And also just being aware of that life creates, I mean, I'm sure you do that already. It just creates more of that symbiotic relationship that's going on. What a miracle, huh? Nice. Also, some people recommend shea butter. All right, we're going to hold the yin hand over the head first, right for women, left for men, and the other on top of that. Fingers spread and feel that energy pour into your womb. Or your lower dantian, I mean. I've got pregnancy on my mind. Oh, your baby loves you. Your baby's saying, hi, 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 hi. Feel that energy pour into you. So shea butter supposedly helps the body expand, like be more elastic, the skin. So it supposedly like prevents stretch marks, shea butter and cocoa butter, because it's like massaging into that tummy area and just making more elasticity. So you have to kind of stay lying down. Feel that energy pouring into you. Thanks for being here, Haley. It's nice to have the pregnant miracle of life energy shared in this sacred space. You're ready. It's so exciting.
You know, bring your arms down to the side, open up, and relax the shoulders. So we've been talking about self-regulation for a couple weeks now. Come to stillness. Now we're going to connect with earth energy. So you got to pee a lot. Well, maybe doing some bladder exercises might help you. I can show you some specific bladder stuff. So actually the whole next section of this Wujigong form helps with the bladder because it helps with everything from the waist down. So there's probably a million classes we can do on self-regulation while you're pregnant, which is a whole other story. Today's class, we're focused on self-regulation if you're an artist and the complications of that and being patient with yourself. Because, well, I'm going to get into more stuff that deregulates us just because we're artists and the special needs that we have. And so I think it's very similar to pregnancy because when you're pregnant, you're like making a baby, and artists are making babies in their own way, and they need to, you know, brew on things and marinate on things and birth on time, or they have labor pains. Oh yeah, no, you pee so much more when you're pregnant. So normal. Because yeah, your bladder's smaller, so you gotta like, I mean, the bladder's not smaller, but it's squished. Um, and there are certain things that can help you. Like, I think if you don't eat as much salt, that might help. Obviously, staying away from caffeine can help. Aw. It's good that you see the funny side of it, Haley. Okay, so we're gonna start our ankle rotations in this part of the form. You're gonna lift that left heel, bend both knees and rotate that left knee towards the right. Were you the one that popped on a few months ago who was pregnant? I have a hard time remembering names, so. So I was talking about how artists specifically can slip into the everyone hates me mode because of the negative self-talk. And what I didn't go into is why we're more prone to negative self-talk. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is we generally often don't live up to society's expectations of what a person should be like, because we have our completely unique lifestyles in order to produce the art that we produce. And so if we don't embrace our uniqueness and love us for being different, then it's more often that our is gonna not adequate. Example, there's a lot of poverty in the artist lifestyle, which can be scary as well because you're putting all your money into your art, which doesn't always get money, right? Gotcha. It must have been someone else, Haley. There also might be difficulty in having a normal relationship because of how much energy you put towards your art. A lot of us artists call our art our first love, and our partners might feel like they're second. And with enough communication, I think it can obviously work, you know, but it could be more challenging, you know, like a lot of musicians I know. Okay, lift the other heel and rotate to the left. You know, we have gigs on New Year's and Christmas and holidays that, you know, is family time, and they feel neglected maybe, and they want you to do like typical relationship stuff, and even like celebrate, you know, even celebrating the anniversary and stuff like that. It can be more challenging when you're like constantly focused on getting gigs, and anyway, it's just more to juggle. Also, the time limitations, okay?
So when you're an artist, just like being pregnant for 9 months until the baby's ready to come out, so much time. It takes so much time to produce even just one drawing sometimes, or a masterpiece of music. Okay, we're gonna go the other way. Like hours of studio time, like not only in the actual life, but also in the training of it, in the school of it, right? So that's just one other thing that can twist up your positive self-talk, is that there's not enough time to do stuff, to produce stuff. And yeah, like I said, we're focused so much on creating a new thing, a new world, that connecting with this world becomes perhaps not as much of a priority, because we can't find our happiness here if we're not expressing our gifts. Make sense? So, in addition, because of the time restraints and how much time it does the art, it might be harder to do normal tasks of cleaning, laundry, even eating. I know so many of us who just like get in the zone, right? And don't eat for a day. And, you know, we have to figure out how to self-regulate and still take care of ourselves while we're doing our art. And it's all a balance. All right, so we're gonna bring our knees together, thighs together. We're gonna rotate to the left. Thanks for all the thumbs up. I really appreciate y'all. I do want to stick in the chat one more time the donation link to all these different ways you can donate. And of course, you can become a member of my channel. I have a goal by December 1st to get 10 members. I've got 1 right now, so I've got 9 to go. And it's just $2.99 a month. And that just supports me putting out these 2 hour-and-a-half classes every week. So if 3 hours of Qigong is worth, let's see, 3 hours a week, 4 weeks, 12 hours, $2.99. So it's like 2 cents an hour if you pay $2.99 a month. That would be amazing. All right. So what I've come up with for this class are some self-talk affirmations that we can do so that we don't think the world hates us when we're an artist doing all these weird things in order to self-regulate. And I'll put them in the description below as well after I get feedback from you and let you, so you can let me know if this actually helps you, right? Okay, feet shoulder width apart, and maybe you all will come up with some that, I'm sure you can come up with some that I don't know. And now we're gonna just sway back and forth, just like helping all the weight come to one and then the other. And honestly, my true goal out of all of this self-regulating as an artist is to build an artist village together in every state, like where we can help each other take care of our basic needs while creating our art. And that was how the Renaissance happened, I believed years ago, is because the community was supporting each other and supporting artists in ways that hasn't happened since then, or we would be living in a Renaissance. And so if we can create these artist villages, I think they've tried with like the goat farm here and, different places, but it just hasn't quite had all the perfect ingredients. The soup just has not been perfectly yummy yet. All right, still just sway back and forth here. Okay, self-affirmation number 1. Not everyone can understand me, and that's okay. Because I don't even understand me, because I have a connection to spirit so unique, and in order to let it flow, I need to remain judgment-free and let it be. The reason why I think this is such a good affirmation is because you're literally saying criticizing myself is stopping my ability to be an artist. Because if you can't stay judgment-free, and if you can't let it be, then you can't be that clear channel for your art. So I'll say it again. Not everyone can understand me, and that's okay, because I don't even understand me.
because I have a connection to spirit so uniquely. And in order to let it flow, I need to remain judgment free and let it be. What do y'all think about that affirmation? Sway back and forth. Number 2, I have amazing amounts of energy in order to complete my artist goal. Some may be jealous or in awe or confused about this or call me weird, but it's not my job to explain, and I love it. And I've been given this energy because of my hard work, discipline, and gifts. What do you think about that one? I have amazing amounts of energy in order to complete my artist goal. Some may be jealous, in awe, or confused, or critical, or say I have some kind of mental disorder, but it's not my job to explain, and I love it. And I've been given this energy because of my hard work, discipline, and gifts. Y'all like that? Give me a thumbs up if you like that affirmation. Okay, come to stillness. Connect with the earth. Open up under your arms. Number 3, it is okay to be different from everyone and to celebrate it. And this is how it has to be if we're paving our own way in this world. We can create spaces that nurture these differences, and it's not anyone's or this world's fault that it's not handed to us on a silver platter. What do you think about that? It's okay to be different from everyone and to celebrate it. And this is how it has to be if we're paving our own ways in this world. We can create space that nurtures these differences, and it's not anyone's or this world's fault, and it's not handed to us on a silver platter. Number 4, I can surround myself with people I can be myself around. Now, when you find yourself with the diarrhea of the mouth and trying to prove yourself and blah, 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 you might be around people that you can't be yourself around, or you just might not be able to be yourself in that moment because it's like you're having this artist constipation energy going on. So in addition to that affirmation, I can surround myself with people I can be myself around, and I can truly be myself around myself. Some of us can't even do that, right? Okay, number 5, I'm allowed to take space for me by myself so I can regulate, and it's essential for my well-being, which is doing a good job as an artist. So not only is regulating essential, but you can tell yourself when you're regulated, it's way easier to have that self-positive talk saying, good job, you're regulated. That's a big accomplishment as an artist. It's a huge accomplishment to stay regulated because you're emotionally so sensitive to everything often, unless you're numbing out. So again, number 5, I'm allowed to take space for me by myself so I can regulate, and it's essential for my well-being, which is doing a good job as an artist when you are regulating. Number 6 is really, really simple. We're gonna stand here for just another moment for the bladder. Number 6 is I can feel good about my creations without being validated, praised, given money for, or given attention for them. Get it? I can feel good about my creations without being validated, praised, given money or fame for, or given attention for them. And sometimes the opposite happens, like in the case of the girl with the tantrum. Sometimes if you're given attention for your gifts, too much attention, it might cause deregulation. So this is a really important affirmation. If you feel really good about your creations, then it's more of a chance that no matter how much attention you get, a lot or a little, it won't devalue you. Because like I was saying in my last class, I'm being inducted in the Hall of Fame. for this one music organization who says that they've, heard my music, but I feel like it's a little bit of a lie because, it's a money-making thing. Any rewards thing is kind of like, give us money and we'll give you a reward, or we'll give someone a reward. Someone's making money off of it. It's all promotion. It's not real. It's not real connection with what your art really is sometimes. And it's just hard to juggle all that and regulate it. But if you just say, I just feel good about my creations without being validated, without this award show, I still feel good about me. I don't need your praise, but sure. I don't need to be given money for them, but I got to work on being a businesswoman so I can regulate and have the money that I need. Right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that you're, that, you know what I'm saying? I can feel good about my creations without being validated, praised, or given money for, or given attention for them. It's not about that. It's about creating. When you have a baby, you're going to love that baby no matter what. Hopefully. You're not like, oh, I would have loved my baby so much more if their nose was a little different or if they had blue eyes instead of brown. It's like, no. When you create something and you're connected to spirit with that creation, then you love it and it feels good to you. Sure, you could develop and make things better in the future, but you feeling good about it is like being grateful for having a baby. Okay, so this one is really, really long, number 7. I remember writing this and being like, oh my God, this is not an affirmation. This is like a, what do you call it? There's a word for it. All right, let's go on to the next part of the form, which is alchemizing humanity. This is another really good one, I think, to help with stuck energy in the womb area, in the hips. You're going to bring your hands in front of your belly button, about 2 fists, and hold it there. Anyone who's just stopping by, we are self-regulating with artists today, especially the unique artist lifestyles that people lead. We're going to rotate the hips around, keeping the hands the same distance, following them around the circle. Okay, so this is the 7th affirmation. I came up with 10 affirmations that could help artists self-regulate. Okay. If an emotion comes up, it can be processed through my art, and it is a gift. The mystery of my agony will clarify as I take the time to work on my art, and all will be well. This does not mean I need to resolve the issue around the person, because it's often in their subconscious and incapable of talk processing and needs the alchemy of music, art, writing, or another expression. And your hyperfixation on it is a clue to create until you feel relieved of that agony that the connection or projection triggers of negative self-talk. Often this someone may literally have thrown a psychic knife at you because they have no way to process a pain that you've already proved your abilities to process on. And what this reminds me of is how people kept giving Rapunzel hay to turn into gold because she had these special abilities. I feel like that's what artists do, is they take these mundane emotions and they make not only sense of them, but usually something beautiful that just fills our spirit with so much joy and makes us want them to do it again and again. And it seems to us to come from like their special gifts. And it's easy to take for granted that they put a lot of work into it, And so, all right, let's go the other direction. So artists, a lot of artists I know are so giving because they have these gifts and they do seemingly spin gold out of hay. And everyone wants that energy. And so because of that, you have to, first of all,
stop acting like you can just give it to everyone because they're just going to take it. You know, stop flaunting it. Stop bragging about it. Stop saying, I can do this for you and I can do that for you and I can make this happen for you. It's like you're going to have to start monetizing at some point because you got to make a living, right? It's like how I used to sing for free everywhere I went. Okay. But secondly, you can say no. You know, you can, even if you've offered it to someone, you'd be like, you know what? My bad. I did offer you this thing, this painting that I said I was going to give you. And I do want to with my heart, but I got to be real. I have realized that I need to start at least monetizing the hours that I spend doing things for people. Even if it's just $10 an hour, I have to eat, I have to pay rent. So I'm going to say no. Now, of course, it would be easier if you didn't offer it to begin with, but you can say no. Like, I'll do this for you, but I need money. And so you can basically, you know, even if it's like a subconscious psychic thing, you just lay that straw, that hay back in front of them and say, you can spin your own gold. I believe in you. You don't need me for this. So that was number 7. If you want me to read it again, let me know, but I'm going to go on. There's 3 more. I just wanted to come up with 10 affirmations for artists to reverse the negative self-talk at the end of these affirmations. I think that you will. Okay, so number 8 is really simple. It's just everything will be okay. Art is a process. We're going to open up our legs wide, bend over, and lift the arms back and forth. Number 9, I think about all I've accomplished this far in life, and though I may not be rich and famous, I'm amazed at my own creativity and creative expressions and how they've helped me and others process life and add beautiful expression to this life. All of you artists know this is true about you. So when you get down about yourself, please say, affirmation number 9, I think about all I've accomplished thus far in life, and even all you've survived. And though I may not be rich and famous, I'm amazed at my own creativity and creative expressions and how they've helped me and others process life and add beautiful expression to this life. And this is the thing. Nobody expects you to be rich and famous as an artist. I mean, if it happens, it happens, but you can still have a very successful career without being millionaires and without being famous. See, that's an unrealistic expectation to be like, okay, the only way to be successful is to be rich and famous as an artist. See, that's the illusion of mainstream media, which needs to change if we're going to have a renaissance, right? And the final affirmation is, I don't have to fit into this world, and I can't fit into this world if I'm creating another one. Okay? Artists out there, when you're negatively talking to yourself because you feel like you don't meet society's expectations, say this affirmation. I don't have to fit into this world, and I can't fit into this world if I'm creating another one. And that's okay. I don't have to fit into this world, and I can't fit into this world if I'm creating another one. Isn't that just okay? What do you think about these 10 affirmations? Any questions? We got about 10 minutes left of class. Are you still with us, Haley? Who's still with us so I know whose intentions I can address for the remainder 10 minutes? Okay, y'all. We are going to do 5 minutes now of the Wuji. So for 5 minutes, you're just going to feel the chi and move around with it. And I'm going to step away so you don't do what I'm doing. Like, just really feel your own chi. And I'll be back in 5 minutes and see who is still here so I can direct the last 2 minutes of class towards your intentions. I'll be back. One more minute of the Wuji. How y'all feeling? Okay, we're going to do something for the kidneys and the bladder real quick. You're going to step with your right foot, bring the right hand forward, left back, and then the left hand forward, right back, and then the right. Waist level with the hands. You're going to step with the left and do 3 passes starting with the left. Halusona, and then right, and then left. You're going to step again with the right and go right, left, right. Step with the left. This is very building of the chi for the bladder and kidneys. Again, stepping with the right and the right hand first. 1, 2, 3. Then the left. Left, right, left with the hand. Step with the right. Right hand forward, left hand forward, right hand forward, and then the left hand forward, and then the right, and the left. Step with the right hand forward, and the left, right, and then the left side. And then the right again, right hand forward, left, right, step with the left hand forward, and then right, and then left, step with the right hand forward, and left, and right, step with the left. Excellent. Good job today, y'all. I really hope this helped you artists out there as well as everyone. Whether you're an artist at night or not, maybe it helps you understand artists, or maybe it helps with you. Maybe you didn't realize you had these similar artist regulation characteristics in your energy. So we're going to go ahead and thank the ancestors and all the lineage holders of this Qigong knowledge. Thank you. 谢谢宗师. And we're going to go ahead and thank all the teachers of all of these kind of esoteric arts. 谢谢老师. We're going to fill our hearts with gratitude and compassion and spread this out to everyone we encounter, especially ourselves, and just the whole universal consciousness. Thank you for shining your light. Thank you for the light that shines within you. And thank you for being on for the world to see your life energy, not dimming it, but shining. I will see you Wednesday. If you liked this class, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to donate, once again, I have that link in the chat. And you can also just press the money button on the chat if you'd like to give back $1 or $2, whatever works for you. It's a free class, so don't feel obligated. And I look forward to Wednesday's class at 1:30. And absolutely, Lasona, thank you for your gratitude. I love that energy. And yeah, be sure to check out some other classes if you liked the theme of self-regulation. I think this is our 5th or 6th class on that, so you can look back in the last couple of weeks and check them out. Anyway, I'll see you Wednesday, gorgeous people. Wednesday at 1:30. And there you have it. How y'all doing? I just made some fresh popcorn. Y'all, before we dive into the next class, we've got like 3 more that has to do with regulation. So we've got plenty to do until midnight. But I want to play for you the ASEA commercial again, because I talk about this product all the time. I use it every day, this water. And it is so regulating. And I'm going to let this video talk about a little bit more about what it is, if I find it. Where are we? Here we are. Oops. Okay. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Redox Breakthrough. In this short video, I will introduce you to a breakthrough technology called ASEA Redox, a cutting-edge technology that represents a new category in health and wellness, a technology that is 10 to 15 years ahead of its time and that at one time science had declared was impossible. And yet today, many experts are recognizing ASEA Redox as the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. A great place to start is what ASEA Redox is not. It is not a vitamin or mineral supplement, an antioxidant formula, exotic juice, essential oil, or CBD oil. ASEA Redox goes beyond nutrition, beyond ingredients, and yet can impact your health at a depth that no other supplement has ever come close to achieving. For many, ASEA Redox represents the missing link to better health. So what is ASEA Redox? Well, in short, it is the world's first and only redox signaling supplement containing perfectly balanced and stabilized redox signaling molecules. And this represents one of the fastest growing areas of science, with over 1,200 books, 18,000 studies in peer-reviewed journals, international conferences bringing together some of the world's best scientists, as well as universities being awarded multi-million-dollar grants to study this area of science. The Society for Free Radical Biology and Medicine, established in 1987, has changed their name to the Society for Redox Biology and Medicine. And all of this because redox signaling has been proven to be foundational to cellular health, rejuvenation, and renewal, impacting every major body system and function. Did you know that every second of every day, your cells are communicating tremendous amounts of information throughout your body, making it one of the most complex communication networks on Earth? Any breakdown in this vital communication, and you cannot achieve your full health potential. In fact, if your cells can't signal, then little else matters. A simple example, your home's on fire. You call the fire department. That they have the big red truck, the firefighters, the fire hose, everything they need to put out the fire. However, if you have a weak cell signal, pun intended, they don't get the message and your home goes up in flames. ASEA Redox is the only supplement in the world to be able to provide the body with more of these redox signaling molecules that are critical for this signaling process. Now, it's often said that we live and die at the cellular level. If you want a healthy heart, have healthy heart cells, healthy lungs, healthy lung cells, and so on. In fact, you are the sum total of your 75 trillion cells. And as science looks deeper inside the cell, it has discovered a very special set of molecules called redox signaling molecules. Now, once thought to be nothing more than the byproduct of energy production in the cell, scientists now understand that redox signaling molecules are key to cellular rejuvenation and renewal, and foundational to healthy cell signaling throughout the body. Now, these molecules go beyond all natural and are in fact native to the body. For example, a blueberry is all natural, but your body doesn't grow blueberries. Your body does, however, make these powerful molecules. So if your body is already making these molecules, then why do we need to talk about them? Well, there's a challenge. With age alone, we lose about 10% production of these molecules with every decade that passes. Add to that diet, stress, environmental toxins, and you begin to experience even more deficiencies and imbalances. As a result, your cells don't signal and communicate like they used to. The whole cellular healing process becomes slow and sluggish, and you begin to see and feel the effects of aging. So to be able to supplement and replenish your cells with more of these powerful redox signaling molecules would be groundbreaking, to say the least. However, there was a huge challenge. Due to the highly reactive and fleeting nature of these molecules, science had declared it was impossible to stabilize the molecules outside of the body. Well, after almost 2 decades, millions of dollars of research, and multiple patents, a group of scientists led by an atomic medical physicist achieved the impossible. For the first time ever, they created and stabilized redox signaling molecules outside of the body in perfect balance as they're found in healthy cells. And ASEA Redox was born, the world's first and only redox signaling supplement. Starting with nothing more than salt and water, same as what's found inside your cells, and passing it through a complex, heavily patented 3-day process, the salt water is broken down and then restructured into trillions of these signaling molecules, the stabilization of which launched our exclusive redox signaling technology. So make no mistake about it, ASEA is not a bottle of salt water. It is a bottle of trillions and trillions of these vital redox signaling molecules that we have made from salt and water. And then after 5 years of additional research and development, we were able to launch Renew 28, a redox signaling gel for topical use. So one technology and 2 delivery systems, ASEA Redox Cellular Health from the inside out and Renew 28 Cellular Health from the outside in. Thanks to multiple patents, ASEA is the only company in the world where you can get this redox technology. BioAgilytix, one of the top independent testing labs in the country, has verified and certified that our products do indeed contain these powerful redox signaling molecules, and millions of dollars of studies have demonstrated that our technology is 100% safe with 0 levels of toxicity. In a recent double-blind placebo-controlled study with Torre Labs, a leading genetic research laboratory, ASEA Redox was shown not only to signal at the cellular level, but even at the profound depths of the genetic level, activating 5 important gene signaling pathways by up to 31% in only 8 weeks, which in turn positively impacted 5 major areas of health: improve immune system health, help maintain a healthy inflammatory response, help maintain cardiovascular health, and support arterial elasticity, improve digestive health, and modulate hormone balance. And this is only scratching the surface. For example, just one of the gene signaling pathways that we tested can influence another 15 pathways, including those involved in insulin signaling, thyroid hormones, as well as ovarian fertility. However, let's discuss antioxidant health. Medical experts worldwide agree that oxidative stress is the #1 health risk factor, and the NRF2 signaling pathway is critical for the production and activation of your body's master antioxidants, such as glutathione, which is many times more powerful than the antioxidants found in fruits and berries. In earlier studies, it was shown that ASEA Redox could increase glutathione efficacy by up to 800%, as well as lowering oxidized LDL and oxidized DNA. So although there are no antioxidants in a bottle of ASEA Redox, its impact on antioxidant health is nothing short of astonishing. So at this point, let's take a couple of minutes and listen to what medical professionals are saying about ASEA's redox signaling technology.
Inside every cell in your body, you're constantly producing negative and positive molecules called oxidants and reductants. And the contraction of that name is redox.
So with these molecules, we're amping up that communication. We're helping that cell signal.
Without these cell signaling molecules, we simply wouldn't do the gene replication that we need, the DNA sequencing that we need. These redox signaling molecules interact throughout the body with every cell that we know.
Every cell in our body needs these molecules for communication purposes. The more balanced they are, the more abundant they are, the healthier we are.
ASEA actually has the combination of the oxidants and the reductants that the body makes. So all we're doing with ASEA is enhancing what the body is already doing.
Having a product, a technology that's native to the body doesn't have to worry about detoxifying it because it knows exactly what to do with redox molecules. It's one of, if not the safest recommendation I ever make to a patient.
They found a way to stabilize them outside the body. You can actually put them back into bodies that are deficient in those molecules. That's a game changer.
To have something that at its molecular level is native to the body is nothing short of a breakthrough.
This is something that's foundational for health, for every cell. It affects every cell in our body. And not just the cells, but the very DNA within those cells. You know, we talk about the discovery of DNA as being a huge breakthrough, the discovery of penicillin. Yes, these were absolutely huge discoveries. But now we have something that actually goes even deeper.
Redox signaling molecules are like the DNA whisperer. They signal cells to be healthy. And because of age, because of medications, because of toxicity in the environment, you lose your ability to make the redox signaling molecules. So having them with ASEA simply replenishes what your body is doing natively when you were young. You know, I've been in the business for 40 years, and this is the first time that I've ever heard about the redox signaling molecules, which to me is a breakthrough of the 21st century, akin to the electric light bulb in the 20th century and maybe even the discovery of penicillin. Because your body is a redox signaling program, and to be able to replenish it on a day-to-day basis, internally and externally, is not just a breakthrough, it's a game changer.
So as you can hear, ASEA Redox may just be the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. But it's not just health. Athletes drinking ASEA have noticed they can go further, faster, longer, harder, seeing improvements in their endurance, strength, and recovery. In a recent university study, it was clearly demonstrated that mice drinking ASEA Redox for only 7 days increased their endurance by 29%. And I'm sure you would agree that mice don't run 29% further for nothing. Further investigation showed that there were significant metabolic shifts in the mice as they spared muscle sugars and instead burnt more fat as fuel. Now, world-class athletes all around the world are enjoying the ASEA athletic advantage, achieving personal bests and breaking world records. From Olympic swimmers, triathletes, and Ironmen, there's not a serious athlete in any sport that could not benefit from supplementing with ASEA Redox. I'm sure you've heard it said that seeing is believing, so at this time, let's turn our attention to Renew 28 Revitalizing Gel, cellular health from the outside in. Now, did you know that in your prime, healthy skin cells renew themselves every 28 days? However, as we've discussed, with aging, redox signaling declines and youthful renewal can slow to a crawl. In fact, by age 50, this renewal process can have slowed to as much as 90 days, and you begin to see the visible effects of aging. The redox signaling molecules in Renew 28 can provide daily renewal and revitalization for healthier, younger looking skin. And you don't have to take our word for it. Renew 28 was subject to several independent clinical studies with Stevens & Associates in North America and Dermatest in Europe, and the results were astonishing, showing a 16% improvement in this vital skin cell renewal rate. And when your skin cells start to renew like they did when you were younger, you begin to look like you did when you were younger. A 20% or more improvement in the appearance of wrinkles, smoothness, and elasticity. We also see tremendous results with skin challenges such as age spots and redness and irritation. Renew 28 is also a wonderfully soothing gel for cuts and scrapes, bites, bumps, and bruises. And Renew 28 can also have a significant impact on joint and muscle discomfort by simply applying the gel 3 times in 5 minutes. Even general health, where folks will often notice improvements in less than 28 days. And of course, you can combine ASEA Redox and Renew 28 for even better results. Refueling your cells with these powerful redox signaling molecules
All right, I just wanted to show you a little bit of that. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but that product is absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, I use it all the time. And not only can you get it from the link that is up here in the chat, you can find that and click on the link. I'll star it. I don't know if you guys can see a star when I star it. I'm not sure. Can you see that? Can you see the starry star? I do not know if you can. Yeah, I don't know if you can. But you guys can sell it too. Like if you really believe in it, it can actually be a business for you. So talk to me about that. Yeah, and so let's get back to some artist co-regulation video. Let's do. All right, I don't see anyone in the waiting room here, but I gotta get started with class. So, whoo, it's getting chilly again in Georgia. Isn't this fuzzy sweater fun? I've had it for so many years. I need to fix it. It's a little bit falling apart. But thanks for being here. Welcome to Wednesday Qigong, every Wednesday, 1:30-ish. Notice your breath, notice your heartbeat. Let's get that stress level down. Notice just what you're experiencing right now. Even just directing your energy and awareness towards yourself is an act of self-regulation and allowing yourself to feel whatever you're feeling, to be whoever you are, to breathe however you're breathing, for your heartbeat to beat however it's beating, just acknowledging and accepting it and loving yourself for right where you are, right here, right now. That is an accomplishment. So, congratulations. Good job. Proud of you. It isn't amazing. It just takes 30 seconds, and here you are. So now the trick is, how do we seal that in? How do we marinate in it? How do we extract this medicine so we can feel this amount of just being our true selves and accepting our true selves every moment? Just being aware of our breath, just being aware of our heartbeat truly improves it. Just being aware that you are a miracle truly improves your expression here. Hi, Kevin. Good for you with your studio. Hello, Mike. Yeah, I experimented with a tutorial to try and get these. I'm always playing around with how to do a cat eye, and I got a new tip to start the line actually where the pupils look straight ahead. I always kind of started it more out this way, so it's got a different look, but obviously it's messed up here. But art comes in many shapes and forms. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Again, notice what's going on. What do you need today? Do you have a specific pain in your body that you're working through? Do you have emotions that you're working through? Just naming it allows you to accept it. And that's why we do these intentions, because it's not only about me, okay, knowing, okay, I can do a specific exercise for your heart if you have heart issues, right? But it's also you bringing awareness to that. And what that does is it brings acceptance usually. And when you accept where you're at and you accept that, yes, I need energy in my shoulder, I need energy in my neck, then what are you not doing? You're not ignoring it. You're not making up a different reality. And so when you're accepting exactly what's going on, you are also accepting energy to flow into it. And so you become more flowy and more gooey with yummy energy. So today I think will be our last class on regulating, self-regulating and co-regulating. And since the last class was about specific artist self-regulation, I thought, wouldn't it be fun to talk about how to co-regulate as artists in this class, like how to enhance our friendships with other artists even more so that we even more deeply accept and appreciate each other's state of mind and how we can encourage each other and thus co-regulate each other and thus make the world a better place. Thank you, Richard. We receive it and we are grateful. And thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscribe. Thank you for donating towards this class. If you wish, I will put that link in the chat so that all can see it. And it just helps me more than you know. The like helps me more than you know. The subscribe helps me more than you know. The $1 helps me more than you know. And everything is appreciated so much because I'm constantly self-regulating and life is not cheap. So once again, thank you for that thumbs up. Notice that breath that you have within the miracle of your shell, your temple. Notice your heartbeat. Notice what is going on with you today. Notice what you need. And whenever you're ready, please put an intention in the chat box if you'd like to share it. And if not, that's okay too. Just having it in your mind or writing it down for yourself is a great thing to do. My name is Aviva. My intention is to be here for all of you today and to once again discuss self-regulation and co-regulation, specifically focusing on artist co-regulation and how we can be there for each other, all while really recognizing how we can self-regulate as artists specifically and as human beings in the day-to-day hustle and bustle. Jabri's in the house. Jabri's intention is to be here with you today, and he'd like some attention to his hands and feet today. I don't think we did the foot massage on Monday, so we definitely need to do that today. Foot regulation is a very good thing to experience. All right, anyone else? Well, let's just get started then. Let's go ahead and breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release whatever it is you don't need. Breathe in your intentions. Release your resistance. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. So we're going to start with the first chakra mudra, which is the thumb to the index and the pinky. Okay? And this is the grounding mudra. Amanda is in the house. Greetings. Amanda's intention is to let go. She's got something. Let's see. I can't read that, so I'm going to put some flying penguin emojis. Which, by the way, if you become a member of this channel, you can use these emojis as well. Hey, it's not working. There it is. Something catching in my upper back neck here lately. Ooh, sounds like it's alive. All right. So we got to work on that upper back and neck. Oh, I've got some good ones for you. I think we might have done them last Wednesday, but I don't think we did it Monday. Thanks for being here, Amanda. So we're focusing on this mudra right now. This is for the kidneys and it's for the lower back. And I think this is a really important thing. I came up with like 10 affirmations for artists to self-regulate in the last class. So The next one came on my tea bag last night. Okay. And it's so good because it's basically, we're constantly, definitely devil, angel on the shoulder is one way to look at it. Ego, spirit is another way to look at it. And I think a lot of social anxiety can be addressed with this affirmation that I'm about to say. It's like the social anxiety that happens when you are like talking to a cashier or talking to someone that you have like customer service. And you just have all these weird thoughts in your head, possibly, where it's like you might want something from them, you might want them to help you, and you feel like they're not helping you, and then you might feel like, oh, they don't like me, or you feel like, oh, they're dumping their negative energy on me, like they're having a bad day, and so they have like, corporation personality disorder, and they're like using their power to hurt the customers because that lowers their cortisol or whatever, and you get the brunt of it. Well, I think it's easy for us as sensitive people or socially anxious people to take that on and let it affect your day. Like, let that negativity affect your day and be like, I messed up. I could have been nicer to that person. That person doesn't like me. Blah, blah, blah. I have less energy now. Okay, so this is the mantra from the tea bag that I think heals that. Live by your inner knowledge and strength. Isn't that beautiful? Live by your inner knowledge and strength. And that goes along with this mudra, because this mudra is about your strength. And when you focus on how strong you are, I feel like you're less affected by the little flicks of energy that people send your way. And then they just flick off you because you're a stone. You're stone. You're not putty. You're not sticky tape that's taking lint off everything, which is what you feel like when you take on people's negative energy. What are you energetically? You are fly tape. You're a lint roller. You're basically like, I don't think my cat doesn't shed that much, but you can see a little bit of hair stuck to that. That's how you feel when you're out in public and you have social anxiety. You're a lint roller. So what you need to do is transform, be a GoBot, be a transformer, and become a rock when you go out there. A hard rock, a strong rock. And when you feel that strength, because you know you are strong, but you forget you're strong in those moments when you feel like disposable lint tape, right? You forget it. So I'm just reminding you, and it's a constant thing you need to remind yourself. Thank goodness I drink tea. Live by your inner knowledge and strength. You know your ego is being a rascal. That's what your inner knowledge is telling you. Your inner knowledge is telling you, I know that I am being insecure right now. I'm being a little loopy. I'm being a little anxious. I know. And I have a deep knowledge in me that knows that this reality is not as important as my own strength. And I've survived a lot in this world. I don't think someone looking at me the wrong way is something to get all torn up about. Yeah. So let's move on to the next mudra. Well, some people just popped on. Let's hold this one for just 30 more seconds. You don't even have to do it with both hands. If one gets tired, you can just hold it with one hand. For your lower back, for your kidneys. And this addresses fear. So instead of, what's the opposite of fear? Being courageous. When you're a rock, you're courageous. You might not be able to smile around people who are looking at you wrong, but you can be stoic. You can be unaffected. You can transform into a rock. You don't have to be a delicate flower all the time. We're going to do a super fast chakra cleanse. We're going to go just like one breath with each mudra now. We're going to do the creativity mudra. So this is a clasped hand. The left thumb is on top for women. The right thumb is on top for men. You're going to just hold this and breathe and think about how creative you are. Moving up to the self-esteem mudra. Index to thumb, ring to thumb. Think about your confidence. So it's similar to being a rock. Now it's like you don't only see your strength as being a hard rock, you also see your strength in movement. You see your strength in your ability to move around and stay centered, stay in the center of the wheel. Because when we go on the outside of the wheel, then we're spinning. We're literally spinning. Our head is spinning. But if we stay on the inside into our core, our inner knowledge, our strength, and we live by that, then everything else spins around us. And I'm not saying you're the center of the world, but you are. That's what this mudra is about. If you're not the center of your world, then you're going to feel some turbulence and you're going to have some drama in your life because you're not anchoring to your strength. You're anchoring to the drama. Does that make sense? Moving up to the heart. Bring the index finger down to the bottom of the thumb. The thumb connects to the middle and the ring. So I was watching this short video, actually this long video that I took a short video of that I'm probably going to post at some point. And it explains why I teach for free. Not only did my grandmaster Fu encourage it because he trained us for free. I mean, we could give donations and whatnot. And the reason is because I think he and a lot of masters believe that the only way for us all to wake up is for us all to wake up. Like literally, a master can isolate and then he feels awake. But when they connect with other people, if other people aren't awake, it is way too easy for them to not stay awake. Isn't that interesting? And I think that another way to describe that is co-regulation. So in order to co-regulate, I feel like it's necessary for me to teach things for free and have things out there because I'm not trying to be in a different world than everyone else, even though it feels that way. And I am, because I'm creating a different world because I don't like this one in a lot of ways. I mean, I love this world and I want this world to be more pure. So anyway, the thing is the more we wake up together, that's the only way. That's the only way that we can create a reality together is for all of us to be in it together. I can't do it by myself. Okay, going on to the throat, thumb up, then wrap your hand around, right thumb is up, and then the left middle finger connects to the right thumb. So that's why it is a gift to me for you to just be here, and I appreciate it. And if you had the resources to donate on top of that, it would just help to fortify my strength in being here. And now we're going to put all the fingertips together. And this is for the third eye mudra, connecting with our intuition. And then we're going to go all the way to the Sahasrara and connect the thumb to the index and relax into that. This is your connection to that cosmic consciousness, to each other. Thanks for this is the universal co-regulation mudra. I need a nap. Where you're basically connecting with what everyone else is connecting with and finding some kind of unity in it. What y'all drinking? I've got some matcha. I mixed some clove, cinnamon, ashwagandha. Ooh, apple juice. I got these apples, these organic gala apples from the store yesterday. And when I opened the bag, it smelled like nail polish remover. And from a distance, it smells like nail polish remover. When I go close, it smells like an apple. But I can smell a hint of. Now, maybe they spelled nail polish remover on. I don't think so, though. All right, let's shake this out. Let's go ahead and do some hand stretches. And let's talk about artist co-regulation. I've got some notes here, of course. So one thing I talked about in the last class is to really focus on your accomplishments. So we're going to do one finger at a time here. So let me know how that feels when you focus on accomplishments. Like, it might increase your motivation. Like, I didn't really feel like exercising this morning, but when I was like, okay, let me think about things I've accomplished. Like, I have a kitty cat and I'm taking care of her. I recorded a whole album with the band. You know, don't take it lightly. These things that you've accomplished that you think, like, oh, whatever, it's just whatever. It's not just whatever. Like, you accomplished it. If you've had any child, you've had a child. That's a huge accomplishment. You know, don't take it lightly, really. If you've ever been married, even if you're divorced, that's a huge accomplishment. Some people never feel that. You know, you might feel like, oh, it was a big mistake. But hey, it was also an accomplishment, right? Now do this. I think that we tend to twist things around if we're not satisfied, and we turn things into failures, like a relationship that failed or but like think about how like the accomplishments within it, because there are accomplishments. And then let's just bring it to the side, fingers up. So in addition to recognizing your accomplishments, and I kind of want you all to just think about at least 3 right now. Let's just take a moment and marinate in our accomplishments in life. And the best ones to think about are the ones that you thought you could never do. Like, you remember the moment of imagining doing that thing, and then you never thought you could, and then you did. Hey, man, good job. Shake it out. Did you ever think you could start your own business? Did you ever think you could clean your house? Did you ever think you could move somewhere? You know that feeling when you're like, how the heck am I going to find a place to move to? But then what do? You do find that place. That was an accomplishment, right? Okay. Let's do some standing stuff. You came to class today. That was an accomplishment. Good job. High five.
Asana helps you keep track of all the details in one place, so you and your team can stay focused on the work and the goals that matter most. Try it for free at asana.com.
I'm standing on my earthing mat. That's an accomplishment. I mean, the more we notice the accomplishments, the more we'll accomplish. I think that's my theory. All right, have you all noticed 3 accomplishments? We're going to do some liver energy. Just circling the hands around and around with the fingers. That is bringing power to your liver. I don't know if I've ever worn this in class yet, but this was gray a couple weeks ago. And of course, I got an oily stain on it and I couldn't get it out. So I made a bleach design instead and got very beige. Okie dokie. So, I'm not trying to harp on the negative, but we need to recognize the challenges that we have as artists and recognize it in a loving way, because as you think about your accomplishments, you will also recognize the challenges that you had in order to achieve. Now we're going to just rock back and forth. And when you recognize the challenges, it does 2 things. One, it helps you appreciate your accomplishments even more because you know that you had those challenges when you achieved them. And secondly, it helps you recognize the challenges that you're going through right now and to not be so hard on yourself. So I just jotted down 10 of the challenges that we have, and it might be good to just choose 5 that you recognize as the biggest challenges for you and that you want to work on. All right, we're going to hit the hands like this. So we're going to go back with the hands when the feet are forward. And we're just going to go back and forth, switching the hand that is open each time. 1, your work is never done. An artist's work is never done. So you need to do small tasks to like feel like you've accomplished something, because sometimes the big tasks take a while. Number 2, it's hard to do small tasks because you feel like there's no time because you want to complete the bigger task. Number 3, you're sensitive, so you need more time to regulate. Number 4, you're dependent on donations a lot of the time, so it's hard to have enough alone time because you feel like you owe people connection because you need their donations to survive. And you might have a fierce sense of independence, so then that stresses you out too. Number 5, you have to do things in your own unique way, so you may come across as disagreeable to some people, and then you got to deal with those, possibly negative vibes. And that's when you cling to that inner strength and inner knowledge. 6, you might be grumpy or low energy or sick due to a lack of regulation because of all these challenges, not getting enough sleep, food, or time alone. Number 7, you don't have enough money possibly, so you don't have enough time to do all of these other things because of your other jobs. Number 8, a lot of people want your energy possibly, and so it's hard to say no. And so it's hard to have boundaries. Number 9, there might be a lack of motivation to do things due to society's expectations, and you know that what you're doing doesn't meet that. And number 10, not wanting to be business people because of being an artist and yet needing to figure out how to make money. So all these are ways that artists have challenges self-regulating, and that's okay. Live by your inner knowledge and strength. All will be well. Okay, let's shake this out. Let's just do the grounding part of the Wuji Gong form before we go into some other things. We're going to lift both heels up, left heel up, bending both knees, rotating that left knee towards the right. So really, it's really important to find support, to find others also to give your support to. So if you've got an artist that you really like, you know, continue to listen to their music, continue to feel that energy, continue to support them on Spotify and recognize that you're doing that. Continue to go to their videos on YouTube or Facebook and comment on them, knowing that all of your energy that you're giving to that artist is helping them grow. You know, I've got more than a handful of artists that I frequent, you know, to give my energy to. I wish I could give money to. And sometimes I can a little bit. Okay, the other direction with this knee. And I think just recognizing that you're part of that community helps the co-regulation happen. Because as we're supporting other people, we're putting out energy that we receive um, without giving away our good, like I talk about, without giving away the energy that is actually ours to do stuff with. And recognizing that we as artists need each other's support to survive is, I think, a healthy way of seeing life. um, I wanted to kind of diverge for a second and tell you all what happened to me last Wednesday. Okay, shake out this ankle, lift the right heel up, bending both knees, rotate that right knee towards the left. So here I am, a good solid 2 weeks of exploring self-regulation with all of you and researching it myself and researching how to handle being triggered and how to self-regulate through your triggers. And I'm cleaning because I'm getting ready for my brother to visit. And so I'm cleaning and, you know, wanting to make sure it's a child safe areas where I live. My nieces are about to come and whatnot. And I was just like in one of my, like, in the zone, ready to stay up, you know, till 4 in the morning because my gig wasn't until 4:30 the next day. But I was gonna, like, I had big plans on, like, you know, doing things to my space all day. Okay, let's rotate the other way. Well, what happens at 2 in the morning is I'm cleaning, you know, one of my first counters when you first come into my space. And there's a little index card that slipped through the cracks, and it's jury duty. Now, I didn't share that I had jury duty, like, amidst all the cannabis activism, and because I hadn't, like, I wanted to do a movie on it, video on it, but I hadn't had a chance because it was like my jury number was the same number as a bill that was going on, and I thought that was funny, and I was gonna do a whole video on what that number meant to me. And I ended up, like, having a gig on the day of jury duty, so I asked them if I could postpone it, and they said yes. Well, I didn't realize I had another notice. It, like, literally slipped through the cracks, literally. All right, now we're just gonna sway back and forth with the feet. So the right and the left, and literally, like, feel all the weight shift back and forth. Well, yeah, I had jury notice, and I was like, "Oh my god, did I miss it? Like, when was it?" Well, 11:09. Here it was Wednesday at 2 a.m., which was actually 11:09. And it's like, you have to report 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm jury number 1 this time. I am number 1, not 196. And it's like, call this number to see if you still have it, right? I call the number and I'm shaking. I'm literally full blown panic attack. Like, it reminded me of kind of when I got arrested, to be honest. And it's probably because the whole idea of being on a jury is like being in that criminal justice energy. I'm freaking out. And so I didn't dip into my co-regulation, my self-regulating techniques until I called and I found out that indeed jurors 1 to 250 or something had to report at 8 a.m. the next day. So I'm freaking out for 2 reasons. 1, I wasn't going to get a lot of sleep. 2, I had a gig at 4:30 the next day. Was I even going to make it? Was I going to be able to perform? And so I just immediately grabbed onto the techniques that we've been talking about for weeks here, and it worked. I did the trigger techniques of how do you feel right now? Give yourself space to feel your feelings. It's okay. It's okay that you're stressed about this. I just used everything in the book, and I took a hot bath. I got my cortisol level down, and I set my alarm. Like, I think I probably only slept 2 or 3 hours, and I know maybe 3 or 4. And I get there and I just basically do qigong the whole time I'm there, because I really believe in the power of qigong, and I got out just in time. Like, they let us out at 3:30, and I just had everything with me for my gig. Scribbles was napping in the car, and I got there, and it just goes to show, like, I don't know what I would have done without these techniques, and there was something that was preparing me for this subconsciously. Oh, so that's my story. I was saved by the qigong, saved by the self-regulating techniques, and by practiced my songs, and I was able to practice there during a break as well. Just feel that weight completely shift back and forth. Really focus on kind of the energy leaving one leg when it all goes on the other. So I wanted to just restate that we all have this ability to turn any panic energy into peace, just with our perspective, our POV, our point of view. And one of the things I had to say to myself was, I've survived without 8 hours of sleep before, and I don't have to be perfect to survive. And I don't have to focus on my flaws to survive. All right, come to stillness. Because I was really mad at myself for not being prepared. Like, how could I have lost this important notice? And that was part of the whole needing to self-regulate, that trigger. And in some ways, I thanked myself, because if I knew I had jury duty the next day, I wouldn't have gotten as much done, because I would have been preparing for that. So everything happens for a reason. But it's really hard in those moments of panic to turn it around. But you are Rapunzel with that straw, and you can weave it into gold. You have that power. $213. Okay. We are gonna just hold this ready position for another moment. Motivating to do our art can be challenging. We might come up with excuses. We might literally feel blocks. We might literally feel panic. And so it's important to compliment yourself on the times that you did do what you want to do. So if you're having a hard time motivating to work out, say to yourself, you have been doing such a good job working out consistently. And honestly, that one thing that you say to yourself will be like, you know what? Now I feel like doing it again, because I just validated myself. I mean, think about it. When someone else tells you, man, I really liked your video that you did, or I really liked how you cleaned that house. It sparkles. It feels so good. Doesn't it motivate you to want to do it again when you feel appreciated? So when you appreciate yourself, it also motivates you. We have that reward feeling in our brain, even when we validate ourselves. It's like a dopamine thing. when you get a reward. It's like Pavlov's dog, right? And then hopefully, after you do what you've complimented yourself to do, to motivate to do, you also tell yourself, great job. You did it, instead of, oh, you could have done that better. Oh, you could have done leg lifts in addition to your ab work. You know, it's like, shut up. We're going to do the crane. I feel like we need to do some balancing stuff. I'm sensing some heart stuff out there. Okay, so we're going to spread our wings, and then we'll get into upper back stuff. But actually, this really helps with upper back as well. And then we're going to cross coming down. So let me see my wrists here. So we're going to lift one knee, and notice how I wiggled. I don't want you to do that. If you can, you really want to shift all the weight into that left leg, or whichever leg is standing, before you lift the knee, so that there's not really an adjustment as you're lifting. And then you come down and you cross the wrists, shift all the weight to that other leg first, and then lift the foot, going back and forth. This is for your heart and your small intestine. So if you look into actual brain chemistry and the size of the different parts of our brain and what they do, I'm pretty sure it's common knowledge that men, for example, have a bigger navigation GPS in their brain than women. Well, women have a bigger recognition of error and flaw area of their brain. I don't know if you guys know that. Which means we tend to be more critical of ourselves, noticing the flaws and others. And that was for survival. I mean, think about it. Like, in the ancient times, you might have been gathering the berries and the leaves, and you have to be very specific about recognizing the differences and what might be poisonous and what might not be. And so we can turn that in on ourselves and be like, okay, oh my gosh, this is wrong with me. Oh my God, my right eyebrow wing is a little bit lopsided to my left. It's not symmetrical. And like, a guy might not notice. It's a generalization, but it's brain chemistry. So it helps to co-regulate if you recognize that. And check this out. If we survived by being nitpicky, oh, and there's another aspect to that too. If we survived by noticing flaws, then having that trait lowered our cortisol. So not only is being self-critical annoying and can cause insecurity, on the flip side, it can actually help you feel less stressed. So we might automatically get into critical mode when we want to lower our cortisol, when we might just really need a hug or need validation, which could also lower our cortisol. But notice when you get into those cycles, you know, I'm not saying guys don't do this. They do it too, for sure. They get into the self-critical cycle too. It's not like you don't have that part of the brain. It's just bigger on women. Because guys have more of that testosterone, you know, oh, I can just beat someone up and I'm okay. And girls might be like, well, I have to analyze the situation so I know how to get out of here because I don't have the physical strength, blah, blah, blah. All right, we're going to switch it up. So now we're going to cross the wrists as we raise the knee and then spread the wings as we come down. So absolutely, like, it's called nitpicking, but it's also an instinct to groom. So it's very de-stressing to groom each other as human animals. To, you know, we used to pick flies out of each other's hair, perhaps when we were more animalistic, and living in the wild, you know, cleaning the bugs off of each other. And now, you know, we're basically just being intimate, and that's how we're grooming each other. But it can come across as critical when we want to, like, do these grooming effects on each other when we get into relationships. Like, oh, you should change your hair. Oh, you should wear this jacket. Oh, like, let me pop your pimple because it's satisfying on some um, animal level, but it's important to realize that you have other choices on how to groom each other, like combing each other's hair. Like you'll get that same endorphin rush. Um, but there's personal space and personal boundaries, and some people don't like being touched in any way but intimacy, but it just might not satisfy other people's needs to groom and nitpick, and then it might become emotional where they nitpick you emotionally because they're really just trying to groom you. Oh, and then grooming could be a negative word, can it? So we got to be careful using that word these days. Anyway, you can reduce your cortisol in other ways, like doing qigong or 10 push-ups or taking a hot shower or taking a cold shower. Just a few more. How's your balance feeling? Are you feeling more balanced, less balanced? My ankle's hurting. And you know why? Because I was wearing my cowboy boots all around town yesterday, dancing in the middle of the Target. Yeah, I didn't go all around town yesterday. I just went to Target. No, I did go all around town. I went to the bank. I went to a friend's house. I taught a class in the morning. I wasn't wearing my boots for that. All right, let's shake it off. Shake it off. Yeah, shake it off. Ow. All right. It's matcha time. All right, we're going to do some fun neck, upper back stuff, Amanda, now. It makes such a difference when you mix it up. Okay, so feet are about shoulder width apart again. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring our arms up and we're going to kind of bend back a little bit. Come down here. And then we are going to bring the arms together and crunch over our back. Breathe in, up and down. And then crunch, bending the knees and tucking under. Hopefully that'll snap things back in place. We're human, y'all. We're just trying to always find that homeostasis, reduce the cortisol. And I think that doing the Qigong every day is like, you know how there's a resting glucose level? I think there's a resting cortisol level. I think that when you practice meditation and all that stuff, it just naturally gives you a better foundation. And it just allows you to react to every situation with a little less stress than the normal person who doesn't do the Qigong practice. Walk in the woods is real good for decreasing that stress. Basically, you want to court your own soul when you've got too much cortisol. Oh, I felt a crack coming. How you feeling? Let's do 3 or 4 more of these.
a shimmy to it because it feels good. Beautiful. Let's do a little stretch for that chest. Clasp your hands behind your back and just bring that chest forward. Feel that stretch in your shoulders. Yay! And then you can stretch it up a little bit and release. Let's do 9 of these. 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm grateful for that stressful experience last Wednesday night at 2 a.m. because it allowed me to implement the tools and it allowed me to verify that they do indeed work. Let's bite. All right, let's do the twist. We're going to cross in the front, twist to the back. Right arm is straight up. Left is like, this is like what you want. You want a 90-degree angle. Your left arm is straight out, parallel with the floor, unless you're on a mountain and it's curved. There we go. That is amazing for the upper back and the liver. It clears the liver meridian. Cross and twist. Very good, my loves. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel that in my left, like, lower abdomen. Probably because I did do some sit-ups today. Okay, back and forth. Remember your intention today and just be proud of yourself for accomplishing that. Just being here is an accomplishment, noticing yourself, accepting yourself, loving yourself for this moment together.
Shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes and cheeks and
Okay, we're going to give ourselves a hug now. We're going to cross that right foot over the left ankle. Take a nice deep breath. And then you're going to twist to the left. And then come forward. Bring that foot down. And then cross the left foot over the right. Take a deep breath. And twist to the right. Now, whichever felt easier, you're going to do that 5 times in a row. What was that, Kevin? He would record you live, then comment and make jokes. Yay, I got a dare, but it costs $2 because this is a fundraiser. So I'll do it for $2 that you want to do and do 5 all together. I'm choosing this side. When you do the easier side, it brings energy to both sides. So now that you go to the side that was not as easy, it should be easier. And you're just going to do 3 times on that side. I don't know why, like, it's called trolling. Trollings are so cute to me. I don't think they've ever been bad to me. I actually have a troll character that I've been working on for the children's channel. I think he was brought up in one of the videos, but I want to feature him more because Petunia has a crush on him. Gotcha. All right, we got a super sticker. All right, so hold on. Let me. How do I do this? All right, here I am. That is an additional dare, and you can't even see me when I'm lying down. So here I'm lying down, and my arms are at my sides. Oh, that feels really good. I'm really relaxed. Thank you. I needed that. That was really nice. I appreciate that support. And I appreciate the $2. It really means a lot to me, B-Sith. B-Sith, you rock. Thanks for coming by. All right, back to our show. And I just lay where my cat was sitting, so I'm going to sneeze. There isn't. I'm sorry. There's no way to lower the cam. That's why I need money. I need a fundraiser so that I can have a studio where you can see my legs, you know, to teach these class. You can't dare me until I get the $2. But I do feel a little objectified, I gotta say. But that is so cute, the little sticker with the heart. Is this the first time you're at one of my classes, Bisa? I don't recognize the name, but you might have changed your name. And I do really appreciate the donation. It really does mean a lot. And please give this video a like, anyone watching. That would mean so much to me because it helps to bring people here, you know? All right, $2 for a twerk. Here we go. I look so silly. All right. So you've been here before? What was your other name? Oh man. That is finally we've got some interaction. It's been like a long day. Like we've been streaming for almost 9 hours, like 9 hours. And you are the first dare. So that was really exciting and fun. I feel like that was fun. No, yes. I don't know what you're saying yes to and what you're saying no to. Oh, that you would like the video? Let's get 7 likes. Come on, we're on 6. Let's see if we could get 10 likes by midnight. I wanted 50, but even if, you know, oh my God, a $1.99 behind the scenes.
For 2 minutes straight? Okay. Well, you didn't say what direction to do it in, so I'm just gonna face you. And okay, I'm squeezing my, I can't do it for 2 minutes straight. There's no way. I'm squeezing it right now. And it hasn't even been 15 seconds. But I'm trying. Oh my gosh. Are you a personal trainer? I don't even think I could do a minute. I'm still squeezing it. Hey y'all, do I get a like for squeezing my glutes? I don't know if I feel comfortable putting my glutes in the cab. I might get taken down for being vulgar from YouTube and demonetized. I don't want to do that. Isn't that weird though? Like they do that in like rap videos and stuff like that. I'm still squeezing them. I'm trying to do 2 minutes straight. I've done a minute so far. I'm actually very impressed with myself. So if I move, I'm going to stop squeezing. I don't want to stop this dare. I feel like it's good training. I'm still doing it. I'm squeezing my glutes. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Okay. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh. I did not know I could squeeze my glutes for 2 minutes straight. Thank you for that. All right, nobody's here. So are you still there? YouTube is saying no one's here. I scared everyone away by squeezing my glutes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now all of his messages have been retracted. There's no evidence on what he asked me to do. And I think he split like a banana. Sith is gone. Hold on. I've got to blow my nose. Do 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 do. So I haven't gotten any truths tonight, just dares. All right, I'm gonna go back to the video, and then I'll come back and check and see if anyone's got another truth or dare for me. All right, let's check it out. Now we're going to do the carpal tunnel move. To help with carpal tunnel, we're going to bring the fingers up. And, you know, the crane's also really good for anxiety. Anxiety is connected with heart stuff in Chinese medicine. And, yeah, so we're just bringing the fingers to the ceiling and bringing energy into the wrists. Thanks for the hearts. I'm trying to think of what other stretches we do to open up that heart meridian. You know what really opens up the heart meridian? Is learning something new.
which is another reason why Qigong is naturally self-regulating, because you usually learn something new in class. A lot of things you already know if you've been coming again and again. But the thing is like, even if you do the same move, the whole idea of doing Qigong every day, ooh, I'm getting like a huge stream of hearts. Thank you. Is that you learn something new about yourself, even when you do the same stretch every single day. If you are hyper aware and hyper focused on just your energy, then you will learn something new about that energy, because every day your energy changes. So in addition to focusing on a task, which Qigong gives you, and nourishing your body, which Qigong gives you, Qigong opens your heart because you're learning new things every time you do it. It's the study of you. That's what it means, the study of your Qi. Izzy, what's up, my friend? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by the Stream-A-Thon. I appreciate you. Thank you for giving this video a like. You freaking rock. And roll. Man, I appreciate you so much. How are you? What is going on? Have you had a good Thanksgiving? Love you. Woo. How you feeling? You missed this exciting moment. Woohoo! Super sticker! Thank you! So fun. Good for you. Let's do it. Come on, let's make it happen. All right, well, I am gonna let you get back to work and listen to this motivating artist co-regulation video. All right, let's get it going again. Okay, release. That was a good, really good stretch. And let's do some chi walking. Chi walking is something you can do at the post office. It's something that is so easy, and it is something highly recommended by Qigong masters when someone has any kind of physical disease as well. So it's basically like the ultimate cure, according to them. What do I have in my hair? Oh, I have this thing. I forgot about that. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna just lift the wrists up as if they're floating up, and then they float down like feathers. Oh, it's the best feeling when you feel that chi. Almost like the chi is almost like there's an imaginary angel arm under you, like carrying your weight as you gently drop down. Do that one more time, then we're going to add the feet. I am going live again at 4, by the way, to stream the Cannabis Commission meeting for anyone who's interested in Georgia. We're going to lift the left foot gently. We're going to step down, and then we're going to bring the hands down to the waist and let them float to the left. Waist level. We're going to then lift them up on that left side, lifting the right foot up. So about your heart level with the hands. Then you come down again to waist level, and then you bring them slowly to the right. Once you shift all the weight to the right, then you lift the foot off the ground. Try not to lift it up previously, because you'll develop more strength if you keep it down until the energy empties out of it. But it's not wrong. There's no wrong way. There's just a way to do it to just gather even more chi. But try not to criticize yourself.
So yeah, 20 minutes a day is the prescription given for chi walking to heal almost every single disease, according to some masters. So if you have any cancer, if you have any diabetes, anything, doing 20 minutes of chi walking every single day is supposed to help regulate your blood, because it's literally called balancing the sea of blood. That's another name for it, because your sea of blood is basically, when that is purified, then everything in your body heals, supposedly. So your sea of blood is like the whole concept of what your life is. You are your blood. The reason why your blood exists in the constitution it's in is because of what you put in your body. So if you eat certain things, it eventually becomes part of your blood. So when you have a high resting glucose level, it's because you eat a lot of sugar and it has nowhere to go. So you've got this stream of blood that's filled with sugar, and certain things become harder to do. And as we know, sugar feeds cancer. So when you're doing this purifying movement, you could literally be clearing out some of the physical toxins in the body through this alchemy of qigong. I don't know. But when you eat things like radishes, it cleans the sugar out of your blood. When you eat things like sauerkraut, what you put in your body affects your sea of blood as well. But doing this one thing 20 minutes a day also purifies your sea of blood. So go for it. I might have it. I do have some full body ones in my 5-minute nuggets, Kevin, if you check that playlist. And if I find it, I'll comment it under the video. But yeah, if anyone is capable of donating, I am rebuilding a studio so that the classes can be held in a studio room where you can see my whole body, but it's just taking a really long time to build because I'm very limited with funds right now. So anything anyone could do to help, but I understand if you're limited too. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, Chi Walk is the best. So we'll do about 2 more minutes of Chi walking. I love how this makes me feel. It's amazing to feel the Chi flowing through you. They're so strong. So I think what I meant to say is that when we learn something new, we open our mind. But the thing is, in Chinese medicine, the mind is intimately connected to the heart. The heart is your mind's temple. So when you open your mind, you are affecting the heart also. So the reason why you have to open your mind when you learn something new is because it's like you open the box to put something new into it, right? And when this box is open, it almost alters your state of mind from being closed-minded to open-minded. And when you're in this altered state of mind, it's kind of like opening up the doors and the windows of a house. It's like you get all this fresh air. I get fresh hair with all my hair. You get all this fresh air in your mind when you learn new things because you're opening your mind. And this fresh air is also freshening everything up. So it's like if you brought your computer to a repair guy. Computer compares. And then he opens up the motherboard and he sees, okay, he needs to like solder this connection to that connection. Well, if he sees dust, he's going to blow that out of the way, right? So if you are opening your mind and learning new things with qigong,
then the dust is more visible. And of course, that's going to get out as you learn the Qigong as well. And there's a lot of buttons on our machine that need cleaning. There's a lot going on in our minds. So, learning something new every day pretty much guarantees that you are cleaning your mind every single day in a good way. It's like washing your dishes every day. So that's why people read every day, people do something new, they take new classes because they know that it builds your neurons. It really does. Are you leaving? We haven't done the feet yet. All right, we're going to do circles now. So we're swaying back and forth. We're not lifting any of the feet. We're just circling our arms all the way around. Don't forget to give this video a like. It means so much to me. It really helps more than you know. There's one more thing I want to talk about, and I was saving it for when we massaged our feet. So yeah, I challenge you to learn something new. Join me for Qigong. Every Monday, every Wednesday, every class, you will learn something new. Let's go the other way. Not only about the moves, but you will learn something new about you, because we are ever changing. And no one knows who we are, not even us sometimes. All right, let me see if I can show you the legs in the chi walking. It's just like literally just like that. I don't know if you could see my feet. Weird, Kevin. Maybe it's an accomplishment on some level. No press is bad press. It's going to bring you more followers. The more haters you have, the more lovers you have. Because people will check you out. They'll be curious. Okay. All right, so choose any foot you want. You can start with any foot. Probably the least painful one. If there's one in pain, do the other foot first. And take a moment to decide. All right. You don't want to massage your feet? Rotate each toe a few times in each direction and then pull the toe away from the body. rotate, 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 and pull. Oh, by the way, I started a separate ASMR channel just for algorithms. It hasn't proved to be true yet, but supposedly I'll get more ASMR views if it's separated from everything else. Rotate the whole ankle. So please subscribe if you don't mind, so I can get people to go see it, because I need subscribers for the algorithms to start working. Bring the toes back and rub the bottom of the feet. I'll get that channel link for you after I massage my feet. And then rub between your toes. And then find a point on the foot, an acupressure point, and hold that for 20 seconds. All right, here's the link. Please subscribe. You could be one of the first 10 subscribers. We've got 3. All right, now we're gonna rub around the ankles. There's a kitty cat meowing at me. Hold on one second. Baby. You are so meowy. Can I please pick you up so that everyone can say hi to you? She said okay. She said okay. She said okay. She said I'll say hi. How's everyone doing? My name is Tiger Lily and I love you. Wanna come down? Okay. She's very independent. All right, so now we are rubbing around the knees, but I'll tell you, when I hug her like that, it works up her appetite. It's like if she doesn't eat, then I'll pick her up and give her a hug, and then she'll all of a sudden have energy to eat. Ever since she followed me home. That's been how she is. All right, rub around the knees, and then under the knee, find a point a few fingers below and hold that acupressure point. Hold that for 20 seconds. And then rub that out above the knee on the outside of the leg. Find a point and hold that for 20 seconds. And then tap up and down. And brush. Tap the bottom of your feet. All right, we're going to go to the other foot now. Rotate each toe a few times in each direction. And then pull the toe away from the foot. Rotate the whole ankle in both directions. Pull the toes back, rub the bottom of the feet. And rub between the toes. Find a point on your foot and hold that for 20 seconds, an acupressure point. I think she's getting a little bigger. She's still so little. Man, when you find that acupressure point on your foot and it hits really good, you do not want to let it go. Oh, feels so good. So find another point on your foot. I'm going to marinate on this one for a minute, unless you found one that feels as good as the one that I felt. Feeling. All right, release. And now you're going to find a point under the knee on the inside of the leg and hold that for 20 seconds. And then go above the knee on the outside of the leg and hold a point there for 20 seconds. You know I'm teaching class, sweetie pie, don't you? Do you know I'm teaching? I snorted. I snort laugh. It's one of the things I do. Thumbs up for snort laughing. Tap up and down. And brush. Meow. Can you do a higher pitch? Meow. Or lower? Meow. And tap. Don't make me show you off again. I'm sorry to invade your privacy like that. All right. Well, I think she knew what she was getting into, though, when she followed me home. She's a little performer. She climbed a tree this morning, and whenever she climbs a tree, she looks back at me to show me. Like, she doesn't just, like, climb it and go down. She'll climb it and hug it, and then she'll look at me like, look at me. Sorry, she's looking at me like, stop talking about me like I'm not here. Okay. Anyway, it's so cute. Hey, I'm streaming a bunch of videos. How's it? I got one a little bit. Like, I have a couple of videos of her climbing trees, and I'm not sure if she does that though yet, because I think it might have developed like with our relationship where she'll like hug the tree and then look at me to see if I see her on the tree, and I'm like, "You're awesome," and then she comes down. So cute. All right, y'all. Good class today. Any questions? Anything you want to share? I have 5 minutes, and I wanted to share a little bit more about using our gifts for the highest good as artists. And you know, you don't have to be an artist to have gifts. We all have gifts, I think. Basically, I want you to try to recognize and, you know, be honest with yourself. Ask yourself if there's anything in your imagination that is inspiring you to accept a circumstance that is harmful for you. So it's one thing I've been really good at my whole life, is living in circumstances that other people wouldn't necessarily be able to live in, because in my imagination it's a certain way, and that's my survival skill, is that like I can imagine, like even when kitty cat's being like very whiny and meowy, like I'll like pretend that she's saying she loves me, and I'll be like, I love you too, because that just feels better to me.
and it just feels better than getting angry at her for being like possibly saying something hostile. And I know a lot of people that do that too, and they'll even like say to me, "Oh, she's saying she loves you," even though they might not. You know, they, they use their imagination too to feel more love in the world, and that's kind of what I've always done. But the thing is that if you do that on the regular, you could be harming yourself in a couple of different ways. One, you could be staying in situations that are really bad for you, and you need to get out of them. And two, you don't have as much energy to use that gift of your imagination to do other things because you're using it to survive instead of to thrive. You're using it to imagine circumstances are different than they are instead of creating a masterpiece of art. Does that make sense? Sweet. Yeah, I know you kind of have to tag people on Twitter to get their attention. So I'm glad I got your attention, and good for you for trading and whatnot. Please, and thank you for giving this video a thumbs up. I'm not sure if you did or not, but thank you either way, and for stopping by. I'm just, working on getting some algorithms my way, trying to pump myself up for the new year, and just restreaming these very like self-harmonizing classes that I think people can really use the day after Thanksgiving. It can be overstimulating both physically and emotionally. So just giving out the love. So your gift not being maximized because of another reason of not being honored for it. You're not honoring your gifts as gifts. You're just using them to survive, like on autopilot, instead of being like, look at this great gift I have. You almost don't even want to admit you're using your gift to survive because you don't want to admit that you're in a situation that you need to use your imagination in order to survive it, because you want to really believe that it's fine and healthy. So instead, your gift becomes a crutch instead of the gift that it's meant to be. I hear you, baby. And that's just not being the best that you can be, right? The thing is that you can just have a really good imagination, or you might be taking certain substances that help you have that imagination. And that's when addictions and drugs can really get in the way of expressing your art. Now it's like microcosm, macrocosm, like everything in balance, right? Like at first, it might just help you shift your dimension and get out of the stuck feelings of anxiety and depression in your life. But if you're using it as a crutch, then you might be in a situation that is chronic that you need to get out of. And that's why you're addicted, because you are needing to be in an alternate reality to survive your circumstance because it's too painful otherwise. But, if you get rooted in your strength, and I appreciate you, honor your strengths, and you kind of like harness them into you, and you feel strong and capable, then you're not as vulnerable to have these addictions. But that takes work. And not just substances, not just alcohol, not just sugar, but you could be using makeup as an addiction. You could be feel so beautiful in makeup and fashionable clothes that when you don't have those things, you feel ugly, instead of using them to enhance the beauty that you feel. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say. Just keep on being a good coach to yourself. If you feel like a horrible like cleaner, or like you just like I suck at mailing, for example. Like I'm really bad at, I have thank you notes that I haven't mailed in years that I still have. you know, if you just compliment yourself for the things that you have done, like I have mailed stuff in the past, so I'm going to say good job on that. And if you focus on that, it almost is WD-40 for doing what you find challenging again and again. Like I was saying earlier, like you might have never worked out this year, but you know you've worked out before, so you can compliment yourself, even if it was just one time. And then you just go from there. And then if you're inspired to do it again today, then you can compliment yourself on that time a week from now. How you feeling? Any questions? Anything you want to share? Because we got 1 minute till 3 o'clock. And I'm going to go for a walk before the 4 o'clock live stream. We're going to do the snow bunny form next. All right, let's honor our ancestors. Honoring all the teachers. Fill your hearts with gratitude and compassion. Flick that light on inside yourself and shine it out to the whole entire world with your strength and inner knowledge. All right, we're gonna do the snow bunny, and thank you everyone for subscribing too. I'm just like a little less than 200 away from getting my goal of 2,500 by December 1st. So I appreciate any help with that. And with no further ado, let's do the snow bunny. Here we go. The next one, we're going to do the lotus qigong, or the snow rabbit digging in the earth qigong that we learned past week. So here we go, getting into a ready position. We're going to lift through the clouds and glow. And we're going to swim like turtles. And we are going to dig in the earth. And the fair maiden scoops up.
John Park for mayor? That means higher taxes and more debt. The wrong priorities. Brookhaven needs Lauren.
Up the water. Raindrops sprinkle on the lotus flowers. And the buds form. And they greet the sun. And we face the wind. To the east or west. And then to the east or west. Connect with heaven. Bring it to the earth. The white crane spreads its wings, holding heaven up, holding down the earth. And And again, the snow rabbit digs in the earth. And we wave our hands through the clouds. And that's not even 5 minutes, so we're going to do it one more time.
And we have been very blessed with this bright, sunshiny weather this Friday after Thanksgiving.
All right, let's do it. One more. The next one, we're going to do the lotus qigong, or the snow rabbit digging in the earth qigong that we learned past week.
So here we go, getting into a ready position. We're gonna lift through the clouds and below. And we're gonna swim like turtles. And we are going to dig in the earth. And the fair maiden scoops up the water. The raindrops sprinkle on the lotus flowers. And the buds form. And they greet the sun. And we face the wind. To the east or west. And then to the east or west. Connect with heaven. Bring it to the earth. And the white crane spreads its wings, holding heaven up, holding down the earth. The other direction. And again, the snow rabbit digs in the earth. And we wave our hands through the clouds. And that's not even 5 minutes. So we're going to do it one more time. 3 times a charm. Let's do it again. The next one, we're going to do the lotus qigong, or the snow rabbit digging in the earth qigong that we learned in the past week. So here we go, getting into a ready position. We're going to lift through the clouds and below. And we're going to swim like turtles. And we are going to dig in the earth. And the fair maiden scoops up the water. The raindrops sprinkle on the lotus flowers. And the buds form. And they greet the sun. And we face the wind. To the east or west. And then to the east or west. Connect with heaven. Bring it to the earth. And the white crane spreads its wings, holding heaven up, holding down the earth. The other direction. And again, the snow rabbit digs in the earth. And we wave our hands through the clouds. And that's not even 5 minutes. So we're going to do it one more time. That's it. Oh my goodness. How y'all doing? Oh my gosh. Stream-a-thon. I've never streamed this long in my life, even though I'm not really doing much except
pressing play on videos and then leaving to get cat food, and then it goes to other videos, which I don't even know what played because I was gone. But how are you? How's everyone feeling? Are you feeling regulated? Are you so high on Qigong right now? Thank you for liking this video. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being you. Thank you for donating. It's been exciting. I had all these interesting dares, and I didn't know that I could squeeze my glutes for 2 minutes, but I did. So I'm proud of myself. And we're still going. We still got 2.5 hours left about of Truth and Dare. You can pop on here if you want and share. You can join the studio for $5 donation. I'm trying to raise money. I am raising money for this channel. It's going to be an amazing year. So many exciting things are happening. So many videos are being edited right now. Lots of fun, lots of fun, lots of fun. And I know that you all are doing exciting things too, and I'm excited to see that. And yeah, it's a hemp revival, you know? So what else can I say? I think I'm going to play a song before it gets too late. Let me grab my ukulele. I want to serenade for you all. You know, I think the plant power is definitely an important thing for this world in all different ways. And there's a lot of plants that just aren't given enough attention. You know, there's a lot of songs about cannabis, which is great, you know, and it's just like, why aren't there songs about other plants? Like, why aren't people going crazy singing about other plants? So I have a song about eucalyptus that I want to share. All right, we're in tune. How y'all feeling? All right, here we go. Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus. I need to get my hair down. It feels too tight and constricted. Oh, that looks bad. That looks so bad. And I just washed it today too. Oh well. I can sip this. Such a power to the pores. What a trip this eucalyptus is. Ripping through the BS. All of you are my witnesses. Yes. Please explore this. Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus. You humble me like a litmus test. You ground me like a trip that's blessed. Eucalyptus. I notice all the koalas, they grip this eucalyptus like just one breath. I know why they're into this tree that saps and zaps the ego into sensually soul, naturally practically growing from just a shift sowing deeper roots down. When myself is opening up. Eucalyptus, eucalyptus. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Eucalyptus. How are you doing? Who is left in the live stream? Stream-a-thon and we got this. How are you? Just one breath. I know this. 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 What's going on? All right, let's do one more song and then we'll jump into more Qigong. Any requests? Well, since the topic has been about sharing our gifts and by self-regulating, like just being aware of what our gifts are and sharing them however we can with the world, let's sing gift. Because the thing is like this song is literally about like self-regulating with those gifts, because it's basically like saying if you're not using your gifts, then it's not good. Okay? So here we go. Gift. If I reform for you, I'm not using my gift. If I try to be liked, I'm not using my gift. If I obsess to perfect, I'm not using my gift. If I try to sound different, I am definitely not using my gift. But if I share my heart, I am using my gift. I am using my soul. I am using my strength. Being one with the earth and one with the love, and one with the love that gave my life a chance. If I don't dance, I'm not using my gift. If I don't listen, I'm not using my gift. I forget, I'm not using my gift. If I don't believe in me, I am definitely not using my gift. But if I share my heart, I am using the gift. I am using my soul. I am using my strength, being one with the earth and one with the stars and one with the love that gave my life a chance. And there is a fine line between doing my best and passing your test. And we all are blessed, and yes, I wish you would rest your minds and just digest the new sounds that can end lust's quest. 'Cause the way to joy is through stillness expressed. If I get greedy, I'm not using my gift. If I get scared, I'm not using my gift. If I try to prove myself, I'm not using my gift. But if I take it slow, I will breathe and I will grow as I share my heart, which is using my gift, which is using my soul and using my strength, being one with the earth and one with the stars and one with the love that gave my life a chance. As I share my heart, which is using my gift, which is using my soul, which is using my strength, being one with the earth and one with the stars and one with the love that gave my life a chance. Yay. Oh, 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 I will destroy myself if I don't use that gift. Na, 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 yeah, yeah. Na, 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 yeah. Na, 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 na. Oh, na, 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 na. Ooh. Thanks for listening. All right. I mean, that's deep. I will destroy myself if I don't use my gift. And I think a lot of you out there are destroying yourselves, not only because you're not doing your gift, but your gift is becoming self-destructive. Like it's destroying. Your gift is destroying you because you're not using it. Not only you destroying you, it's a double whammy. All right, let's jump back on the Qigong horse over here. Let's see, what video have we not seen yet in the regulation series? I think we might need to do the commercial one more time. Actually, we should do that. The ASEA commercial. Y'all, this water has completely revitalized me in so many ways, and this video explains why and how. And I'm hoping by the end of tonight, I sell a bottle or two because, and I might not even make money. I think I have to sell like 10 bottles before I can make money, and it all has to be in the same month. But anyway, it is so amazing. This is like the fountain of youth right here. Like it makes your skin more elastic. It's like, I'm gonna show you the video so you understand. And the gel that I talk about all the time, I've used it for burns, for bites, from a dog bite, and it healed so quickly. I should have done before and after pictures, but there's before and after pictures in this. I know it's hard to trust other people, but you know, it's amazing. I'm so excited to share about this. So we are going to find the screen. Let me see where it is. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, is it not here anymore? We must find it. There it is.
This video was to introduce you to the redox breakthrough. In this short video, I will introduce you to a breakthrough technology called ASEA Redox, a cutting-edge technology that represents a new category in health and wellness, a technology that is 10 to 15 years ahead of its time, and that at one time science had declared was impossible. And yet today, many experts are recognizing ASEA Redox as the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. A great place to start is what ASEA Redox is not. It is not a vitamin or mineral supplement, an antioxidant formula, exotic juice, essential oil, or CBD oil. ASEA Redox goes beyond nutrition, beyond ingredients, and yet can impact your health at a depth that no other supplement has ever come close to achieving. For many, ASEA Redox represents the missing link to better health. So what is ASEA Redox? Well, in short, it is the world's first and only redox signaling supplement containing perfectly balanced and stabilized redox signaling molecules. And this represents one of the fastest growing areas of science, with over 1,200 books, 18,000 studies in peer-reviewed journals, international conferences bringing together some of the world's best scientists, as well as universities being awarded multi-million-dollar grants to study this area of science. The Society for Free Radical Biology and Medicine, established in 1987, has changed their name to the Society for Redox Biology and Medicine. And all of this because redox signaling has been proven to be foundational to cellular health, rejuvenation, and renewal, impacting every major body system and function. Did you know that every second of every day, your cells are communicating tremendous amounts of information throughout your body, making it one of the most complex communication networks on Earth? Any breakdown in this vital communication, and you cannot achieve your full health potential. In fact, if your cells can't signal, then little else matters. A simple example, your home's on fire. You call the fire department. Now they have the big red truck, the firefighters, the fire hose, everything they need to put out the fire. However, if you have a weak cell signal, pun intended, they don't get the message and your home goes up in flames. ASEA Redox is the only supplement in the world to be able to provide the body with more of these redox signaling molecules that are critical for this signaling process. Now, it's often said that we live and die at the cellular level. If you want a healthy heart, have healthy heart cells, healthy lungs, healthy lung cells, and so on. In fact, you are the sum total of your 75 trillion cells. And as science looks deeper inside the cell, it has discovered a very special set of molecules called redox signaling molecules. Now, once thought to be nothing more than the byproduct of energy production in the cell, scientists now understand that redox signaling molecules are key to cellular rejuvenation and renewal, and foundational to healthy cell signaling throughout the body. Now, these molecules go beyond all natural and are in fact native to the body. For example, a blueberry is all natural, but your body doesn't grow blueberries. Your body does, however, make these powerful molecules. So if your body is already making these molecules, then why do we need to talk about them? Well, there's a challenge. With age alone, we lose about 10% production of these molecules with every decade that passes. Add to that diet, stress, environmental toxins, and you begin to experience even more deficiencies and imbalances. As a result, your cells don't signal and communicate like they used to. The whole cellular healing process becomes slow and sluggish, and you begin to see and feel the effects of aging. So to be able to supplement and replenish your cells with more of these powerful redox signaling molecules would be groundbreaking, to say the least. However, there was a huge challenge. Due to the highly reactive and fleeting nature of these molecules, science had declared it was impossible to stabilize the molecules outside of the body. Well, after almost 2 decades, millions of dollars of research, and multiple patents, a group of scientists led by an atomic medical physicist achieved the impossible. For the first time ever, they created and stabilized redox signaling molecules outside of the body in perfect balance as they're found in healthy cells. And ASEA Redox was born, the world's first and only redox signaling supplement. Starting with nothing more than salt and water, same as what's found inside your cells, and passing it through a complex, heavily patented 3-day process, the salt water is broken down and then restructured into trillions of these signaling molecules, the stabilization of which launched our exclusive redox signaling technology. So make no mistake about it, ASEA is not a bottle of salt water. It is a bottle of trillions and trillions of these vital redox signaling molecules that we have made from salt and water. And then after 5 years of additional research and development, we were able to launch Renew 28, a redox signaling gel for topical use. So one technology and 2 delivery systems, ASEA Redox Cellular Health from the inside out and Renew 28 Cellular Health from the outside in. Thanks to multiple patents, ASEA is the only company in the world where you can get this redox technology. BioAgilytix, one of the top independent testing labs in the country, has verified and certified that our products do indeed contain these powerful redox signaling molecules. And millions of dollars of studies have demonstrated that our technology is 100% safe with 0 levels of toxicity. In a recent double-blind placebo-controlled study with Torre Labs, a leading genetic research laboratory, ASEA Redox was shown not only to signal at the cellular level, but even at the profound depths of the genetic level, activating 5 important gene signaling pathways by up to 31% in only 8 weeks, which in turn positively impacted 5 major areas of health: improve immune system health, help maintain a healthy inflammatory response, help maintain cardiovascular health, and support arterial elasticity, improve digestive health, and modulate hormone balance. And this is only scratching the surface. For example, just one of the gene signaling pathways that we tested can influence another 15 pathways, including those involved in insulin signaling, thyroid hormones, as well as ovarian fertility. However, let's discuss antioxidant health. Medical experts worldwide agree that oxidative stress is the #1 health risk factor, and the NRF2 signaling pathway is critical for the production and activation of your body's master antioxidants, such as glutathione, which is many times more powerful than the antioxidants found in fruits and berries. In earlier studies, it was shown that ASEA Redox could increase glutathione efficacy by up to 800%, as well as lowering oxidized LDL and oxidized DNA. So although there are no antioxidants in a bottle of ASEA Redox, its impact on antioxidant health is nothing short of astonishing. So at this point, let's take a couple of minutes and listen to what medical professionals are saying about ASEA's redox signaling technology.
Inside every cell in your body, you're constantly producing negative and positive molecules called oxidants and reductants. And the contraction of that name is redox.
So with these molecules, we're amping up that communication. We're helping that cell signal.
Without these cell signaling molecules, we simply wouldn't do the gene replication that we need, the DNA sequencing that we need. These redox signaling molecules interact throughout the body with every cell that we know.
Every cell in our body needs these molecules for communication purposes. The more balanced they are, the more abundant they are, the healthier we are.
ASEA actually has the combination of the oxidants and the reductants that the body makes. So all we're doing with ASEA is enhancing what the body is already doing.
Having a product, a technology that's native to the body doesn't have to worry about detoxifying it because it knows exactly what to do with redox molecules. It's one of, if not the safest recommendation I ever make to a patient.
They found a way to stabilize them outside the body. You can actually put them back into bodies that are deficient in those molecules. That's a game changer.
To have something that at its molecular level is native to the body is nothing short of a breakthrough.
This is something that's foundational for health, for every cell. It affects every cell in our body. And not just the cells, but the very DNA within those cells. You know, we talk about the discovery of DNA as being a huge breakthrough, the discovery of penicillin. Yes, these were absolutely huge discoveries. But now we have something that actually goes even deeper.
Redox signaling molecules are like the DNA whisperer. They signal cells to be healthy. And because of age, because of medications, because of toxicity in the environment, you lose your ability to make the redox signaling molecules. So having them with ASEA simply replenishes what your body is doing natively when you were young. You know, I've been in the business for 40 years, and this is the first time that I've ever heard about the redox signaling molecules, which to me is a breakthrough of the 21st century, akin to the electric light bulb in the 20th century and maybe even the discovery of penicillin. Because your body is a redox signaling program, and to be able to replenish it on a day-to-day basis, internally and externally, is not just a breakthrough, it's a game changer.
So as you can hear, ASEA Redox may just be the single greatest health science breakthrough of our lifetime. But it's not just health. Athletes drinking ASEA have noticed they can go further, faster, longer, harder, seeing improvements in their endurance, strength, and recovery. In a recent university study, it was clearly demonstrated that mice drinking ASEA Redox for only 7 days increased their endurance by 29%. And I'm sure you would agree that mice don't run 29% further for nothing. Further investigation showed that there were significant metabolic shifts in the mice as they spared muscle sugars and instead burnt more fat as fuel. Now, world-class athletes all around the world are enjoying the ASEA athletic advantage, achieving personal bests and breaking world records from Olympic swimmers, triathletes, and Ironmen. There's not a serious athlete in any sport that could not benefit from supplementing with ASEA Redox. I'm sure you've heard it said that seeing is believing. So at this time, let's turn our attention to Renew 28 Revitalizing Gel, cellular health from the outside in. Now, did you know that in your prime, healthy skin cells renew themselves every 28 days? However, as we've discussed, with aging, redox signaling declines and youthful renewal can slow to a crawl. In fact, by age 50, this renewal process can have slowed to as much as 90 days, and you begin to see the visible effects of aging. The redox signaling molecules in Renew 28 can provide daily renewal and revitalization for healthier, younger looking skin. And you don't have to take our word for it. Renew 28 was subject to several independent clinical studies with Stevens & Associates in North America and Dermatest in Europe, and the results were astonishing, showing a 16% improvement in this vital skin cell renewal rate. And when your skin cells start to renew like they did when you were younger, you begin to look like you did when you were younger. A 20% or more improvement in the appearance of wrinkles, smoothness, and elasticity. We also see tremendous results with skin challenges such as age spots and redness and irritation. Renew 28 is also a wonderfully soothing gel for cuts and scrapes, bites, bumps, and bruises. And Renew 28 can also have a significant impact on joint and muscle discomfort by simply applying the gel 3 times in 5 minutes. Even general health, where folks will often notice improvements in less than 28 days. And of course, you can combine ASEA Redox and Renew 28 for even better results. Refueling your cells with these powerful redox signaling molecules, both from the inside out and the outside in. The purpose of this video was to introduce you to the redox breakthrough. However, I do want you to know that ASEA also offers a complete skincare system called Renew Advanced, as well as a range of cutting-edge nutritional supplements called ASEA Via. So in closing, we live and die at the cellular level. And the fact is, our bodies are in a constant state of breakdown and repair. If you think of the nutrients found in ASEA Via as representing quality building materials for the body to utilize, you could view ASEA Redox, our cell signaling supplement, as providing the labor and communication needed to get the work done. ASEA is the only company in the world to offer this 1-2 punch of materials and labor, making ASEA the global leader in complete cellular health. For more information on ASEA Redox, Renew Advanced Skincare, or the ASEA Via Nutritionals, please get back to the person who shared this video with you. This is Alan Noble thanking you for your time today, and bye for now.
Okay, what do y'all think? Do you want to try it? Give me a holler, please. I am so excited about sharing this with anyone who's interested. No pressure, but if you're drawn to it at all, I definitely encourage it. It is so, you are so worth the investment. You will literally feel like you are in the fountain of youth when you take this supplement. I know I do. Thank you for all the likes. Even if we get 10 tonight, that would be so amazing. Also, I am offering 20% off on all of my consultations, Bach flowers, and matrix therapy until January 15th. So if you're interested in booking a session with me today or, for any time between now and January 15th, then I will give you 20% off. Bach flower essences, private Qigong classes, private belly dance classes, and matrix therapy, any of that, I am at your service. Let's go ahead and watch the latest video together so you can get that before Monday's class. And that is basically a class about breaking denials and hitting the wall. Like, what do you do when all of a sudden that, fairyland turns into a brick wall? Now you have to face reality and take action and make something beautiful. Because like I talked about in the last class, it was like in your imagination, it was beautiful and you used your gift to do that. Well, now it's time to use your gift to just express your gifts. And that's what hitting the wall is about. So let's check it out. Let's do it. Okie dokie. We are live here. Stretchy. How is everyone feeling today? I know there's a lot of crazy energy going on in the world and in all of our hearts, and hopefully we can simplify in class today and just really unwind and wind and connect with your heart, your energy, your needs, your stresses that we're letting go of. And just connecting with your body. Talking to your body, asking your body what's going on, noticing your breath and your heartbeats first and foremost. I'm a sleeping kitty, a sleepy kitty. What do you need today? What is your intention for class today? Whenever you're ready, share your name and your intention. Sorry for the yawning. I'm a sleepy kitty, I told you. Because my kitty woke me up earlier than I wanted to wake up today. It happens. Okay, so I will start with my intention. My intention is, you know what? We don't have a very good internet connection. So it's acting a little bit weird. So you all might not be able to see me. I might be like frozen and stuff. That's kind of what it's telling me. But in any case, y'all let me know. All right. So the theme today is regulating or dealing with when an illusion wears off. And it can be a bad illusion or a good illusion. It's just like this melting or sinking in a positive way into this reality in a way where you are just more present, more awake, and more able to deal with what exactly is going on. And you're able to navigate through some of the BS and some of the illusion. And how you might feel icky at first because you were numb to that ick, whether you were addicted to something, whether you were drinking away that ick, whether you were smoking away that ick, whether you were sugaring away that ick. Now you're left with the ick. And that's one of the hardest things about dealing with addiction. It's like, well, and sometimes it's subconscious. Thanks for the thumbs up. It's like, well, I feel icky, so I need to do something about it. So I don't know what to do about it except do this addiction. Whether it's a mental addiction or a physical addiction, there are tons of perspective mental addictions out there where you see things from a certain frame of mind. It could be a dissociative frame of mind. It could be a narcissistic frame of mind. Whatever it is, that frame of mind is helping you to not feel that ick. I'm just calling it that ick. No one else calls it that ick. You can feel sick. You can feel ick. And It's like the makeup coming off, and you don't want to look at your face without makeup, let's say. Or you don't want to see your naked body. You know, this is why this is called naked qigong, because we are taking off the masks here. We are taking off the illusion. But the thing is once the illusion comes off and you feel the ick, there are so many things you can do to get that ick away. And once you get that ick off of you, then you feel better than any addiction would make you feel. So, for example, if you have an addiction that's just covering up the ick, and then you feel the ick because you stopped doing the addiction, maybe it's in the form of anxiety or depression or just ick, then now you can finally face the ick. The ick was always there, whether you felt it or not. And now that the addiction isn't there, or the illusion isn't over your eyes, you're actually like, ooh, this is icky. Let me do something about it. And that's what the illusion stops, is the action. You never were able to take action before because you were covering up the ick. You have to look at the ick to get rid of the ick. You got this. So my name is Aviva, and my intention today is to work on hitting that brick wall, aka hitting the ick, getting the ick away once the illusion wears off, once the spell is broken and you're able to take action again and you're not hiding. That makes sense? What are your intentions? Notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. The ick. That could be like a whole album concept. The ick. While I'm waiting for your intentions to come in, let's do our grounding mudra. Thumb to the pinky and the ring finger. And just connect with your yummy energy. Oh, the ick. Okay, so when you face the ick, when the illusion wears off, two things happen. One, you see things that you didn't see, and you think to yourself, oh my gosh, I need to take care of that right away. You feel a sense of urgency that you didn't feel before, because the second thing that happens is it's like time changes because you've shifted. Hey, Jabri. The time that you would take care of something when you're in the illusion is not as immediate. And now that you're not, it not only feels urgent, but in that other reality, it felt like a waste of time because you didn't really get the gist of how much you needed to get the ick away. So it almost seemed like frivolous. And now that the brick wall is hit and you realize just how integral this ick is icking up your life, it doesn't feel like a waste of time to address it. It feels very comfortable and, well, maybe not comfortable, but it feels very appropriate to do it quickly. Does that make sense? You're not avoiding it anymore. So it doesn't feel like a waste of time. Anything feels like a waste of time if you're avoiding it. Get it? When you avoid and you avoid and you avoid and you avoid, you almost lose that neuron connection to it, the neuron ability to respond to things, to perceive things, because when you do the same old and you don't change anything, then the neurons are just like, okay, things become habitual. It's called habituation. Just focusing on one thing over and over and over and over again causes way less neuron stimulation than if you focus on different things all the time. So if you're constantly like, okay, I'm going to have coffee to do this. Okay, I'm going to do this drug. I'm going to do that thing to get me where I want to be. Well, why don't you change it up? If you change it up, then suddenly your neurons get more stimulated. And they're suddenly like, this is different. I need to respond. I need to see. I get to see another thing happen. Thanks for the thumbs up. So we've got an intention. Shabri says his intention is to be here with you today, and he's trying to stay warm. Oh, you're cold. Yeah, temperature regulation is really one of the benefits of Qigong. He'd like some attention to his whole body and his feet today. All right, you got it. Every day is like getting a new present, a new package in the mail that you open up and you're like, what is going to be inside here? What is my gift today? Any other intentions? All right, let's breathe in our intentions. Release anything in the way. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. Breathe in your intentions. Release your resistance. Breathe in your intentions. Release anything you don't need. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate you. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. Breathe in your intentions. Release resistance. We're going to go into the creativity mudra. Left thumb is on top. Interlace. For men, the right thumb is on top. For women, the left. So when we produce a lot of dopamine and a lot of happy cells, high cells in the body, it's easy to literally be duped by negative energy because we just feel so good. And it could be this artificial goodness that we're feeling if we're doing an addiction or something. And so when we're finally like, it's very similar to the feeling when you're like in love with someone and you're producing all this dopamine, oxytocin, and then it wears off chemically after a couple of years. And you're like, wait a minute, I don't like this about this person. And I'm not the person that they want me to be, but all these happy molecules tricked me. And that could happen, and then it takes more work. It's like you don't have the sugar to make the medicine go down in a way. And so that happens on a daily basis with all of us, with the different things that we eat and consume and put in our bodies can affect how we literally perceive reality. Let's go on to the next mudra. Thumb to the index and the ring. And so you might open up your eyes in the morning, right? You woke up. But what a lot of us might be seeing is still a veil, a blanket, not completely a reality. And honestly, I think it's like the peels of an onion, how it's infinite. You know, you might peel back one veil one day, and then the next day there's still a veil. So it's like we're constantly peeling back these blankets. But the more you're able to peel them, then those rose-colored glasses like disappear. And you know, if there's enough of those veils, if they're thick enough, then it almost becomes like you can't see through them at all. And it's like solid. And so you literally don't see what's there. And I think that's what causes so much miscommunication, because someone's like, well, how do you not see this? It's like they have an onion in front of their eyes. And you can slowly peel back the layers for them, but they got to do it themselves because there's so many. And that the rose-colored glasses could be seeing like a kaleidoscope. They could be projecting like flowers and flying bunnies and teddy bears on the wall. And suddenly that projection gets turned off because the fuel for that projection might have been an addiction. And you've cut off the addiction. And so now what do you see on the wall? Just the wall. You don't see the beautiful butterflies and bees and flowers and trees. You just see the brick wall. And you're like, bam, this is going on in my life. I need to take some action. I need to not be in the clouds, not be in these bubbles. Suddenly there's no more onion. And you see a reality that has some ugliness to it. And it's a gift, because now you're able to take action and make it more beautiful, not just in your imagination, but in real life. And that's what an addiction is. You can call it an illusion, or you can call it using your imagination. Because you can use your imagination to crawl up in a hole, or you can use your imagination to connect and have incredible manifestations. Let's keep doing this confidence mudra. I want y'all to have the confidence you need to face that wall. So there's something that happens called dissociation that can happen extremely. So you literally like become another person, or don't remember having an experience, or don't remember having conversations, and just really disconnect from a painful reality. It really is amazing what our brains can handle. And then there's more subtle disassociations where you just don't associate certain things with other things in this puzzle. You haven't put the pieces together. You're not facing certain truths. and you disconnected from certain painful feelings. So now those painful feelings come back in the form of anxiety or depression, and you're going to want to disassociate. You're going to want to like get away from it, take medication, take drugs instead of feel through it, which is really a gift. Really a gift is what we do with the matrix therapy. Like you really find out, for example, let's go to the heart chakra. Index to the bottom of the thumb and thumb to the middle and the ring. Jabri, you gotta pay more attention. Yes, I read yours. It's okay. Heart chakra. So for example, if we just look at the very basic structure of the heart, I got you. Don't worry about it, Jabri. Your heart is moving things through your arteries, moving that blood, but it's also moving love out into the world. Do you feel valued for the love that you're sharing, like a very basic thing? Do you feel valued? Do you feel appreciated? Those are all things that you deserve to feel, that bring you real good feelings. And if you don't ever feel valued and you don't ever feel appreciated, you might be clinging to an addiction. So the question is, how do you feel valued? How do you feel appreciated? Are you even valuing yourself? Are you even appreciating yourself? Is this something, a trauma from your childhood that is it one situation with one person in your life that you loved so much, whether it's a parent or a sibling or a boyfriend or girlfriend? Did you love someone so much but never felt valued for it, never felt appreciated for it? I think that is what casting pearl among swine is. I think that it uproots us from our connection to this divine love that we always have, but we disconnect it because we're giving love to this other source and we don't feel valued by them. And so what we might do is disconnect from our own feeling value from divine. And instead, we give that power to the swine. So I think that there's, don't cast pearl among swine is a multifaceted, multidimensional expression that we all can take to heart and realize, okay, not only am I wasting resources, but I might be uprooting my own and therefore disconnecting from my own divine by casting my own pearls and disconnecting them from me and giving them to swine. And so in this class, we are facing that brick wall. We're hitting it. We are working through getting rid of addictions. And instead, we are reconnecting the pearls of our wisdom, our love, our joy to our roots. We're keeping our feet on the ground. We're spreading our wings. And we feel safe and sound. Stop ignoring your life. By ignoring your pain. Because it's not going to go away. It's just going to take different forms. And the more you face it and integrate with your pure natural spirit, the more you can
practically mold this reality so that it feels like a loving, safe place where you're nurtured and valued and appreciated. And that is one aspect of doing this class. Tryptophan. Very big possibility, Kevin. I've definitely had my moments where I used turkey sandwiches as a drug. Moving into the throat chakra mudra, we are wrapping our right hand around the left thumb. Right thumb comes up. Thank you for the like. Right thumb connects to the middle finger. Thank you for being here. I'm going to put my donation link. Please donate if you can. Not even about class, just if you love me and support me. Oh my gosh, I've got some major bills coming up on the 1st that I don't have the money for. So if you do, even if you have $1 to share, it would mean the world to me. And that is the link. You can also do Cash App, which is that. And the Patreon link is actually tax deductible. So if you're one of those 30% brackets that have a lot of money that you owe the government, you can actually give it to me instead. And it gets deducted from what you owe the government. That would be really awesome. So this is the throat chakra mudra. Feel that harmony, the flow. Let's do the Lalana mudra, which is the tongue just goes to the back of the mouth. Sounds like Lalama. And let's just have some silence. All right, moving to all the fingertips. Connecting with the third eye, your inner knowing, your intuition, which gets hijacked when we're doing addictions. We are not as in touch with our intuition. And addiction can be wanting attention, it can be oversharing, wanting appreciation instead of just feeling appreciated. Wanting to save someone instead of valuing your own life. Ooh. Feels so good. Opening up that crown. Wearing your crown. All right. Thumb to the index, connecting with the divine. Oh, something's in my eye. I might need to rinse it with contact solution. Something's in my contact. Speaking of divine, I've always been into sorrel, aka hibiscus flower nutrition. It's something they make in Jamaican restaurants, the sorrel tea, sorrel punch, and it just has a lot of wisdom as far as being good for the body. And I knew it had vitamin C, and I believe it has magnesium, so it's like really good for so much. I forgot to put that in the video, but I just released a video on a hibiscus drink I've been making in the recipe. And I did not realize it has 113% of the iron that you need. That is huge, my friends. We need that iron in our blood. I think it makes us All right, we are going to go and stand up and do some standing forms. So get your area ready for that. I am going to go rinse my contact lens, and I'll be right back to join you in standing position in just a moment. We are stuck in a spiral.
All right, I am much better now. All right, see if y'all can find a lavender colored emoji or purple if you're still with me. Show me some lavender love. All right, notice your breath, notice your heartbeats. We're gonna do the first part of the Wujigong form, and then we'll probably dive into some other movements today to specifically help with addiction recovery and hitting that brick wall and facing reality and grounding together. So shaking really does help. We're going to bring our yin hand under the belly button, the yang on top. Yin is right for women, left for men. Got it? All right. And we're going to press in and shake. Shoulders come up and down. Knees come up and down. You know what I think I might do? Not only because I really need money to pay my bills, but also because this is a really dark time for a lot of people. I think I might do like an epic, like 8-hour live stream or something where we're all staying connected and thinking positive and just kind of hanging out together on some of the difficult days. I'm telling you, until after New Year's, the depression in the world just gets off the charts. You know, we need to be there for each other more than ever. If your friends are snapping at you, obviously you don't want to tolerate abuse, but just know it's probably because they're going through a really hard time right now. People are struggling. They're hitting the brick walls. And this is when it happens, when the denials, you know, fade. Because it's cold outside, people are around each other more, they can't mask as much, literally, like, you know, mask their emotions. And, you know, it gets tough. People are scared to really talk about what's really bothering them. And so that gets them snappy too. Maybe they're out of integrity with something. Shake, 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 shake. So yeah, I might do like a, I don't know, maybe I'll even do it Friday. Just like an all day live stream. STREAM-A-THON. To raise money and to raise vibrations. That's what we're doing. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. And arm comes out. And top comes out. The bottom one faces up. The top faces down. Shake, 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 shake. And shake it off, shake it off. Relax the shoulders. Drop that left shoulder down and release, going back and forth.
We're going to roll that left shoulder back. And the right. Remember to drop me some lavender or purple colored emoji in the chat so I know you're still here. Other side. I feel the energy. I felt someone throw it to me, even though it's not at chat. If you want to stay anonymous, that's all good. Thank you for the amethyst. And both at the same time.
This holiday, gift the unforgettable with concert and comedy tickets to their favorite artists. LiveNation.com/gifts.
I was doing a retreat and they tell me I went down.
And we're going to bring arms up. Come up halfway. One more. And the inhale closest to the head, yang on top of that, finger spread, and feel the energy pouring into you. All right, we're just going to do the first part of the absorbing the energy from the earth part of the form. We're going to lift that left heel, bending both knees, rotate that left knee towards the right. Other direction. Drop that left heel, lift the other heel up, bending both knees, rotate that to the left. And the other direction. And like a tree in the wind, we're just going to rock back and forth from one foot to the other. And come to stillness, connect with the earth. All right, we're going to bring the hands in front of the belly button about 2 fists away. We're going to rotate the hips, keep that same distance. And the other direction. Good. So I think we have time to do all the animals now. We haven't done the animals in a while. I mean, we've done the crane a bunch because of heart stuff, but I think doing all of the animals is a great way to recover and find balance with whatever you're going through, addiction wise. Hitting the wall, it's like shape shifting is a great way, in a positive way, to break through that wall that we now see in all these different characters. So let's go in order of the elements of the seasons in Chinese medicine. So we're going to start with earth.
and end with fire. Okay, so earth is where things begin. Yeah. All right. So the earth animal. Does anyone know what the earth animal is? Or the organs? Do you know the organs or the animal connected with the earth energy? Any guesses? I'll give you a hint. It's the monkey. All right, so we step with the ball of the right foot, left foot. You eat a banana or strawberry, and then you throw it away, right up, left down. And then you step. And then you step with the left, and then you step all the way as you spread the hands. So just the balls, and then you step out. Balls of your feet, and then you step out. Monkey. Tummy energy, spleen energy, stomach, spleen, monkey, earth energy. Grounding us. Elemental cleanse. Just as valuable, I think, as a chakra cleanse to do every day, to balance your elements, to get your homeostasis in status quo. All right, so do you know the next one in the cycle is now fall? What animal rules the fall in Chinese medicine? It's the lungs, it's the large intestine, it's letting go, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, cutting things away with your sword. You don't need that. What is it? What animal helps you to cut through the BS, the crap? Any guess? Any guess? Any guess? Going once, going twice. The tiger. Roar. All right. Tiger is super easy. You just open up your feet wide. You get your claws out. And a good way to remember it is like cats and Halloween, right? Cats are like tigers. Fall is tiger time. Fall is when Tiger came to me, because it's tiger time, of course. And it's hibiscus time. Ooh. All right. You're going to bring those claws up. Get real vicious, my friends. And you're going to come out opening up your eyes and you're going to come down and just like open up every pore in your face. All right. 4 more times. Roar! Let me hear your tiger roar. I'm gonna scream away from the screen. Roar! Oh yeah. Really helps to feel that. Release it. Feel the claws in your toes. All right, what's the next animal? Water energy. It's a little bit more complicated. It's like moving slowly and then creating tidal waves with your arms. It's the kidney and the bladder energy. What animal? What animal medicine? What power? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. The bear. Okay, so the bear, we're going to step with the right foot, bring the right hand forward and the left back, and then switch, and then switch. That's 3 passes. When you step with the left foot, the left one leads. Left forward, right back, right forward, left back. And yeah, there you go. Keep going. It's like you're wading in the water. Other way. Okay. Second bear move is you're going to, I guess it gets a little more complicated as we go on. The crane has 2 moves too, but the deer doesn't. That's what that. Oh, I gave it away. Okay. You might not have been listening though. All right, so we're going to step with the right foot, reach both arms up to the right, and then move a boulder out of your way, bringing them down to the left. 2 more times. And the other way.
Watch and shop the Tovala collection, free on QVC Plus. Dig into gourmet recipes, in-depth demos, and more. Get cooking now with this limited time offer. It's all here, only on QVC Plus and HSN Plus. Watch for free wherever you stream.
I'm going to do 2 more in front of the camera, and then I'm going to walk around. You won't be able to see me, but you know what to do. All right, keep going. Good. Really working through that bear energy, right? Okay, so what is next? I said it. I slipped. After the bear winter energy, we've got the spring. We're springing into spring. And what animal is our springy animal? Anyone? Anyone? It's for the liver and the gallbladder. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the deer. So we put our antlers on, lift the right heel up. Yes, it's the liver. Good job. And then we're going to go on our tippy toes with the left as we hop out to the right. Back and forth. And you can walk all around the room. Good. Couple more deers. Feeling good? How's the temperature regulation going? You feeling warmer? That's what the animals really help with because it's a lot of hopping around. So it'll warm you up. All right. So what is our last animal? Notice the 5 seasons in the Chinese medicine calendar. The earth is actually late summer, and that's where we start. And then we end with summer, fire energy, heart, small intestine. What is the animal? What is the animal that we're doing here? Anyone? Anyone? What is the animal? I don't think we have it here. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the crane or the flying penguin. Right, Kika? All right, so we're going to do 2 movements with the crane and then we'll do our foot massage. So we're going to bring our right knee up and bring both arms up. If it's hard for you to balance like this, then literally just bring your heel up. Now, try not to use the muscles of the leg that's lifted. Like don't squeeze the muscles of your right hips or thighs. Try to let them almost go limp so that all the weight is in that left. And when you come down, then you shift the weight to that leg as you lift the other one to just come up now.
and just let go of that thigh. That thigh might want to squeeze, but just let it go. But let's just focus on all the energy being in the standing leg, and that'll create more balance according to Tai Chi, Qigong philosophies. And more relaxation in the body, less constriction. More processing out of the toxins, more flowing with the love of your heart. The thing is, like casting pearl onto swine, when you don't feel valued and when you uproot yourself, because this is heart energy, we're talking about it. You might form a belief like there's something wrong with your love. And that's why you get uprooted. If you feel like there's something wrong with your love, it's going to be hard to keep loving. You're going to feel like a big germ, and you're not a germ. It's just that that person didn't value your love or didn't want your love, and maybe was parasiting off of that energy instead of reciprocating. Whew. This is really bringing fire energy to the body, isn't it? All right. You want to say hi, Kitty Cat? She said okay. She says hi, everyone. All right. So one more crane and then we're done with all of the animals. We are just going to do the same thing we did, except we're going to cross the wrist when we lift that knee. Remember to empty all the energy out of the knee that you're lifting and focus all the energy on being in that standing leg for maximum balance. Here we go. Crossing the wrist as you lift that knee. And try to like switch the weight into the right leg before you lift the left. Try to empty it out even before you lift it. But if you have the energy in it, when you lift it, try to empty it out while it's lifted. And down. Empty the other leg, and then lift it up. Last couple. Oh my God, excuse me. I just opened up the screen door and it's like all this fall dust just flew in here. Thank you. Hold on. Achoo! Oh my goodness. All righty, Dides. Good job. Give me 5.
I'm gonna let you in on a little wash day secret. I apply it directly to my hair, and my wash day turns into wash hour with ease. Look at this slip. Like a slip and slide. Detangle and condition with Moisture Miracle Pre-Shampoo by African Pride.
Give me 5. Give me 10. Oh yeah. You did the 5 animals. All righty. Once again, I'm going to put that donation link in the chat. It would mean so much to me if you guys can throw me $1 or $2 to help me pay my bills this month. If you are able to, I would appreciate it more than you know. Don't feel obligated. I want you to have this knowledge. All righty. Oh, look at this. So we're going to choose a foot, any foot. We're going to rotate each toe a few times in each direction and then pull the toe away from the foot. Tonight I'm going to be on WRFG 9 to 10 if you want to tune in. 89.3 in Atlanta, WRFG.org. Everywhere else in the world. Ooh, my goodness. Nice to get a foot massage. Okay, rotate the whole ankle in both directions. Yes, I am. Pull the toes back. Me and my bodyguards. Rub those feet. Okay, rub between your toes. That's awesome, Jeffrey. Then you're going to find a point on the foot and hold that for 20 seconds. Now we're going to go under the knee on the inside of the leg. We're going to find a point and hold that for 20 seconds. We are finding all the points today. And then above the knee on the outside of the leg, 4 or 5 fingers above. And tap up and down. And brush. And tap. Bottom of the feet. Thank you to all the members of my channel. It's just $2.99 a month to be a member. It's an amazing way to support. And more members I have, the more they recommend my YouTube channel. So I appreciate it so much. And we get more emojis the more members we have. See those little mama penguin emojis I just posted on there? Also in the link below, I've got a link to find out about this incredible supplement that I take every day, and I recommend it highly to prevent all kinds of boogers. So contact me if you want to know more about that. I just want to keep massaging this foot, but I know we got to get to the other one. It's already 3, but we did pop on here late. Excuse me. So what do y'all think? Should I do a stream-a-thon on Friday? Rotate each toe a few times in each direction. Just to give support. Maybe we should play Truth or Dare. All right. Rotate the ankle a few times in each direction. And bring the toes back and rub the bottom of the feet. And rub between your toes. So on my stove right now, I've got this like cranberry mush as opposed to the cranberry crush. Find a point on your foot and hold it for 20 seconds. So I might taste that before we go. Because y'all, cranberries are the best thing you could have in the fall. Like, they are so good for you. They help to prevent so many issues. Like, they have something in it that stops the E. coli and some other kinds of bacteria from binding to the walls of your organs. Because when the bacteria bind, that causes an infection. So there's something about the cranberry that I guess just makes it silky and slippery so they can't attach. I don't know. Very special. The cranberry is very special. So I want to encourage you all to do all kinds of cranberry stuff. I have a recipe for cranberry tea, cranberry hibiscus tea that I just released. Let me grab that link for you, and please share it with people that you love, because whatever we can do to encourage people to grab this cranberry and get it into their essence is very good. Because the healthier we all are, the happier we all are. All right, we're gonna tap, 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 tap. Find a point under the knee on the inside of the leg, about 2 or 3 fingers below the knee, and hold that for 20 seconds. Don't know what kind of accent that is. It's probably really annoying. It's very annoying even to me, but I keep on doing it because it's fun. 10 and the 9 and the 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1 10 9 9 8 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 up and down 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 down. Then brush, brush. Okay, and the outside leg, above the knee, 4 or 5 fingers above. You're gonna find a point, fill it with love. For 20 seconds. 9 8 7 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 5 5 5 5 5 4 3 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1. Another 10 10 10 10 9 9 9 8 8 7 6 6 6 6 5 5 5 5 4 4 4 4 4 3 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1. You are very welcome, Mr. Black. And brush, and brush, and brush, and bush, the brush, and brush. Love. All right, let me show you this cranberry. Let me show ya. Show ya. I'm probably going to cook it even more, but I turned it off during class. I cooked it probably for about an hour. And what it is cranberries and a little bit of water and lemon juice, coconut sugar, a little bit of salt. That's it. And careful, it squirted at me. Like in the first 5 minutes of the water getting hot enough to like boil, like the cranberry juice like burst, like they burst. You got to keep it on low heat. It was too high and it burst into my eye. Probably that's why my contact felt weird. But it's probably gonna be pretty bitter. We're gonna taste it. I've never tried this recipe before. I just kind of like, channeled it or whatever. So these aren't all mushy yet. All right, we're gonna see. We're gonna test it out. You ready? I want to add chia seeds to it. I think that would be good, and it'll make it like jelly. Mmm. Ooh. Mmm. 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 That's pretty good. I've been somewhat averse to blenders lately, so I haven't wanted to like blend up the crush. I don't know if it's the noise. Mmm. Wow. That's really good, y'all. I did like a bag of cranberries, a little less than a bag because I've been eating them here and there. And I would say about no more than 2 tablespoons of coconut sugar. Probably about an 1/8 cup of the lemon juice. Just a dash of sea salt. Just simmered it. Probably in like maybe almost half a cup of water. It's very edible, you guys. I thought it was going to be too bitter,
Vaccinium cranberry. Give me 30. You made it to the end of class. Give me some lavender emojis. Come on. Are there any? What's that guy? That guy's lavender. Somewhat. That guy's lavender. Uh-oh. The cranberry squirted. I have cranberry juice on my keyboard. I'll rub it into my fingers. They're probably... Hey, maybe I should squish it all on my face. I bet that would be good. Just gotta remember not to stain things. I bet that's really good for your pores. I got cranberries on my face. Uh-oh. I hope people don't put a bunch of eggplants in my chat because those are lavender. That's funny. All right, y'all. Some lavender love for you. Amethyst protection. I'll see you Monday at 11:30 unless we do the Stream-A-Thon Friday. Give me feedback if you want to do it. Maybe we'll play Truth and Dare. What do you think? All right, you guys. I will see you when I say y'all. Oh my God. We did it. We're playing Truth and Dare. Holy cow. Look at that funny expression. We're gonna stream a little bit more of the last regulation video that we did. It is called the regulation, self-regulating while you're on your moon time. So let's go there. Let's do that. Here we go. Olive 5. I'm not sure what's going on with my eyes. My wings. Oh, what a joy to be alive with all of you. Wow. Thanks for being here. Let's notice our breath, notice our heartbeats. Thanks for coming. We are the ocean. We are the fire. We are the earth. We are the ocean. We are the earth. We are the fire. We are so simple. We are so simple. We are love. Let's notice our breath. Let's notice our heartbeats as we dive into the topic du jour. Notice what you're feeling. Notice what you need. Notice how you are experiencing this moment. I know a lot of people are struggling right now. This is the week. This is the week. This is one of the hardest weeks. The week of November 20th and the week of December 20th are some of the hardest weeks emotionally for people in our country because of the weather, dysfunctional families, and the stress of living during these winter months. And I want to help you find light in the darkness and be the light for others. Hi, Jeffrey. Amanda, there are good reasons to feel frazzled. It's because it's November 20th. November 20th and December 20th. Mark my words, you'll notice it next year. They're the most frazzly days on our calendar. They just are, because your body is preparing for these very emotional times. Thanksgiving and Christmas are very emotional times if you've been through any
Thanks
trauma.
for being here.
Because family time becomes very stressful. Pressure. The pressure of being so happy in these months is very stressful. Causes a lot of cortisol production. And thank you for coming here to reduce your cortisol and to regulate. And on top of it, if you're a woman and you're menstruating during this time, it can be even more challenging to emotionally regulate. So I was like, okay, we have to dedicate a class to this. I didn't want to leave the men out, but it's really good for men to regulate, to co-regulate with women when they're menstruating. Why not? Hi, Larry. You know, it's not like biblical times where we are isolating ourselves with each other and going into a red tent and separating ourselves. You know, in some cultures in Orthodox Judaism, you still separate yourself to protect yourself during that time. And that's what I want to talk about. I want to focus on the protection element of it. You are protected because in our culture, I think we tend to focus on the vulnerable part of it. I don't want people to be around me. I don't want people to smell me. I don't want people to touch me. I don't want people to shame me. And then you end up shaming yourself during the menstrual cycle time. So we're just going to meditate on that for a moment as we pay attention to our breath, as we pay attention to our bodies. And we're going to really regulate together on this topic because it's a big one. I'm telling you, it is a big, powerful, bad wolf. Because if we can regulate with this, then we have found one of the answers to world peace, because it's one of the most disharmonized topics. It's one of the most twisted topics in our culture, because it's one of the most powerful things that exists in our culture, the menstrual cycle. It gives birth to babies. It's one of the most powerful things that gets literally stigmatized into something ugly. It's one of the most beautiful things that gets stigmatized into something confusing. It's one of the most powerful things that gets disempowered into something annoying and a burden. It's one of the most gorgeous connections that we have to life, that we have to the earth, and it gets twisted up into being a monster. It's not a monster, it is life. It is your life. And it's not only your life, it is your nourishment. And it's not only your nourishment, it is your power and energy. And it is not only your power and energy, it is your beauty. And it is not only your beauty, it is your dance. It is your song. It is your hope. It is your dreams. It is your love. It is your fertility. It is your breath. It is your hormones. And a lot of us just focus on those 2 to 7 days that happen a month. And we dread it. And we don't want it to be here. And we send these confusing messages to our bodies like, how dare you? How dare you be so rude and come unannounced? When it's literally like, we know it's going to come every month. So why are we closing the door? Why are we being unwelcoming? And so that's what this class is about. Being so welcoming. We even give it the red carpet treatment. And we cannot wait for it to come. It is your most distinguished guest coming every month, surfing. And every day you are preparing your palace for your visitor. And you can't wait. Now, not that it's not completely normal to feel emotional during this time, because you are also letting go, a grieving time. And you are auditing yourself hard during this time. This is like this magical time where your body's like, hold on here. Let me check this. Okay. So let's say it's the third, let's say it's December 20th. And you're like, okay, your cycle has started to bleed out of you. And you're like, okay, let's see what happened December 5th. Oh, you had a fight with Mary Ann and you just suppressed your emotions. Okay, you better go feel them now. We're auditing you. You have to feel them now because you didn't feel it then. It's this powerful time where things get squeezed out of you emotionally that you've been suppressing all month. And that is why if you work on feeling your feelings all month long, it won't be as inconvenient. You won't have as many cramps. You won't have as many emotional issues because you're regulating all month long. This is the gift of regulation that you have. And it starts like a week before the blood comes out, the emotions start coming out. And so the men, if you're close with a sister, if you're close with your mother, your aunt, your daughter, your lover, then it's really good to not only know when her cycle is so that you know how to interact with her emotionally, but it's also good to know if it's the week before, if it's the week after. Man, is she more amorous. Man, are we more amorous when we're ovulating. So it's like, I think because there's so much focus on menstruation and the time that we're letting go of our nourishment, that we're not focused on that ovulation time, which is when we're creating that nourishment. And we have all this emotional power to create nourishment for the people around us. You know, I made a joke on Facebook. It's like, guys know when I'm ovulating. It's like that's when they hit on me, because it's like literally my energy is so open. I'm like a flower. I bloomed, you know? It's like, I'm like, here's love, world. That's when I like am usually like extra creative, and it's like pushing it out because that's what we are naturally created to do. Here's love, everyone. Here's nourishment. You're literally creating nourishment for a baby inside of you during ovulation. So it's like, if you're going to say the menstruation is inconvenient, then creating that love is just as inconvenient too, right? No. If you realize the power and you embrace that ovulation time and, you know, you celebrate it, then the menstruation part is just cleaning up after a really good party. You know, it's like, okay, you've got extra dishes to wash and you've got like, you know, a floor to mop, but the party was so much fun and you can focus on that And so the more you can focus on that all month long, the less inconvenient you'll feel about the menstruation, because you'll be so aware of all the other joys that your cycle has created. And it's not fun. I'm not here to be like, woohoo, it's just such a fun time when we're bleeding. I mean, it can be if it's like you remember all the other reasons uh, that our cycle is so miraculous. Yes, Amanda, it really is so incredible. And so that's the first step in regulating, is realizing how incredible we are as women, and that this time of month is a reminder of that celebration of life. Without this, we would have no life. And if we're going to dread it and we're going to poo poo it, then we're going to say it's inconvenient, well, then we might as well be saying we are a big inconvenience on the world, our life itself, because that's what we're saying. So I think a lot of men also are inconvenienced by it in their mind. And, you guys think, ugh, my girlfriend has her period, I can't have sex with her. Or maybe you like that. Or you think, ugh, she's just being moody. But if you can also shift yourself and focus on her during her cycle when she's not like that, then that will be less of an inconvenience to you as well. And I think a lot of guys aren't inconvenienced. A lot of guys are honored to serve their woman during that time, to protect their woman during that time, because it's like, oh, it's like kind of like nice to like be needed in that way, and to want to protect, our sister or our mother or our daughter or our partner during that time of month, and want to step up to the plate and be like, oh, like it's so good to be needed. And for women, it's so good to need people. And it's hard for us sometimes when we're really independent, but it's really good to get the protection that you deserve, and to put it out there that you want to be protected during this time. You want to maybe not go out in public and